over there as the mama was trying to make a U-turn and get out of there. Why do black lives only matter when it
Place your income through investing in residential rental property. Find out about the next free Lifestyles Unlimited workshop by
Out of all 3 meals, which one do you want to eat tonight?
Definitely this one, crispy Parmesan chicken.
Okay.
Hey, good morning.
I can't hear you. Let's see.
Hey, good morning. I hear you.
I can hear you a little bit now.
All right, you're working it.
Okay, now I got it. Trying to make the volume okay to hear, but not so loud that it reverberates through the rest of the office.
Okay, giving you a heads up right now. I got some message on this computer yesterday to upload whatever software, so I did. And then I left it, connected to the internet so it would get the software, and then I shut it down last night. And then this morning when I logged in, everything was fine, but then suddenly I got a message. It wasn't an email or anything, it just popped up on the computer and it said something like, "You're missing a critical patch, blah, blah, blah." But it still let me log in and it let me do all this. But I'm not confident how long this is gonna last.
Okay. I'll set up a WebEx that we can activate just in case.
Yeah. Problem is this afternoon it's all CPRS, and that's a 2-hour video right there. So anyway, I don't know.
I think I can play it though. As I was just playing on my, let me find it again. So let me.
You don't have it though, and I can't email it to you because we'll have to play it from remote.
Is it on their wiki page? Because in Microsoft Teams, it looks like it is.
I saw that they had something there, and I think it's the same one.
Okay, because I was waiting for you to come to the computer, and I was looking at Microsoft Teams, and let me share my screen.
I'm just giving you a heads up. For now, we're good, but I don't know what's gonna, how this goes, right? Like
Right.
crash. Sorry.
So I don't know if you can see what I have on my screen, but there's videos on there.
Yeah, scroll down. Because I've already seen all this. Yeah. At the bottom it says, scroll down. I already looked at this. Go down. Nursing, caring for life, right? And then they have a video there, and I already looked at it, and it looks at the same video, but again, right now we're using Skype, so we need to make sure that would work on.
Well, if you're, oh yeah.
No, so what would happen was, if this goes down, what you have to do is you have to invite my personal computer to the WebEx meeting, and then I'll take over as presenter, and then from my computer I'll cast onto YouTube Live.
Yeah, I'm just not sure if the video will play.
Yeah, I don't know either. Just letting you know. This is what's happening.
Do you want to try it during? Oh, I can't do that because if I could try it sending you a WebEx link while wound care is going, but
No,
you
I
can't try it.
can't because the computer that I would use is casting, and I can't do anything on the background. So anyway, I don't know. That's what's going on.
Okay. I would have, if I had thought I could have brought my computer, but I don't know if I can get to the Wi-Fi. I can try to set it up and we can try it during lunch. Let's see, lunch is So if you want me to, I can do that, and we can set it up and test it just in case you need it.
Let's just go with it, and if we need it, we'll just put them on break and we'll figure it out then. Because I think this is the last time we're going to do it like this anyway, so we got next week to figure this out.
All right.
Until we're desperate. So I'm just letting you know we might get there sooner than we think.
Okay. You have a change in location today.
I do?
Yeah, I can see a plant behind you.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm actually in the same place, but instead of letting you look at my kitchen, my dirty kitchen, I just turn the computer towards the wall.
Gotcha. All right.
Anyway.
Anything exciting happens here today, but don't think there will be.
No, why?
Oh, no, I said I don't think anything exciting, but yesterday we did have a discussion, and I don't know if I told you this, but I think sooner than later, at least 2 people are going to get detailed to home telehealth. And we already knew Sandra was on the list, but I think Renata may. Maria said something yesterday, and Renata said, could she volunteer part-time? And Maria stopped and thought about it, and she thought, I think she may offer up 1 FTE to be split between Renata and Sandra. That way they could manage 1 patient load, but still have time to do other things.
Mm-hmm.
And so if things get as busy as they're anticipating, they may ask us to both do the same thing. I don't know how we would do it. I told Maria, I said, Neon is going to keep going, and it's a 2-person thing right now, at least, but we'll see what happens. But I think that might be happening in the near future if things get much worse than what they are now.
Yeah. You know me, I'm just easy and flexible.
I know.
And whatever you want.
I know, but I was thinking about it. These patients, they're calling them twice a day to do a temperature check, O2 sat, and something, and a mini assessment over the computer. And so that still wouldn't work on Neon days, because if both of us are tied up, we would be 3 days that we can't make calls. So I have a feeling, just between us, I have a feeling you and I may be the last ones left standing for a while. I don't know. We will find out.
Yeah, we'll find out. I don't know, Lisa. I mean, is anybody there? It's just you and I, right?
Right now it's just us.
Yeah, I just have like some concerns about like our whole positions, and I don't know if I'm being silly, but I don't know. I just feel like since we don't really have a boss right now, we just don't really have, like, I feel like everything that we sort of do is being kind of taken away by the clinical educators. Like the whole thing with Andrew, and it's not my business, but I feel like that ECG course is really nursing education's course, and Andrew was a presenter, but I could be wrong.
Hi!
Hey!
Hey, totally off the record. They approved 82 overhires for RNs.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. We were just talking about
I need to
Neon.
email you all that.
Yeah.
Because they talked about it in morning report to the service chiefs yesterday, so I feel like it's a little more common knowledge, but yeah, 82. So they're going to be split between med-surg and ICU. There's some healthcare techs in there as well. Not a whole lot, but the main focus was the 82 RNs.
So, Amy, 82 RNs, where do these people go when this is over? I mean, I'm just curious.
That we'll talk about apparently, because I mean they can't lay them off, so it would just probably be through attrition if they decided not to keep them. But I mean they're expanding the ER, so they're going to need.
Well, Maria said something yesterday, and when she brought pizza up for us yesterday, And she said something about she's not sure, and maybe this is just her thought, that CLC will ever return.
You know, honestly, I had that thought myself. They haven't said that, but when they moved everybody out, now they're trying to prep it for a med-surg unit. And there's just been a lot of discussion about how draconian it is over there. It's just, like, it needs to be remodeled. It's not functional. It barely worked as a CLC. So when they started saying that, I'm like, I can see if they do bring them back or redraft it, they would need to do some renovations, but there's only 13 or 14 in the entire CLC for audio that went. So I don't know.
Yeah, it'll be interesting.
I
was talking
wondered about that myself, but they have not breathed a word of it. I think it's just our speculation.
So it was good. We went back to virtual neon this week, even though we had less than 10, but it sounds like the groups are going to get big again, and it takes at least 2 of us to do it.
Exactly. They started this week. That's all I've been doing, is looking at where people are polled and did they report, because there's a lot that didn't report. And I know Maria was like, I think I'm going to need to pull more people, and I said they're going to ramp up neon.
Well, we talked yesterday. Renata brought it up yesterday, and I was telling Irene, and she's going to find out if Renata and Sandra can share an FTE and patient load so they can continue doing what they're doing.
Halftime. You know, I don't know. It's hard. From what I gathered from Laura, I tell her to ask Laura Medlin, because Laura said somebody, you know, she's gotten a lot of those, and they make the assignments the night before, and so it just makes it a little, I don't know.
It'll be interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. But anyway,
Because I feel conflicted that I should do it, but I still,
no.
Okay, everyone, let's just do a sound check before we start. Sometimes I've just been talking and talking, and then suddenly it's like, oh, we don't hear what you're saying. We see your mouth moving, but we don't hear it. So when you hear me, just let me know so I can get started. Welcome back. Good morning, everyone. I hope you have your favorite beverage. I moved from my coffee to my tea, but thanks for participating with us. Also, as we're doing the sound check, do we have any questions from yesterday? I got an email from one of you guys asking a question about tomorrow, so I'll just go over that one more time, but we're just doing a sound check now. Okay, just doing a sound check, making sure you're seeing everything. Good morning. Now iced coffee. Yeah, great. All right, you guys, can you hear me okay? Does everyone hear me? Just let me know before we continue. I see a bunch of good mornings. Thank you. Good morning. Sound is good. Okay. All right. And I'm going to come on screen here in just a second. Okay. Here I come. I'm running two different computer systems and they don't face each other, so I have to go back and forth. Okay, so good morning. This is day 2 of your new employee orientation for nursing. We have a busy schedule, but again, there are a lot of variables, so I ask you that no matter what happens today, we just be very flexible and easy, and I promise we will get you the information that you need so that you're not feeling like you missed something, okay? So it's okay. But there's a lot of heat out there. I think yesterday we actually had a little rolling blackout here where I'm at. I am remote like you. I'm working with Lisa Hooter, who's the other educator, and she's in Audie Murphy, and she is helping all of our speakers to get logged in and access. A lot of them don't have the equipment that they need in order to participate with new employee orientation, so they have to come to our office and do that. So that's how we're working that. So we're in the hands of VA computers and internets and heat and all the other variables and speakers that sometimes get pulled because they have other pressing patient care issues. So there's just a lot of variables and we do the best that we can. And I ask of you to be flexible and understanding that we are also just doing the best that we can, like you. So the question I got yesterday was, and I'm sorry, I don't remember who sent it. It's hard when you don't have a name to a face, right? You have a name but no face. So it's like, I don't know, it's hard for me to keep it all together. But anyway, so the question was for tomorrow, can I come early and take a look around and sort of get my bearings of where I am and what's going on. So we finish tomorrow, we finish our class at, it'll be around 10, maybe 10:35. The mock code video is very short, but we want to make sure that you're, getting yourself familiar with the code procedures during this COVID time and how we handle this. So we start out with a video and then you're going to do a hands-on demonstration. So yeah, we'll finish pretty early and then, you have time for lunch and we gave you time for travel. But just so you know, tomorrow when you come in, I hope we can log you in. Remember, we talked about that, but it's something that's always on everyone's mind. That's the most important thing. We've put in a just-in-time ticket for you to give you temporary login. And then we've also, if you've given me the demographic form, we have sent that to our administrative officer, and he is in the process of putting in an e-pass, which gives you access to our electronic health record, right? And also, he sponsors you, right? if you have an email from him, his name is Frank Vasquez. I don't like to, this is a changing person all the time. So right now it's Frank Vasquez. He will send you an email saying, you and your manager, I've sponsored you, and now you can make an appointment for your PIV badge. So in order to get a PIV badge, you have to have an email. In order to get an email, we had to put in a just-in-time ticket. That gives you temporary access, right? So you can actually have a PIV badge and still not have access to our electronic healthcare system. So it's a very kind of convoluted, difficult process, but we get you through it. I promise. We've onboarded hundreds of nurses, and sometimes we have a little tangle, but in the end, we get you through because we want you there at the bedside doing the work that we have hired you to do, and it's critical for you to have this information. So in other words, and then we're going to fit test you, right, with the N95. We're going to have our fit testers there, and you're going to be given an N95, you're going to be fit tested. And then it doesn't take that much time. You're going to have a little time to, if you needed to go and do something at HR, if you needed to, you want to walk around and the facility a little bit. A lot of our units are closed units, so you can't just like wander around there. But just to get your bearings, you're going to have time. You'll have time tomorrow. You don't need to come early. I mean, you can if you want, but you don't need to. All of you will need to go through the front gate, and you will need to go through the front door, and you will need to go through screening. Now, we have an employee gate, an employee entrance. It's on the back side that we use, and I'm going to show you a map here in a second that kind of gives you some bearings. I think some of you might be new to our area, so that it gives you an idea. So then tomorrow, just go to the front. Don't try to maneuver through the back. And then while you're there on campus, you can sort of figure that out. And what I always tell people, and what I did too when I was new, is literally just look for the sea of gray and then follow those people. They will get you into the facility through the employee entrance and through the screening process. And then from there, you're going to end up on the ground floor, GL we call it. And then you'll just make your way to the elevator. Again, follow the people in gray. They'll show you where it is. And get to the floor that you need to be on, and then you'll find your way. So it seems difficult, but honestly, our facility is not that hard to get around. Once you get a hang of it, you'll be all right. You get lost a couple times. And then finally, I invite you, as this being said, I invite you to our Wayfinder program, right? You're all invited. In fact, you're all in our program, whether you want to be or not, which is, if you haven't noticed, maybe not, but before COVID hit and we see probably 1 million people in our facilities, 1 million veterans. I'm not exaggerating, 1 million visits per year. It's a very busy place. And because they're unfamiliar with it, we have a phenomenal wayfinding program, which essentially means if you look lost, if you even look remotely lost, somebody will come up to you and help you. A veteran, a volunteer, a staff member. And so that's when you get more familiar, you can always ask someone, where is this or where's that? And someone will help you. But your job then will be to pass that on and to always stop what you're doing and help someone find their way. So you're all invited to our wayfinding program. All right. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen with you, and I want to take you back to our intranet. And from there, we're going to just kind of review some of the things. So this morning in your email, I gave you the TMS administrator's email. You can email him from your personal email if you want. Let him know that information that I have provided you. And he'll send you how to log into TMS. A lot of questions I get are, can you log into TMS from home? And the answer is yes, you can. But I'm just going to say this. The training that we have assigned you in TMS is what we consider mandatory training. And what that really equates to is that mandatory means that we have to pay you to do it, okay? Now, your nurse manager isn't going to, if you walk into her tomorrow and you say, look, I did all my TMS, I spent my whole weekend doing it, or Monday, and I want to be paid. She's not going to pay you because mandatory means that we're obligated to give you time. So I don't recommend doing your TMS at home I mean, if you get behind and you don't utilize your time correctly, then maybe, but they're still not going to pay you for it. Okay. All right. So let me share my screen. I want to get back to a few things. And you probably won't have TMS admission or access until next Wednesday. That's what we've been historically seeing. HR has to put you into like big VAs. Your name has to go to big VA. And then from there, VA central office enters you into our TMS system, and then our administrator goes out and grabs your name and links you to our Vision 17, okay? If you're a transfer, then our TMS administrator can just go out and grab your name and link you back into our system. So transfers, you're still going to have TMS do, because we're going to give you, STX, South Texas version of our training. So don't think, oh, I'm caught up on my TMS, I don't have anything to do. No, you're still going to get the South Texas version of mandatory training. So tomorrow I'm going to spend a couple minutes with one mandatory training that you have to self-assign. But I'm going to send it to you in an email. I don't want to give it to you right now because I don't want to overwhelm you. Okay, let's go to our intranet. We have a few minutes to sort of see what's going on. There's some very important things that you need to make sure you can maneuver to, because we know what you care about, right? All right, so this is the intranet, right? And this is the home page. So most home page looks like this. And yesterday I told you the star, right, is the key. Under the star you find BCMA, that's where we administer medication, and CPRS. This is where you document in our health record. All right, if you see me looking away, it's because I'm just checking the chat box. Okay, so then the intranet is right here underneath the halo, right? Also right here, this little thing that says your IT, that is where, for example, if you need to, let's say you get married and you need to put in a work order to change your name, or say we spelled your name wrong, or say you forgot your password, right? This is where you would go and get some help. Or say your computer isn't working. Anything IT related, okay? This is where you're gonna go for your IT. You put in a work order, a ticket. It's very simple, straightforward. I'll just open it for you. And then you can track the progress of this ticket. Let's see. Yeah, here it is. Super simple, easy. It's loading. It says, hello, Irene, and how can we help you? And then you just go to, I need to report an issue, I have an outage, and whatever it is that you need, and then I can go and track all the tickets that I've put in so that I can get help. So remember, IT is national. This is a national contract. We have local IT, but mostly it's a national contract. So when you're contacting IT, you're contacting someone not at Audie Murphy, someone somewhere else. All right. So, okay, star CPRS, your IT here. Okay. Your Outlook is also on the desktop. So once you log in, you have access to your Outlook, right? You're linked into your Outlook, and in Outlook is where you will find out, have I been sponsored, right? How do I know if I've been sponsored? Check your email. You won't be sponsored and you cannot get a PIV until you have an email. So, I mean, if you want to look at what's the road, what's the path, the first step, get a VA email. All right. For those of you that are transferred, you already have a VA email, but we have to link your account to our system. So don't use the PIV badge until you have been notified that you've been, that link has been completed. All right. So we go back here. This is our intranet, only behind the firewall, right? So in clinical resources, I want to point a few things out for you. Let's see here. OneSource, remember that yesterday? When you had the Randy for RME, he talked about where do you get information for cleaning products, right? Right there. There it is in OneSource. Also, yesterday we mentioned that you need in your booklet, there's information on patient education. So if you've come from a system that you can generate patient education right from the electronic health record. We don't have a system like that. You have to generate patient education from another system outside of your electronic health record. So where do I get that and what do I use? Well, you can use Ovid, you can use UpToDate, and then you can use a Clinical Key for Nursing. Most nurses use Clinical Key for Nursing, and all patient education has to be written, I think, to a 8th grade level. And so you want to try to avoid just printing off stuff from Google and handing it out. You want to use evidence-based resources. And so those are 3 resources. We gave them to you in the booklet of how to access them. So I do want to stop here and point out nursing procedures and clinical skills. So we've given you 2 policies, and yesterday I said there's probably over 400 policies here. But if there's not a policy to guide your practice and you're not sure how to do something, this is your resource. This is where you would go to find out, well, how do I do that? This is called this is the Elsevier platform. This is our evidence-based procedure manual that we use. For example, they put together 2020 COVID-19. They've pulled together 68 different competencies that you might need to review in the event that you're taking care of COVID patients. And so here they are all put together, right? So code management might be something that you want to review if you're working in an area where that's a possibility, which is everybody. And so here it gives you this quick sheet, making sure you have the right PPE, limiting the amount of people that go into the room, these kinds of things. You can do a video, you can do extended text, a checklist, you can take a test. So this is like your one-stop shop. If you're not sure, if I haven't done a skill in a while and you say, oh, I need to brush up on that skill a little bit, we recommend coming to Clinical Skills for Nursing, a procedure manual, and right here, nursing procedure and clinical skills, looking up that skill that you're that you want to brush up on, and then using those references so to base your practice on. Okay, really important, really important. We want you to use evidence-based practice or evidence-informed practice, and we want you to challenge your preceptors and ask them, why are we doing this way? You guys are coming to us with your own practices from whatever institutions that you came from, whether it was another VA or outside the VA. And we want to compare and contrast, and we want you to ask questions. Why are we doing a particular practice a certain way, and how does the evidence inform us to do this practice? Now, we can go above the standard, but we don't want to go below what the standard of care is. So really important. All right, yesterday I showed you, I just want to remind you, your medical center policies are on this left hand right here. And then employee resources, there's some important things in here, right? One was TMS. Number 2 is, well, we use a lot of acronyms. So if you need to look up an acronym right there under VA acronym lookup, you can do that. But this VATOS login, so VATOS, so schedules and timekeeping and that kind of thing. Like, do I clock in and out? No, at the VA, we don't clock in and out. We use timekeepers and your nurse manager. And some of you will actually get your schedules from a system called AccuStaff. Some of you won't. So that is unit specific. You need to talk to your nurse manager when you get to your unit. But VATOS is how you request time off, or you put in your sick time. So say, for example, you get sick and you need to log in sick time, you would go to VATOS, and that's located right here. You're not going to have a password, but the only way to get into VATOS is to have a VA email. Again, that VA email. So the first time you log in, you need your VA email. And then you're going to type that in there. So for me, it would be irene.silvernail@va.gov. And then I forgot my password, right? Or I don't have a password. This is what I would do. I would reset or forgot password. And then the system is going to email me a new password, right? That's for new people too. And that's how that works. So after you get an email, you can go to here, and this is very self-explanatory. It's not hard at all. You'll know what to do once you get there. All right, no problem. All right, so next, you're going to get a lecture today or a presentation from our chair from our Nurse Professional Standards Board, and he's going to tell you about this website, right? Nursing Qualification Standards and Dimensions of Practice. This is behind the firewall. So if you're new to the VA and someone called you and said, you need to get together a board packet, and they sent you these different standards, and you're probably wondering, what the heck? Okay, let me Google that. You couldn't find anything. It's behind this firewall, and here's all of the information that you need. You're going to want to highlight this at some point, because when you sit down to write your proficiency, this is a great resource for you. What does a proficiency look like? What's a sample of a proficiency? What's the Nurse Professional Standards Board process? What's the chart? What is the proficiency rating? You know, all that information is right here, only behind the VA firewall, which means you can only get it on a VA computer, okay? All right, so remember that was under employee resources. So yesterday I pointed this out to you, but we'll do it again. In order to get to TMS, to log in, you need to go to your intranet, and then you go right here to the talent management system, and you log in right there. And you follow the directions that the VA TMS administrator has given you to log in for the first time. You won't be able to use your PIV card for the first 28 days. So again, if you have the VA PIV card, you still won't be able to use it. In your frequently asked questions, we did point out if you get injured on the job, what you need to do. And I just want to show you that's right here under Employee Compensation Operations and Management for reporting workplace incidents. There's the website right there. And you will, you'll just click it, and then you log into it, and you type in your event of something that may have happened while you were at work. And there you have it. So it's right there under employee resources. Also, MyPay is here. Your PIV card will not log you into MyPay. So I don't know why the VA system hasn't been able to link up to MyPay yet. But you'll be able to, after you go through your first pay period, then you'll be able to log into MyPay. And you can log into that on your phone. There's the link here, but you're going to need your password to do that. Your PIV card will not log you into MyPay. Okay. We have a few more minutes. I want to show you patient safety reporting. The patient safety officer is going to come and talk to you, and she's going to walk you through how to complete patient safety report. We call it a JPSR here. She's going to tell you what that stands for, the JPERS, and they'll walk you through that system. Also, we are in a little bit of a surge right now in the COVID, and so I do want to show you this page because there's a lot of good information. So if you have questions about, well, how is the VA handling this, or what are we doing about that, or how are we donning and doffing VA, PPE, how do I disinfect or use my PIV card in a COVID unit? All this stuff is here. How do I handle aerosolizing generating procedures, my elective procedure policy letter? We have given you a lot of good information about how the VA is managing some of these things. Also, a lot of good information right here. A lot of YouTube videos that you can watch. Here's a really good one. How do I set up a ventilator if I'm not that familiar with setting up a ventilators? How do I don and duff with AirMax? So here's some good information for you. They have put it together in a really nice format so that you can easily get to it. I think they've done a really good job. How do I call in sick? What's the weather and sick leave clarification scenarios, right? I'm brand new. I don't have any sick time yet, and I get sick. What am I going to do, right? So here's the resource for you. This is going to explain to you what the scenario is and what you can do. Also, your manager is a good resource too, right? But I just want you to know that this information is out there for you. And when you log in for the first time, I would highly recommend that you spend a little time here getting this information for you and then reviewing it. Okay, the last thing right here, speak to the director. Hopefully we're going to watch this video from the director. That's the director right here. You see him in the picture. He's put out a really nice video about our organization, and I would like the opportunity to share that with you this morning. And so I hope we have time to do that. If something comes up, then we'll definitely be going back to that. So I'm going to go and back to check on our speaker here. So we're going to stop sharing. Head back over to our Skype. See if our speaker is going to be present. Upload her slides. So I'm gonna go off the video here, and it's gonna be quiet for a few minutes while I'm uploading slides. Do we have any questions about anything that I've showed you this morning, guys? Any questions? Well, let me just check the chat box here. Yeah, I like that, Tamara. Lots of water during the day, right? You got to stay hydrated. Hydration is so important for your immune system, and we need your immune system to be up and going. All right, guys, we're going to have just a 2-minute intermission here. I'm going to get those other slides up, and it may be longer if our speaker's a no-show, but we'll see, because I have another option for you. Don't worry. You won't be left high and dry. Okay. I'm still in the chat box with you, but I'm going to go off camera. And we're waiting on our other speaker here, okay? Oh.
And experience, and that continues.
All right, we got our slides up, and I'm going to show you this video from the director. I think he gives you a good overview. And I don't know if he comes to new employee orientation anymore. He used to come and talk to you. So I don't know if you've had a chance to meet him yet, but he's been a great leader for our organization, and he's going to kind of walk you through sort of like where we've been and where we're going. Not so much related to what's going on with our COVID, but more of what's going on with our organization. So just so you know, at the end of this pandemic, we will still have a phenomenal organization, and you want to be able to get engaged right away with it. So let's watch this this little video here, okay?
Hi, South Texas. It's good to be with you again. I wanted to provide you an update on a number of things that are happening across our healthcare system, because I know recently most of what you've heard from me is about COVID-19. And that is absolutely a priority for the healthcare system, but there are many more things going on across our great institution. So I'm going to talk to you about a number of them. I will give you a brief update on COVID-19. As many of you have seen recently, I announced that we were one of 18 facilities selected across the Veterans Health Administration to begin a phased reopening. This is being done in conjunction with VA Central Office. We've had a number of conversations with our folks in Washington, D.C. and the other healthcare institutions that have been approved to proceed. So we will keep you up to date with that transition as it continues, and I just ask for your continued flexibility. I will add an anecdote that there has been quite a bit of funding provided to our healthcare system to support both our COVID-19 activities and our upcoming transition. And we've used those funds for a myriad of things, including additional staffing. I'm sure many of you have seen. I'm so proud of Human Resources for using some of the new hiring flexibilities to bring in these additional staff. I'll say briefly, on average, we were bringing in 17 people to 18 people a pay period, but we've seen new employee classes in the 50s and 60s during the COVID-19 pandemic. So kudos to HR for those efforts. And we've also used that funding for additional equipment, from ventilators to temperature scanners, you name it. We've used the funding to ensure that you have what you need to both keep you safe and to take great care of our veterans. We use it for contract service. Those contract services that we've recently awarded included additional housekeeping contracts, of which we've awarded 2. We've also awarded a new contract for drive-through testing for COVID-19. And we'll keep you up to date with that particular contract as it matures, but it's definitely going to support some of our pre-procedure testing that's going to be required as part of our reopening. Last but not least, we've used some of that funding for housing assistance. As many of us know, there's some both veterans and non-veterans that are dealing with some economic strain. So we want to be certain that when our veterans need us, if they need some temporary housing assistance, that we're able to provide that. So that's one of the other categories that we've used that funding for. But I also want to take this opportunity to keep you up to date on our high reliability journey. And as a reminder, almost a year ago today, I announced to you that the South Texas Veterans Healthcare System was on a journey to high reliability. And that on that journey, we were going to focus on 3 lanes of quality, safety, and experience. And that continues to this day. very recently, I had the opportunity to award our very first High Reliability Leadership Awards. Now, I don't want to give you the impression these are the first High Reliability Awards that we've given, but they are the very first that we've given to leaders across the organization. We often have frontline staff attend morning report, and their managers or their peers will do great write-ups on them for good catches, and so we do take the opportunity to recognize them, but I'm the first to acknowledge the criticality of leadership on a high reliability journey. So we want to be certain that we're recognizing those individuals appropriately as well. What I saw as the most important when the first 3 recipients of that award walked in my office, I recognized all of them. And the reason I recognized them is not too long ago, we also recognized our leaders in the organization that had some of the best all-employer survey results. And interestingly, these were some of those same individuals, which proved to me that there is a direct connection between employee engagement and patient safety, right? The experience of our staff and the experience of our patients, the safety of our staff and the safety of our patients. So congratulations to those individuals, and we'll continue to recognize our leaders that are demonstrating our high reliability principles and values. So a brief update on quality across the healthcare system. Many of you have seen, I'm sure, the changes that are being made to the SAIL model, but I want to remind you we've got 2 SAIL models. We've got one for our community living centers and one for our hospitals. The changes that were recently made to the SAIL model were specific to the hospital. SAIL remains as it has always been, and we did get the first quarter CLC compare, or a CLC SAIL update, which showed that we maintained our 5-star status, both at our Audie Murphy campus and at our Kerrville campus. So kudos to our physician and nursing and other clinical discipline and administrative discipline leaders there and staff for ensuring that our CLCs are a place that both our patients and our staff can be proud of. I also want to share with you, under the category of quality, a new aspect of our governance structure. Now, this change is being made at the national level and at the regional level, and we're referring to it as Integrated Clinical Communities, or ICCs. When we think about the fact that the Veterans Health Administration is the largest healthcare system in the country, what we can maybe lose sight of is that scale could potentially lead to inconsistency and variability as our patients experience our healthcare system in different places across the country, as many of them do. And so what the integrated clinical communities are intended to do is to create these communities of practice, whether it's for medicine subspecialties or behavioral health or primary care, diagnostics, or surgery, and to give us an opportunity at the regional and national level to establish consistency, clinical consistency, so that our patients have very similar experiences, which are intended to be great experiences and safe ones. So this is, again, a new aspect of our governance structure, just getting started, but I am pleased to announce that 2 of the chairs for the VISN 17 ICCs are right here in South Texas. Dr. Deborah Baruch, our Chief of Medicine, will be heading the specialty ICC at the VISN level, and Dr. William Perry in surgical services will be leading the surgical ICC. So I look forward to continuing to work with them and their success in that new governance endeavor. So now we'll talk a little bit about experience. We evaluate patient experience from a number of different ways. These include HCAHPS scores for our inpatients, SHEP scores for our outpatients, and then V-Signals, or Medallia, is a new survey that VA's had for about a year now. We send thousands of surveys to veterans when they come in and experience us in the outpatient domain, and we get their feedback almost real time. So it's been a great tool. During the COVID-19 pandemic, VHA has had the highest trust scores we've ever had using this platform, where we surpassed the 90th percentile for the very first time at the national level, which really says a lot about how safe our veterans feel when they experience our care during the COVID-19 pandemic. And this was no different for South Texas. We were in the 93rd percentile for our overall trust scores during COVID-19 pandemic. But there was one thing that I did notice. When I looked at the different categories where our patients were scoring their experiences with us, the one category that we were below the 90th percentile, actually about 89.4%, was their perception of our efficiency. So I would ask frontline staff, predominantly, leaders as well, to give that some thought. Think about your work area and those processes that touch our patients, and think about what we can do to be more efficient. If it's a problem that your team can solve, just do it. If it's something that you think is going to be larger scale and is going to require some consultation, I would encourage you to reach out to our systems engineering department, and I know they'll be happy to assist you. Last but not least is our mission and vision statements. So because roughly a year ago we set on a new path to become a high reliability organization, we believe it's time that we relook at our mission and vision statements to ensure that they appropriately reflect what this organization is about and what we aspire to be. So in the coming days, our Public Affairs Office is going to be sending out a survey to all employees. We've narrowed it down to a handful of mission and vision statements, but I want to leave the final decision to you. What do you think appropriately reflects what the South Texas Veterans Healthcare System wants to be, and what do you think reflects who we are? So look for that survey. I also want to let you know that we continue to outpace the country. I've shared with you our growth statistics in previous reports. We have kept eyes on this during the COVID-19 pandemic, and our growth rate with new patients and new staff continues to outpace both our VISN and the nation. So now I'll talk to you briefly about construction. There were some pictures that went out recently for the Northwest Healthcare Center. I did have the opportunity to walk that construction site myself. It's coming along very nicely. We had one of two large-scale ambulatory care centers that were not negatively impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. So that site continues to stay on schedule. We're still planning a July 2021 opening, and so we'll keep everyone up to date as we get closer to that. I also want to remind everyone that we did actually have a ribbon cutting for a North Bear primary care clinic. This has been our first VA-staffed primary care clinic for quite some time. Unfortunately, we did the ribbon cutting about a week before the President's declaration of a national health emergency, which obviously slowed our opening of that site. But we do plan to start relooking at that opening, and we'll let you know when that site is officially seeing patients. And last but not least, for the construction updates that I will give you is relative to the emergency department. So that's another project that continues to stay on schedule. We're looking at opportunities to modify the scope of work to have that construction crew go on a 24/7 schedule, which will make that project move along even faster. But if you do have a chance to come through the main entrance here to the Audie Murphy campus, you'll see the structural steel going up in what is intended to be the HR building, and then HR would move out, and that would allow us to move on with the HR, with the emergency room expansion, excuse me. One other comment that I will make actually about construction is just the multitude of modernization projects. I shared with you a 180-day plan when I came on as your medical center director, and that included a multitude of modernization projects, and I just couldn't be prouder of the progress that our engineering staff are making on those modernizations. If you haven't had a chance to take a look at some of the halls and walls projects that have been done here in Audie Murphy, if you haven't seen the new entrance, we've consolidated information desks. We've got new murals on the walls. Definitely take a look at that. They're doing a great job. And the restrooms that are across from the emergency department, definitely the ones I heard the most about. I had a chance to walk that site just today, and it's absolutely beautiful. And expect those restrooms to open likely in the next month or two. So I'll give you a few key leadership updates. Justin Peters was announced as our new Associate Director. Mr. Peters is currently the Assistant Director in Kansas. I expect him to be on board by June 21st. Definitely looking forward to his arrivals, bringing a plethora of experience with him. I think he's going to be a great addition to the team. But I did want to take this opportunity to thank two individuals. I'll start with Amjad Baghdadi. Amjad's our Chief of Systems Engineering, has been acting Associate Director for the last 2 months. Definitely helped us get our feet under us during the COVID-19 pandemic relative to our logistics needs. So thank you, Amjad, for your flexibility. And I also want to thank Trish Lottie. Many of you know Trish. She's our Chief Experience Officer. She has stepped into that acting Associate Director role and will stay in that until Mr. Peters' arrival. I want to welcome aboard Dr. Araceli Ravoti. Dr. Ravoti is our new ACOS for primary care. She's coming to us from VISN 22, where she was the Chief Medical Officer. Again, a plethora of experience both in California and was a previous physician here at the South Texas Veterans Healthcare System. So welcome home and congratulations to Dr. Ravoti. I want to thank Dr. Doug Boyer. Dr. Boyer has been our acting ACOS for primary care for quite some time. Just done an amazing job there. I've got nothing but very positive feedback from physicians and nurses who had the opportunity to work with Doug during his tenure there. So thank you, sir, for your flexibility and leadership. I want to say farewell to Dr. Jacqueline Pugh. Many of you knew Jackie. She was with us as our ACOS for research and development. Dr. Pugh did recently retire, and in the interim, Dr. Amrita Kamat has stepped in as our acting ACOS for research as those recruitment efforts continue. I also want to take this opportunity to say farewell to our ACOS for Quality Safety Value, Dr. Evan Rins. Dr. Rins is going to be transitioning to the Department of Defense. Wish him well. He's been an outstanding resource to me as the Medical Center Director, and I know many of our clinical leaders have relied on him for guidance as well. So Godspeed to Dr. Rins, and I'm sure we will stay in touch. Dr. Heather Briggs, one of our hospitalists, is going to be stepping in as our acting ACOS for Quality Safety Value. We'll be sending out that delegation so everyone knows what the respective dates will be. Last two for leadership, Tom Yakovitz. Many of you know Tom. He's been a member of the South Texas team for a number of years. Was most recently my executive assistant. Tom was recently selected to be the administrative support for the integrated clinical community that's going to be leading specialty care. So he'll be working with Dr. Baruch. Again, welcome Tom to his new role. He will be staying here in San Antonio. And I want to welcome Jason Fisher. So Jason has been our strategic planner and quality safety value, and so Jason was selected as the new EA to the director, and I definitely look forward to working with Jason, so congratulate him if you see him. I want to recognize our Kerrville CLC. Recently on May 16th, they had a campus-wide parade for our CLC residents there. As many of you know, we've got zero visitation in our CLCs in Audie Murphy and Kerrville, which can be taxing for the veterans and their families that just want to stay in touch, right? In many cases, that human connection is really what helps many of them get through the day, to know that they can have that dialogue and stay in touch with each other. So we've done what we can to continue those relationships. I'm just so proud of what I've seen our geriatrics and extended care and nursing staff do. So I heard we had 30, 40 plus vehicles and a nice parade up in Kerrville on the 16th. So thank you all for doing that. I also want to acknowledge biomedical engineering. Next week is going to be National Healthcare Technology Management Week. That's a mouthful. I'll just ask that if you see any of our biomed staff, please thank them. Biomed, like many other departments, they do a lot of work behind the scenes, but many of you know how critical what they do is for this healthcare institution. And so thank them for me if you could. Last but not least, folks, I want to thank all of you. The work that all of you have done during the COVID-19 pandemic has just been phenomenal. From public affairs to nursing to physicians to social work to the canteen, I mean, you name it. I've seen everyone rise to the challenge, and it truly just takes my breath away. I couldn't be prouder. But we're going to see new challenges as we start to transition the healthcare system. I'm going to ask all of you to be certain that we're practicing our high reliability principles and that we speak up. If you see something that doesn't look right, if you have a question about a process, don't hesitate to ask questions. You can send those to the Speak to the Director link. You can bring those up in your huddles in your departments. We're all in this together. And so as long as we keep the lines of communication open, I have no doubt that it will be a successful transitioning. And so with that, I will say thank you and look forward to talking to you next time.
All right, it should be. Should be back online. Let's check our sound. Okay, looks good. All right. Oh, okay, great. So our speaker's here, and let's just connect with Lisa. She's the other educator. And we'll get this going here. All right, Lisa, are you guys out there? Just give us a minute. So let's see, you guys hearing okay? We had a little rough spot on that video, but we got it worked out. So yeah, that's the director for South Texas Veteran Healthcare System. His name is Mr. Sandlos. I think his first name is Christopher. He's just been phenomenal. And there on Friday, there's an all-employee meeting, and I would recommend, if you can, to attend it because they really give you a good update and overview of, you know, how we're handling the COVID surge and potentially what it is that we need to be, where we're going to go, where we've been, and what's coming in the future. So I would highly recommend, in addition to doing whatever it is that you're going to do on Friday, that you go ahead and try to attend that all-employee survey. So Lisa just let me know that the speaker was here and they were getting him set, but we haven't heard from her since. So we're just killing time. You guys have any questions? Until we get this started? It starts at 8:30, but he was already there, so we'll see. I don't want to change the slides, take them down at this point because we want to be able to use them. So, okay, let's see. Yes. So, yes. Don wrote yes, but not sure that you had a question. I wanted to show you. Oh, okay. He's not here yet. All right. Okay. Thank you, Lisa. So maybe I'll just go ahead and do that. I want to show you the map, and I also want to show you a little website that's called VA Access to Care. So I think we're going to do that. So I'm going to go ahead and transition over to that. And let's see. So this is VA Access to Care, and this is a open source website, not behind the firewall, not behind the intranet, and it's got some really good information here. So try to remember this website for the future, because you might want to be checking up on how we're doing as an organization. And a lot of speakers have come to you and they've said, you know, you're just in like the best organization in the world. And how do we know this? Well, we know it through data, right? And we use something called SAIL measures. You just heard the director talking about it. Quality is going to come and talk to you, and they're going to talk to you about the SAIL measures also. But if you want to go look at those measures, so what do I do, me, Irene Silvernell, or me, new nurse, you know, how am I going to affect these measures? And it's very evident how you affect these measures. So because they're looking at the direct patient care, they're looking exactly what are the outcomes, which is as a result of patient care. So the first thing I want to do, though, is show you this. This is, so you know how Johns Hopkins has their COVID tracker, and then San Antonio Metro Health has a COVID tracker, and then, of course, VA, we have one too, right? So if you want to know how the VA is doing across our very large organization, we have the COVID tracker. right here. So it shows you, this is all VAs at a glance. This is how many of our veterans have contracted COVID. This is how many active cases we've had, and this is how many convalescent cases we have. And this across the organization, you can see how many of our employees have contracted and how many of our employees are convalescent, and then how many deaths that we've had due to this. But say you just want to know about, I just want to know about Texas, and really, Irene, I just want to know about South Texas. So it's really easy. You just come here, we click Texas. We're going to filter down to all facilities here, and then you're going to filter over here to San Antonio. All right. So now we can sort of see San Antonio and how we're looking. So we currently have cumulative cases, 699. We have 306 that are active, 378 that are convalescent, and we've had 15 known deaths. And you can see we've had 16 employees that are active, 2 that are veteran employees, 24 employees are convalescing, and 4 veteran employees are convalescing. So we have had some of our employees contract COVID, but it's, you know, as we know, COVID is everywhere. It's in our community. It's everywhere. So we have to be careful. As the deputy director was telling you yesterday, you need to take care of yourselves and, you know, do the right things. Wear your masks, socially distant, be careful where you're going, because we hired you and we need you. We need you here with us now. Here's a little map, though. I think this little map is kind of friendly. Again, give you kind of an idea where you are if you've never been to most of you probably interviewed online have never been to our facility. So this kind of gives you an idea of where we are. And so this is Wurzburg Parkway. This is Medical Drive. This right here, this is University Hospital right next to us. So if you're coming this way from Floyd Curl down Wurzburg Parkway, our parking garage is across the street from our facility. So our facility is right here, okay? And if you get to Merton Mentor, you've already passed the turn in for the parking garage. The turn in is like right here, just right after Medical Drive. You make a right-hand turn and you turn into the VA parking garage. If you miss that, don't worry, just keep coming and you can turn right here. Now, if you're coming from Babcock down Wurzburg Parkway, you can make this left-hand turn to Von Schnell, and there's a back entrance to the VA parking garage, which is right here. All right. When you come into the facility, we're going to give you a temporary access badge, which will also serve as the access card into the VA parking garage. Okay. So you will pick that up from HR tomorrow when you come in, a temporary badge until you get your PIV. And then it will also serve as an access badge. So just to get you, the VA is right here. Our parking is across the street from us, right over here, okay? And you can access it off of Wurzburg Parkway or Von Schnell. So this is the front entrance, this is the back entrance. Normally, during those heavy, busy times when people are coming to work, like a large volume of people coming to work, they open the garage because there's too many people going through. Okay. If you're working off tour, I do believe off tour individuals can park on the campus. If you've never been to our campus, it's a totally fenced in campus. And there are monitored access points. So I think you can come in from 2 different gates, but if you turn down Merton Mentor, right? If you turn down Merton Mentor, you're going to come all the way around and you'll find a little access gate right here in the front. This is like the front of the hospital. Just go through there and the parking is going to be off over here somewhere. Okay. And then there's an egress point, a place to leave. So if you enter here, you egress here, exit. You can exit over here. And then over here, you get back onto Babcock and Wurzburg. But any access point that you use, you will have to be screened. And our screening is just a temperature check. And you need to wear a mask. Okay? So hopefully that has given you guys kind of an overview what you're going to expect. Tomorrow when you come in, you're going to go up to the 3rd floor, C303. And I have to tell you, I hope HR has given you clear directions of where you go to pick up anything they want you to pick up, because HR has just moved out of our facility, and I honestly don't know where they moved to. I think they left PIV there, but you guys would probably know better than me the information they provided you, because I am not super sure, because this move just happened this week. Okay? Questions on that? Let's give it a second here for questions. We're going to flip back over and get their stuff ready for the speaker, okay? While you guys come up with some questions. Oh, hi. Hi, Lisa. Hi, do you hear me?
We're here. We're ready.
Okay. All right. Well, I've used my other time, so now I got to upload slides again, but it doesn't take not too long. So give me a second.
And don't be startled if you.
Okay, Miguel. We got to get your name on these slides, I guess, huh?
Just in case.
Yeah. Nice. I love the mustache. We love it.
Thank you. Let's see.
Okay, so you have 9 nurses, and you've got some inpatient, outpatient nurses. It's a good group of people, and I'm going to go ahead and let you just take over, okay? So.
And then you can use the mouse to advance the slides right here. The keyboard doesn't work, but you can just put your cursor right on that little arrow to advance the slides.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Right there.
Okay, where's the microphone?
It's in here, so they can hear you. We did a mic check
Okay.
earlier, so you're live.
Good morning. Hi, everyone. My name is Miguel Rosado, and I'll be talking to you for the next hour and 15 minutes. I've been kind of pinch hitter here. We're busy at the unit taking care of floor patient and clinic patients. This is very important. I've been working with unit for the last 17 months, ostomy, wound ostomy clinic. Okay, let's go ahead. I welcome you all to the best treatment facility in Texas, the VA, and also the U.S. Army, Air Force, and Marine and Navy, everyone. I spent 32 years working for the U.S. Army as a combat medic, all the way to nurse manager and administrator in the emergency room, ICU, burn unit, and then administrator. Let's go ahead. So once again, welcome you all to this facility. The objectives are identify factors that contribute to pressure-induced tissue injury and accurately describe the category staging of pressure injuries. On the second one, it takes a while to be an expert, and some of you might have many years of experience, and that's good. And I ask you if you do to help those who doesn't. And as I learned, and I might repeat this several times, is that sometimes when you're staging a patient, if you have a doubt, but you're close to it, it's better if you stage it a level higher from 1 to 4. So if you find that you have a patient that you think is a 2, but you're not sure, you can go to stage 3. The importance of pressure injury knowledge. It's a geriatric syndrome. So we know the older you get, the skin stick less to your body, and also it's easier to get injury because you had less fat, and less circulation, and many other, you lose pain sensation. So it's a risk that if you have one of these patients, you pay, more attention to it. Make sure he's turned and check his skin, especially when they arrive to the hospital, to see how they were before they were admitted here. There is a 2.5 million patients per year in the U.S. alone. That is according to the Agency for Healthcare and Research, 2011 study they did. Pain and suffering comes to this with the patients, to include the family too, who has to take care of them. Believe me, they too get involved into the patient care when they get discharged. Infections, you get cellulitis, osteomyelitis, which is really bad, and sepsis. Who comes to the hospital to leave the hospital with cellulitis or osteomyelitis? Nobody does, but it happens. 60%, that's almost 2 out of 3 mortality rate within a year of we come from acute to chronic pressure ulcer. 60,000 deaths per year, and impact on the family is huge, including for losing a loved one, to financial, to now we got to go to the hospital to be treated. They come to our clinic. We keep treating them once they leave, and that they cannot come. I have patients that they resistant to come to the hospital because of COVID virus, and then we got to convince them that we need to see this patient, but we're still working with them through telehealth. So, and depression, you should see this patient. We tried and we tried and we tried, and we work hard to get them in. They get depressed, we get depressed because we're doing the best and it's not working. But we always find a way. For the most part, I have seen miracles with our patients, believe me. It does increase in length of stay. Now, the patient came for 2 days, came from 2 days or 3 days, and now the patient staying for 2 weeks because we got to treat this. Economic impact per stage 3 is $40,000 if we don't get this turnaround. So when we go to see patients and we see a stage 3, we start working hard to reverse it and work with the patient. 11 billion per year, as you can see. Medicare no longer pays for that. That was in 2008 when this started, but I remember hearing from this earlier than that when I was active duty. Because in active duty we used to take the blunt of we charge, but in the military we did it, we take care of it. But on the civilian part of the hospital, Medicare, Medicaid, and 65 years old or Medicaid, you're already in the system. They say we're not going to pay for anything that you cost. 17,000 pressure also related to lawsuit annual. That's a lot, and the settlement is at almost to 250,000. You can tell that we lost revenue when we do this that we can use to improve the hospital or pay for more nurses. 300-bed hospital within 50,000 admission in a year with a 3.5% pressure ulcer. Anyway, it's expensive, in other words. Pressure ulcers among nursing home residents in the United States, 2004. Some key findings in 2004, about 159 current U.S. nursing home residents, that's 11%, had pressure ulcer. And that's why we get a lot of patients. Our population is mostly, I don't want to say elderly, but when you work here, you'll see, Vietnam and World War II, if we can see some of them. I have a couple of patients like those that I treat from nursing home and keep him talking to his daughter, which is helping to take care of him. Resident age 64 year and under were more likely than older residents to have pressure ulcer. And residents of nursing home for a year or less were more likely to have pressure ulcer than those with longer stay. So in essence, nursing homes get more patients with pressure ulcer. And I did one time hospice, and I had to go visit patients on hospice, many of them at nursing homes. And you can tell when you say, this is a place I want to be if I ever get by myself. Because they care, they take it. There are other places that you say, wow, these people are busy and these patients are not getting the care. Not to put it on them, but you can understand why. When you got a lot of people, patients, and a lot of staff to work it. So you know the patient comes from nursing home. You want to make sure you really, really do a skin assessment on these patients. It's on us. Because if it's not done, then we'll find out that the patient has something 2 or 3 days later, and you count on us. A pressure injury is localized damage to the skin or underlying soft tissue, usually over bony parts. So when you do an assessment, it's good that if you see something that's suspicious, you start looking for bony parts, because that's what is putting pressure more than anything else. You got a, let's say, 75-year-old patient with not too much fat on his buttock area, sacral, coccyx, and you can, touch the bone right there. It's right there. So no fat. This patient needs to be taken care closely into assessment, and then you implement turning every 2 hours if it's not moving. If he's walking and turning bed, that will save you time, but you want to keep an eye on this patient. So, because that pressure, there is no good circulation to the area, it doesn't take too long for the tissue to start dying. There is also medical device-related pressure injury. Now with COVID patient, we're putting the patient prone positions, and they're intubated, and we're seeing more. We start working on preventing it, but we see more patients who are intubated with the device that hold the tube in place. So we got stage 3 pressure ulcer due to medical device. We also have a patient who has a nasal cannula. And because of that, we have worked to change we got a nasal cannula that is soft, thanks to Kevin and Jenny Davis and Kevin Jacobson, who saw that we were having a lot of patients coming with medical device pressure ulcers, and they say this is not working because the nasal cannula around the ear and under the eye is part of the cheeks bone there. So they worked and they were able to change it. So if you find a patient that comes from the ER, and I don't think the ER is the cause, but from another hospital, and they have the nasal cannula that is really hard when you put it around the ear, we have one that it can be used or replaced for the soft one and prevent those kind of injury. Also the same with Foley, that it goes underneath the thigh. We got pressure also like that. We got also stockings that we put. We're working on that too. So if you have any doubt, just talk to us. Mucosal membrane pressure injury. Mucous membrane pressure injury is found on mucous membrane with a history of medical device. It's used to localize the injury. Due to the anatomy of the tissue, this also cannot be staged. So if, let's say, inside the mouth, because the tube, or inside the nose, you'd want to say pressure ulcer stage 2 or 3. What we do is describe it as partial thickness or full thickness. causes pressure. Major players. Some of the causes of pressure injury is activity, degree of physical activity. Patient that is not mobile, they stayed on the bed flat, and sensory perception. They don't feel that they have pain, or they're unconscious that they cannot feel anything. So it's up to us to make sure they be turned. Tissue tolerance factors. Let me see if I can move this picture out of the way. Oh my goodness. Got it. Oh, there we go. Tissue tolerance is extrinsic factors, moisture, shears. Probably you know that when we admit patients into the hospital, they're not to be wearing any brief, and also the padding underneath for moisture. We try to keep them dry and clean. Intrinsic factors, nutrition. If the patient is not eating, they're not getting energy to replace tissue. Also affects prevention and healing process, if any. Hypoxia, metabolic waste products, and free radical generation. That will really start damaging tissues. And reperfusion injury on this one, sometimes you have a patient who's been on his back for more than 2 hours. You turn the patient and you see a red spot. But red spot, you touch it with blanches. Well, that's not a pressure injury. That will call hyperemic, which is there was no circulation to that area. All of a sudden, you move the patient and blood rush into that area, and it's turned red. But you press and it turned white. So blanches, then. Okay, I was reading something, sorry. So you might think it's a stage 1, we will go through that later, but it's just hyperemic. But good catch. You saw something, you start working on it, and report it or take action depending on your knowledge. So reperfusion injury, that's what I call hyperemic. Compressive forces causing deformation. The tissue start damaging from inside out, and you might not notice it, but 2-3 days later you see this maroon purple area. It's to be reported ASAP. Let's go now on staging. Just want to see. Yeah, staging pressure. This is real interesting to do the staging. When I just finished the school on woundostomy, and I kept on listening to the expert, which when I went to school in February, she gave us class there too. And when you listen to her, you see her saying, you know, we are not always exact, but this is one thing I will ask you to do. Let's say you see, like I mentioned earlier, if you see a patient that is stage 2, stage 3, goes 3. And then you call us and you put our consult. We will come over here and say, you're right, or no, you closed. And I might agree with you, even if I see 2, 3, let's go 3. Anyway, stage 1 pressure injury, non-blanchable, that's the point there. You see this red spot or purple, and you put your finger on that area for 5 seconds. There's no open skin, not whatsoever. And 5 seconds, you remove it, it stays the same color. There goes, pressure injury stage 1. It is reversible, but you just don't say it's stage 1, because let me go back. This is on us, nurses. Patient comes to us, we see them, and then all of a sudden, we start finding stage 1, 3. I mean, it's not to cause, because nobody's to blame, but they're gonna say, well, he came here, he came to us without any pressure ulcer, now it is, what happened? So we need to start looking the cost analysis. I mean, not cost analysis, but root cause. Anyway, it's in the skin with a localized area of non-blanchable erythema, which may appear differently in darkly pigmented skin. So you can see on those two pictures there, lightly pigmented and darks. Yeah. So once again, color change does not include purple or maroon discoloration. They may indicate deep tissue pressure injury, that purple or maroon. Staging pressure injury, stage 2. Okay, the skin, for the most part, is 0.2 centimeters. So when you break that skin, you go to the next level, the epidermis there, as you can see on that one. You're already in there. That's stage 2, which is partial thickness, what we call. If I describe it, I go partial thickness. I'm not saying stage 2. When I do my diagnosis, then I go into stage 2. But when I'm doing my description of the wound, like in this case, partial thickness, it means that I already went through the epidermis, which is 0.2. So if you see in my numbers, when I write my numbers, it will say, for instance, this is 3 centimeter by 3 centimeter by 0.2 centimeter, stage 2, because it's not deep, it's just the epidermis is gone. And that could happen with a patient that we move up in the bed. Without using the turn and position mat, that you will get acquainted with this, because all the patients here has them. It's very rare. Maybe a patient who's moving in bed, young patient, but those. But when you drag the patient up in bed without that, or the patient does it himself, like pushing up himself with the elbow, like that shear friction will cause that epidermis, that 0.2, which is about 20 cells deep in cells deep in the skin. So that's what you got when you get a stage 2. Commonly, so for adverse microclimate, it could be moisture and shear in the skin over the pelvis and shear in the heels. In the heels, like patient trying to push themselves up in bed. Stage 3, pressure injury, full thickness skin loss. Now, there we went all the way below the epidermis. You see the fatty area there, and you can start seeing what they call eschar, or you can also see granulation tissues, and you can also see slough there, which is a yellowish dead skin. Now, let me hold that thought for later on, because I know I have to mention it. The depth of tissue damage varies anatomically. Location area of significant deposity can develop deep wound. Undermining and tunneling may occur. When you have that type of stage 3, you can go under the skin, like on the mostly you can see that on sacral or heels, but mostly sacral and coccyx area. Undermining tunneling occur. Facial muscle, tendon, ligament, cartilage, and bone are not exposed. So it's just go through the fat area there, which is kind of yellowish. But then you develop dead tissue because the circulation is almost gone in that area. We got to offload that area to start working to regenerate. But whatever is dead there is not going to be hair or sweat glands. And stage 4. This is a stage where you're going to start seeing muscle, bone. You can say, you can palpate the fascia, tendon, ligament, cartilage, Sloughs and eschar may be visible in this, or it's a clean wound. Pupillary, which is a voltage, it's when the wound is trying to close, but rather than close, rather than coming across, you just turn. This is the sign that it will tell the skin that, okay, I'm closed, when it's not. And we work with that. We have to create an environment by removing that edge there that will tell the wound edges, oh, we're not close, we need still work to close it. But we do that when the wound is clean and you have tissue that is bringing blood to the area to bring cells and nutrients to have the wound grow to close. Now, I made the mistake when I was learning, and we have a nurse rotating with us, which you will be doing, and we will meet in person. That I learned that was one that I will never forget. The wound, it was stage 3 or 4, because you can see that it has slough, because in a stage 2 you don't have slough or eschar, but in stage 3 or 4, but it was totally yellow, the wound. And she asked me what stage is this, because I'm with the expert, right? And I said, oh, it's a stage 3. And she said, no, I think it's unstageable. And I said, no, I think it's a stage 3, because when you see slough, you're already in 3. So we called the expert and said, what stage is this patient in this wound? And she said, unstageable. Why? Because you cannot see if you're on the muscle area or you're on fat area. You don't know how deep you are. You know that you're on 3 or 4, but since you cannot tell because it's covered by eschar or by slough, then you put unstageable. And you would describe it there, full thickness, because when you're full thickness, you are already in stage 3 or 4. And then you'd say, okay, unstageable, because I cannot see through, what is it? You put a consult for treatment, we come over and we probably give you a star. Staging pressure injury, unstable pressure injury, obscure, full thickness skin, like I mentioned earlier, and tissue loss. Full thickness skin and tissue loss is in which the extent of the tissue damage within the ulcer cannot be confirmed because it's obscured by slough or eschar. I guess I'm talking ahead of myself here. It's the PowerPoint. If slough or eschar is removed, stage 3 or 4 pressure injury will be revealed. The stable eschar, dry adherent intact without erythema or fluctuance. That's when you see it's a like leathery black tissue, that tissue that is on the wound, but you don't see any erythema around or redness. That means that there's no infection, it's stable. You see those, I would say, patient with diabetes and foot injuries, that you see that eschar there. You call us and we will say, don't touch it. There's no infection. He's not walking. There's nothing. Now we can do at this moment. We'll keep a look at it, or refer it to a podiatry to see the patient. So a limb should not be removed or on the heel, or ischemic limb should not be softened or removed. That's the eschar. And you see that area. I don't know if you can see my pointer here. Anyway, so let me see. On the second one on the right, you can see that it's eschar and slough, which is, it look like whitish there, but when you see it in on the patient, it's kind of yellowish, just like the fatty part on the bottom there. That's how it looks. Deep tissue pressure injury. This is one doozy. It happens fast. So I saw a patient that less than 7 days went from stage 2 to deep tissue injury. Amazing. It was bad, but once again, to the beginning of lecture here, we can see the patient is old, his nutrition is poor, his fatty area is low, to say the least. And he doesn't have any fat or anything. And I've been working with this patient for a month. I mean, it opened a little bit, we got it closed, he goes home, comes back, opens a little bit, we got it closed, and then all of a sudden went from a 2 to massive deep tissue pressure injury. So that, once again, mobility, moisture, what is it, fat on the back where the pressure is being placed, turning the patient, all that thing has to be considered. Is intact or not intact skin with localized area of persistent non-blanchable deep red, maroon, purple discoloration or epidermis separation, revealing a dark wound bed blood filled blister. So you can see that it's purple, got nice skin, it's not open, or you can see when it's coming all the way, because it's coming from inside out, when it's coming that, you can see by the time it's on by the outside, you get a blood-filled blister which I saw in this patient not long ago. So it was fast anyway. So you got to keep an eye on this patient. The moment he has this purple color, it has to be reported. So we can go and we can put a bed, we can put a mattress, we can do several things to prevent it to go even deeper. Anyway, discoloration may appear differently in darkly pigmented skin. The injury results from intense and prolonged pressure and shear force of the bone-muscle interface where the bone and muscle is touching. That's why I say it's going from inside out, deep tissue injury. And the wound may evolve rapidly to reveal the actual extent of the tissue injury or may resolve without tissue loss. And we got treatment when we find patient who get deep tissue pressure injury. We get to see let me see how it tells you this better. We get to treat the patient. If it's caught within the first 72 hours, we got a treatment that takes 7 days, and maybe it's 5 to 10 minutes, depend how much the extent of the injury. Is that correct? All right. And you can see there the darkness of the picture at the bottom, how deep it goes all the way to the bone. Especially on the heel is the one that's the most in the sacral, because the heel, they got a bone like the tip of your finger on the heel pressing on the bed. That, let me see if I can get this. That, I mean, depending how old the patient is, it can be this thick or just touching. It doesn't take long to happen. So, and we got proper devices to prevent this. Okay, let's go with this. What would you call this one, if any? Stage 1, 2, 3, unstageable. Okay, On this wound, I would call it unstageable because you got the eschar and the slough on the left side of the wound. Another one, unstageable wound because you got the eschar on this area and on the side here. I want to change myself. Let me see. Hold on. Let me go back. I'm having a hard time seeing this. Okay, this wound, anybody can guess? And tell me what you see here. Hello? Hello? Anybody there?
Miguel, you're on a delay, okay?
Got it.
So when you say hello, there's like 20 seconds before you can get a response.
Oh my goodness. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So can anybody guess and tell me what wound is this?
Well, so here's somebody said unstageable.
On this one, that will be a stage 3.
Oh, okay, yeah, someone got it. John got it. Mm-hmm.
Yep, you got it. Stage 3 because you can see some of the granulation here. You got some slough and some eschar, but you still see granulation on that. Do you see when I move the arrow around, the cursor?
Are you moving it now?
Yes, I am.
No.
You don't see it. Okay. Let's go to the next one. Okay. You can tell the head is on the right. Anybody can guess which one is this? Or tell me what, not guessing, can you tell me?
Give it a second here. I think they're looking at it.
All right.
No, they're looking at it on a small screen too, usually. So.
Oh, okay, then never mind. Well, this is, I will say, this one is stage 3, because you can see on the upper part, you can see some tissue there, but it's full thickness. This one here is on the medial aspect of the foot, I can tell. You can see tendon there. Anybody can see, tell me which one is this? What stage is this one? This is a stage 4. If it's a pressure ulcer, because you can see tendon. The next one is stage 4-2, because you can see muscle, and at the right in the center of it, you can see a little bit of tendon there too. Bone. It's deep. So, if the patient is not taking care, pressure ulcer is going to happen. For the most part, it's going to happen. The number says that. and it's been proven. So what are we gonna do? What is our job? It's prevention before it happens. There is no other way. And the other thing is, once it happens, once again, we go into prevention to reverse it as much as we could, and we can do it. The secret is offload. When we go and see patients and we tell them, there's some patients say, I don't want that wedge on my back or on my butt. All I want is to be flat and watch TV. Leave me alone. We tell them, if you don't get those special boots, if you don't turn, you're gonna develop. So we try to work with the patient. Well, you don't want the boots, can we put this pillow? But for the most part, I will say 99% of the time, patient comply with what we ask them, and we prevent it. So we gotta eliminate the causes. Deal with depression. Number one and top, and we tell the patient right off the bat, offload. It's nothing else. We had a patient with amputation, and he keep using prosthesis, and we got to get to the point to what we call in the school gently scolding the patient. Was kind of embarrassing, and he came to the clinic, but we told him you had to stop this, and don't blame anybody else but yourself. I mean, he got undermining way, like I would say 5 to 6 by his knee, undermine about 5 centimeters. And we talked to them, and we forced him, we talked to him. He was closed, because we don't heal there. Closed, because we told him what to do and what we wanted him to do, and we forced him, and he closed. So amazing, it was amazing. Time, you remove time on the back or time on the pressure area, no more than 2 hours. You go to the book, sometimes they measure 4 hours. No, it's 2 hour period. Here is 2 hours. And also redistribution. When we put the patient, you think the patient is gonna be potential for pressure ulcer because moisture, microclimate, mobility, feeding, nutrition. You start working with this patient. We're glad when we see you that the patient already have an air mattress, a waffle on, they got the boots. When we come from to see your consult and see the patient, good, you're doing everything that it takes. So all we do is we treat what is already in and start to reverse it. Deal with tissue tolerance and extrinsics, what is part of like the bed, change to bed, put mattress. Now we're working, like I mentioned, on medical device pressure ulcer injuries. We're working with respiratory therapy to change when the patient is on prone position, change that device so we don't get those pressure injuries. Increasing circulation, oxygen, nutrition. Skin inspection are performing and documented each shift. So this is what helps us, you, to monitor the patient. If it's not monitored, it won't take long before we get that pressure injury. Comprehensive skin assessment is completed daily using approved template like BNAT. And let me see how I say this. Please be very specific. I mean, we cut you some, the way I talk, some slack, and the way you describe, but be as much specific as you can. Location of the wound, how big it is, the wound or the injury, what you have done, and VNUC, that is there, because when they put the console, it's very simple. And then we go to VNUC and say, well, let's see what they have done and how they describe the wound. VNUC, skin initial and reassessment. That's where we go, and we track from the moment it's reported backward to see how this got to where it is. And this is the BNA notes. And they got the categories. Let me see if I can see it here on my notes. That's where we got the categories of there we go. That you're gonna put on the Braden scale, and that's what we use. And once you get a Braden scale less than 18, there got to be implementation of prevention for wound injury. That's automatic. You just go right off bat. You hit 18, okay. On those, the most important things is mobility, moisture, mobility, frictions. Then you start, we can see that some of you implement prevention treatments on the patients. Once again, the Braden scale. If you don't know what each subcategory is, it is you hit on the BANA part that is a hyperlink, and it will take you there to help you put the right category for the patient. Okay, more Braden scale, the BNA notes. It's self-explanatory, and if you ever had a problem, just talk to one of your coworkers so they can tell you what to do and help you to get it as most accurate, because the accurate you get it, the better for the patient and the treatment you can implement. Okay. Implement with Braden below 19. Skin bundle is a group of orders that we place to prevent and try to reverse skin injury, pressure injury. Skin bundle prevention order set implemented with a Braden below 19. So you hit 18, skin bundle is going to be placed automatically. All nursing intervention do not need doctor's order to implement. Like I said, this skin bundle is like putting a mattress underneath. If it's moisture, you put ointment to prevent moisture, skin injury. You can put the mattress, I said that. Turn the patient every 2 hours. Put the boots on to prevent heel injuries. And this is how it looks, the skin bundle when we put it on. And some of them, when I got a patient with like a stage 2 and maybe a stage 3, that this patient is having a lot of liquid stool, I like to put Sensicare ointment because it got zinc oxide, which is stay and protect the wound better. So once in a while we go into these orders and we alter to state what we want you to do. And we order the medication because zinc oxide somehow, it has to be ordered. So prevalent boots, this is what we use to protect the heels. Very, very effective. And can you make the error to put it wrong side? Yes, it happened to me until somebody told me on picture number 1, 2, 3, 4, the one on the right side, you can see like a tap there from the company. We call it the flag. The flag has to be away from the patient and not under the heel to be right. So on the picture, it tells you how to put it. A sacral foam dressing we use the Aquacell. It's also on the books. We only protect from friction and shear injury. So it's a patient that it can be moved by himself, and you start seeing like a stage 1 by, shouldn't be, but it's stage 2, because the friction, the epidermis, that 20 cells deep epidermis is gone. This is how it can prevent it. The book says, but it will not prevent pressure. It's just shear. Just because that he got that protective foam there, it doesn't mean that he's not going to develop pressure ulcer. There's no fat. There's nothing there. You need to turn the patient, period. So, but to prevent injuries is good from friction and shear only. Barrier cream, we use Aloe Vesta. You can use that. It's in the Omnicell, so it's not a pharmacy item. Sometimes I change it's Aloe Vesta for Sensicare ointment because it stays longer. Used to protect skin from moisture. Apply a thick layer. You see that cake there? Cake under. That's how my partner Jenny described it. It's like putting frosting on the cake. A lot. I mean, you can use one of this Sensicare that you find in the Omnicell, almost more than half of it to cover that area. However, you don't put as a foam on top of it. It's not going to work. It's either or, never both. Indwelling catheter securement, that's another thing. We're talking about protecting the bladder and the urethra. And we have articles that tell us, and it comes from also from the Woundostomy Continence Society, that there are studies that show the best practice for clinicians is to secure an indwelling urinary catheter. It's recommended, and all these support the right use of it. It reduces internal trauma to the bladder, neck, and urethra, causing reduction in bladder being irritated or spasm. You can read that, urinary rejection. It prevents erosion, tearing, and accidental removal of catheter. But to prevent all this, it has to be done right. And the right way to do it is either put it on the abdomen, lower abdomen, on the upper mid thigh. It's not on the top. It's not on the anterior medial. It's medial upper, period. That's not, or on the upper. And it's because the form of urethra goes into the system. Stage tap. This is another skin bundle that we use. The tap, like I mentioned earlier, is no airbed taking the place of manual turning and patient. So there might be the most expensive bed, but none of them provide anything like turning the patient every 2 hours. And this here, the tap, turn and position, this yellow mat that you see there with the wedges are the one we use. The wedges with the tail goes at the below the buttock, and the one without the tail goes on by the shoulder. And that will be explained in depth when you get into the unit. And it got instructions too. Gamer sit cushion, if the patient needs to be out of bed and sit for more than 2 hours. We got this cushion that we also, on the skin bundle, it is recommended. Let's see. How I'm doing.
You're ahead of schedule. You're doing good. You did good. I know it's tough. You did a really good job.
This is my start. How do you call that? A disclaimer. This is the first time I've done this. One. Second, I'm always up to the bat if they ask me. And I had to tap dance, but I ask you for your, excuse me if anything misunderstood. I did 1 year teaching at San Antonio College when I left the Army back in 2008, and I enjoyed teaching more than anything. Just to let you know, I always was providing my student with information, and this was when the smartphone was coming. And I usually was up to 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning after I got angry sometimes correcting their papers. And because I told them this, why they're answering the wrong thing? Anyway, but I keep on sending them journals and this until one time, one of the instructor or professor came to my office and told me, Miguel, your student are complaining that you're sending email at 3 o'clock in the morning. I say, no, I'm not doing. Well, I am, but it's not like I'm doing that. Well, they use a phone for email and they keep on going off, so I have to stop that practice. But I wanted to them to get the best education instruction because I want them to be the best. Now, do you have any question? If you don't, please don't. Go.
Okay, give him a second, okay? I'm gonna have him watch the TDAP video because we're done a little bit early, so we'll do that after we're done, but just give him
okay. So I have to stand by?
Yep, just like 20 seconds. Let's just see here. Just relax.
Oh, I see. Okay.
No, it's thank you, Miguel. Everybody's saying thank you, no questions. So you must have done a good job. They didn't ask you any questions.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'm glad you're working for us. Call us anytime. The telephone number, I think is, let me see, somewhere here. The 210-279-1242. We're more than glad to come to the floor and assist you, be with you, and help you on anything we can. We enjoy this. I do. Thank you very much. Once again, welcome.
Thank you, Miguel.
I'm out.
All right. Just leave everything on. The next speaker's going to come, and I'll walk her through what to do, okay? All right.
All right.
Nice mustache. I want one.
Thank you.
All right. What I want to do is I got to step over to my other computer to let you see that video. So give me a second. Don't run off anywhere. And then we'll have time for a little break. So hang tight, okay? I want you to see this this system, the stage system that we use. So hold on. Let me transfer over here for this, okay?
Thank you.
Have a good rest of your day.
Yes, it will be.
All right, Lisa, are you there? No? Okay. All right, so you're
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna show them a quick video on the stage tap. And so then they'll go on break till 10. And then if you just just leave everything open. I think I'll have her slides up and ready to go at 10.
Okay, sounds good.
All right. Thank you, Lisa.
You're welcome.
Okay, so you should be, I gotta shut this other thing down, otherwise you're gonna get all that feedback again, so hold on. Hold on.
When using the Prevalon Turn and Position System 2.0, please keep the following in mind. It's designed to assist with turning, positioning, and boosting patients while reducing the risk of healthcare worker injury. Place the glide sheet alongside the patient with the printed arrow pointing toward the head of the bed. Unfold the glide sheet and align the upper edge with the patient's shoulder. Smooth any wrinkles and raise the bed rails. Using the black handles, line up the patient's hips with the hinge point of the bed. Insert the anchor wedge tail first with the black fabric facing up. Place the upper wedge at least 1 hand width away. If needed, perform a micro-turn to position the patient at the appropriate angle. Check to make sure the patient's sacrum is offloaded. Raise the bed rails. Remove the wedges prior to boosting patients. Move the patient to the desired position. The orange boost straps can also assist with repositioning patients. To boost the patient, slide your hands through the strap loops until the loops are wrapped around your wrists or forearms and grasp the straps with your hands. Boost the patient to the desired position. After use, position the boost straps away from the patient over the sides of the bed. If the microclimate body pad becomes soiled, remove it and replace it with a new one. If the glide sheet and wedges become soiled, wipe them with a damp cloth. To learn more, call or visit our website.
The two most common reasons people go to see plastic surgeons are undoubtedly wrinkles and laxity. Otherwise,
All right, I think we're going to be starting here. We're waiting for our next speaker. This is Irene Herrera, and you'll meet either her or one of her assistants tomorrow. So we're just waiting for her. Hope you guys enjoyed your break. And we're waiting for Lisa or someone to come online. So I'm going to mute. And I'm in the chat box if you have any questions.
You always get stopped because you're so.
Okay.
You see, you're going pretty fast.
No, let people see me.
You don't want people to see you. All right.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
Good morning.
Let me take over. And then you can control by clicking right there.
Awesome.
All right.
Do this.
I left my hand over for everybody.
Good. Good morning. I'm ready to get started. Is that okay?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Good morning, Irene. So good to see you. This is Irene Herrera with Safety Office on behalf of all the South Texas Veterans Healthcare System safety staff. Welcome on board. My topic is going to be on the prevention of tuberculosis in the healthcare setting, but it will also include talks on the COVID-19 talk. I'm sorry. Woo, let me take a breath. Just running down the hall as always, guys. So, name's Irene Herrera. I work with the Safety Office. We're going to go ahead and talk about the objectives. You know, many of you have been in the field for a very long time, so you can differentiate between an N95 and a surgical mask. This has been a big topic, as you know, with the COVID-19. We're looking at N95 respirators with valves and no valves and why people wear surgical masks and so forth. So we're going to make sure that we differentiate between those two. While our employees are working with PUIs, which are patients under investigation, and COVID positive patients, we will be wearing the N95 respirator, not a surgical mask. We're going to demonstrate tomorrow on how to properly wear, maintain, and dispose of the respirator. At this time, we are not at a critical crisis mode for N95 respirators. We've been relying mainly on the Max Airs, which is considered a powered air purifying respirator. So we've been using those on the COVID unit. So our supply of N95 is pretty healthy, but we are in the process of reprocessing them. We're sending them off to Battelle.
The Patel will then use hydrogen peroxide method to sterilize our respirators and then bring them back. The good news is that Irene Herrera will get her respirator back. We are marking the respirator so that I don't have to use someone else's. I know it's a sterilization process, but we were getting a lot of feedback from the staff not wanting to share, as they thought, a respirator even though it gone through the cleaning process. So we added an extra step, so you'll be able to get back your own N95 respirator. So far, we've had really good positive results with them being sterilized. We had our first batch returned to us, and we did fit testing just to see if the respirator had been compromised or it smelled different. And so far, all 3 employees passed with the fit testing. So we're having some pretty good processes with the N95. I'll give you an idea of when to wear the N95 respirator. We're going to define the N90 respirator, and also we'll look at the max airs or the PAPRs that we have here, and also our purpose of negative airflow rooms. So it's just so important, not just only with TB and other airborne infectious diseases, but also, as you'll see, with COVID-19. You'll know, I'm not sure if y'all have been up on the COVID-19 unit. You'll notice that the whole unit, not just a room, has been made negative so that the air is not forced through the filters and going through another facility, staying within and then exhausted out. So that's a really good engineering control that we've had in place. Talk a little bit about our N95 program requirements. This is going to change. In the past, we didn't have a whole lot of tuberculosis cases. But with COVID-19, it's probably going to change where we're going to do fit testing to include the clinics on an annual basis. And if anyone would like to volunteer to be a fit test instructor, please let me know. In the past, I would go over and fit test the clinic, and because they didn't have a high volume of TB suspect patients, they hadn't used the respirator all year. So it wasn't a good use of my time, nor the use of the healthcare providers to have annual training if they weren't wearing it every year and ensuring that they were competent. Now with the COVID-19, we're going to expand our respirator fit test instructors or champions so that we can make sure we have instructors at the clinics and available to fit test as needed. The other part of that is we always had a max air unit. We had at least 2 per clinic. Frank Tejeda, North Central, Victoria, South Bear, all had 2 units. So in the event that someone came in with a high consequence infectious disease and you didn't have an N95 respirator, you did have the option to wear the max air powered air purifying respirator. Of course, we all know a surgical barrier is very loose fitting. It is not designed to trap a little tiny particle. It's more of blocking the large droplets and sprays. And like we said, we wear the surgical barriers that protect you from what we're coughing and hacking. And I think this is an excellent picture. I love this picture because it just demonstrates that not only when you're coughing and sneezing, but even talking, sometimes people, are coughing up the droplet and aerosolizing it. So we've always had a really strong respirator etiquette program in place. Respiratory etiquette was very important at the clinics and even at the outpatient clinics. We had a patient coming in hacking and coughing. We would always have, the staff is always empowered. MAS, our secretarial staff, housekeeping staff, could grab a surgical barrier and hand it to the patient who's coughing and hacking and explain to them, hey, you're coughing and hacking. We didn't want to spread this in the environment. Do you mind putting on a surgical barrier? And then plus we had hand sanitizer that was readily accessible. So great infection control practices even before COVID-19 were already in place. We do have a really strong visitors that come into the facility. We offer them a surgical mask to wear when they're visiting their patient and a negative isolation room. We do not give N95 respirators to our patients and visitors. And the reason why is that they impact the breathing of an employee. And so if a patient comes in and they're already having difficulty breathing, putting an N95 respirator when they're in the room could be very detrimental to their health, which is why we put a surgical barrier on them and immediately put them in a negative isolation room. And those 2 preventative measures keep what they're coughing and hacking from being aerosolized into the air. The N95 respirator is not a surgical mask. I know a lot of people do call them that. It is a respirator. It has been vetted through the NIOSH, which is our National Institute of Occupational Safety, making sure that it meets the criteria for preventing the spread of aerosolized particles and that it's being trapped. And it's designed to prevent the wearer from inhaling small particles. And that's not just for TB, it's for COVID-19, SARS, anthrax, anything that's a particle. It is not designed for things like chlorine gas or sulfuric acid. It's not a gas purifying respirator, which y'all are used to seeing with the big filters and so forth. This is a filtering for a particle. And along that, with wearing a facial shield, it also prevents splashes to the eyes and so forth. And the N95 respirators, if you splash blood onto them, they do a really good job of capturing that. And so they are very protective. Again, like I said, it does meet our OSHA requirements for respiratory protection. This is another example of how well an N95 prevents aerosolized particles from entering your breathing zone. You can see here, this is a surgical mask, right? You can see a lot of space in between. Now, a surgical mask, don't get me wrong, if we ever ran out of respirators, they do have a purpose. I mean, they do filter out, but it's in a much larger range, while the N95s are designed to filter out a tiny particle in the 0.3 micron particle size. And you can see when you demonstrate this one, you see this picture with this young lady where the N95, see how well it fits underneath the chin. It's secured down in here, the nose. You'll notice that a lot of people complain about wearing the surgical bearers because it fogs up the glasses, and that's because you really don't get a seal so much up here in the nose area. And again, this is another demonstration of when Irene sprays the saccharin, I want to make sure that the particles like COVID or TB, those particles get trapped here on the filter matrix and don't go on the side. So we're trying to prevent leakage. So that's what N95 means. 95% of the particles are trapped in that little filter matrix. How do I know my respirator's working? Well, Irene can stop talking and show you this great picture. To me, that picture nails it. He's wearing a type of N95 respirator. This is from 3M. We have different types here, and I'm going to make sure that we always get fit tested because a size small and a from a company, 3M may not be the same kind of size small in another type of respirator. There are different ways of donning, putting it on, and doffing, taking it off. So I want to make sure that you all always get the proper seal. Most of my individuals that put on glasses, the biggest mistake they made, and it happened to me yesterday, is they'll put the respirator on and not relocate their glasses. So it has to be just right here at the bridge of the nose. And this gentleman is a coal miner. And coal mine dust is a very fine mist dust. So it gets aerosolized. And you can see he is clean shaven at the seal of the respirator. You want to separate both straps. All right, when to wear the N95 respirator, of course, you're going to have this airborne precaution signs that are posted outside the door for our TB suspect patients, and they're also used for our COVID-19 patients. You can see the airborne precaution signs are the nursing staff is responsible for posting the signage on the door. It describes PPE and process for maintaining negative airflow. Just to give you an example of how many cases of TB we've had, this is FY, all the way back from FY 2007. Yes, I have been here that long. Just to give you an idea, when I first started in healthcare 33 years ago, we didn't have to wear gloves and we dealt with blood and bodily fluids. So we've seen a cultural shift with the COVID-19. We were just discussing this morning, where do we go from here? Okay, we're right here in the pandemic. Do we order more Max Airs? Is this going to be a part of our PPE? Always wearing an N95 when we're doing aerosolized generating procedures. So we're thinking along that line. So giving you probably my next slide next year is going to have how many cases of COVID-19 we had in the hospital and so forth. But for TB, we started tracking our cases way back in 2007. You can see up here, 6 is the highest. So we hadn't had a whole lot of cases of TB. What we have a lot of is rule out tuberculosis. A veteran will come in, coughing and hacking, blood, night sweats, weight loss, some of the symptoms that they could come with tuberculosis, they'll come. And even at the clinics like North Central, South Bay or Chavano Park, the process is always to give the patient a surgical barrier, put him in a negative isolation room. Most of our clinics have an isolation room already set up. In fact, all of them have an isolation room. I'm sorry to misspoke. We'll put the patient in the isolation room, and then they'll transfer them to one of the rooms up on the 7th all the way down to spinal cord, depending on medical care that they need, and a negative isolation room. So you can see in FY 17, we had no cases of TB, followed by a huge spike of 6 cases in FY 18, and then 19 we only had 2 cases. We've been really doing a good job of managing this. What I mean by this, and this is also important along with COVID, is that if anyone shows up with signs and symptoms of coughing and hacking and maybe airborne, they will be immediately put in a negative isolation. And with the negative isolation room, we're making sure that engineering controls keep what the person is coughing and hacking from going into the hallway. Most of our rooms have anti-rooms, so we have that double protection. In addition to that, the room has 6 to 8 air changes per hour, more air changes than a regular room, so that the particle that's floating around in the air doesn't stay suspended in the room. Within 1 hour, if you have proper controls and keeping the door closed, it is vented out of the room, goes through a HEPA filter, and then outside. Negative air pressure is real important to these rooms. Got to remember, this is the tissue test. When our surveyors come here, or inspectors, most of you know about Joint Commission, they will ask which rooms are negative and how do you test these rooms. Really important. Some of the rooms have the powder test. Some of the areas the nurse managers prefer the powder test. It's non-hazardous. It's very simple to use. It's just like baby powder. Just shake it up, and you make sure that the air is drawn in. And keeping these rooms on negative airflow is so important that they do have alarms on them. Most of the rooms, we are going to this type of model. It will be hardwired to our engineering control area so that there will be a 24-hour alarm, an alarm. Right now, they're just a remote alarm, so it'll alarm in that area. So I train staff like social workers, housekeeping, all our support staff, that if they hear the alarm and this goes red, to go get the staff. We're trying to work together as a team until we can hardwire all our this alarm system, so it'll hardwire at a control site and also send either a text message to the nurse manager, assistant nurse manager, knowing that the airflow in that room has been compromised and it needs to be checked. And it may be something as simple as a fan belt that has to be changed, or we may have to relocate the patient. So these isolation monitors are very critical and playing a very important part in our infection control practices, just not for tuberculosis, but also COVID-19. These respirators do put a strain on your cardiopulmonary system, and as I was mentioning earlier, for our, which is our reasoning for not putting an N95 respirator on our patients. So you do have to be medically evaluated. When we were first hired, our occupational health physician, Dr. Tracy Lobeck, provided you a respiratory questionnaire to complete, and if there were any issues with you being able to wear the respirator, she would have contacted me. However, if within this year something should change, don't wait for the year. Please report to your supervisor. If you get contact dermatitis or acne or some kind of skin condition, or even have breathing issues wearing this N95 respirator, we can find alternatives. There are plenty of respirators out there. That doesn't mean that just stop wearing them and put yourself at risk. Like I said, we do have options. Please reach out to me. We did have a nutrition and food service employee, nothing that we did, have to have his lung removed due to smoking. Well, what happened was he tried to come back to work and wear one of those old-timey HEPA respirators, which were 99.97% effective. And he almost passed out. And so luckily the nursing staff contacted me and said, I don't think this individual will be able to wear the N95 respirator. And so at that time we did have an option. So just letting you know out there, and most of our veterans who do show up coughing and hacking usually have some other lung ailment other than tuberculosis. It'll be something like skin cancer, asthma, emphysema. But in the interim, we protected not only you, but also the visitors and spreading spreading of the tuberculosis. And you can see how well that also works with our COVID, and we're trying very hard to prevent the spread from hospital-acquired out into the community. So again, this is why we do medical evaluations, because they do put a burden on your breathing. So if you do develop a condition, let's say, even if you get pregnant, that may be a reason why we can evaluate and find another type of respirator that you can wear. We've been very lucky that all the staff will work together. I know we've had a couple of pregnant females who just weren't able to tolerate the N95 respirator during their pregnancy, toward the end of their pregnancy. So they didn't have to care for TB patients at that time. And so it works out great. Let's all work together as a team. And then, of course, we have the option of the Max Air. The respirators at this time, due to our supply chain shortage, is being issued out by your nurse managers. I like this respirator right now. We do have a healthy stock of the 3M 1870 N95 respirator. I like it because it's individually wrapped. All our respirators are latex free. This one is a one size fits most. I get at least 95% of our individuals are able to wear the N9, this type of respirator, without any issues. It has a little bit more breathability up here because of the perforations, so your glasses don't fog up as much. You know, that's a big thing. So make sure that always pinching and molding up in this area. Plus, they also help when you're dealing with a full face shield, of course, with COVID. That's been a big issue too, wearing the N95 and having a face shield fog up. And make sure, as long as it's pinched and molded, you shouldn't fog up. But when you're wearing that for extended period of time, of course, they'll tend to fog up. Don't worry about it. We'll go through the steps on fit testing and how to put it on properly. The second option we have here is the size small regular and size small Kimberly-Clark. Those are our secondary. We do also have the 3M 1860s, and at the time we've collected like 7 different types of brands out there. They all fit the criteria for being N95 approved respirators. We'll talk tomorrow. We'll walk through the fit checking process, which is just as important as making sure that you don it properly. I will do the saccharin test tomorrow. We do have the hood. We'll go through the 7 tests. Many of you have been fit tested. I know when I started this 25 years ago, people weren't fit tested at that time. I had never heard of a respirator. But again, respiratory protection is becoming a real issue, just like it was with wearing of gloves almost 33 years ago when we didn't have to wear them. Reuse and disposal. Most of the, we are again reusing them. We're putting them in a paper bag. We're using paper just because it's breathable. I know some people asked to put it in a plastic container, but our infection control staff did not want to use that because of moisture buildup and so forth, especially when you're wearing it for so long, 4 to 5 hours. There's a tendency for moisture to build up, and placing it in a paper bag gives that ability to have moisture move in and some air to dry it out. For facial hair, we do have options, and the big part of that is our powered air purifying respirators, or cappers. These are controlled air purifying respirators. We do have the Max Airs. We've deployed 75 or 85. I'm sorry, I keep deploying them out every day as our cases of COVID increase. I like them. The staff really like them. This here is your filter here. Air is drawn in this way. It has a positive pressure. This is the disposable lens cup. This comes in a medium large or a small medium. Most people are small medium. Supply chain is kind of low on this, so we're reusing them. It has comfort strip and batteries. We have another 40 coming in tomorrow, so that will hopefully extend our use of the Max Airs. Again, I supply, like I said, 2 per clinic. We did pull all of them for the clinic because we did need them for our cases here. But we are, after COVID-19, we will be going back to issuing the Max Airs out of the unit. And they're really very, like I said, very easy to wear. I did this morning, I just got stopped by a logistics employee. They're being pulled into the COVID unit to stock our Omnicells. And we did fit them with the respirator, but they really like the Max Air. But sometimes we don't always have them available, so they will have to wear a N95 respirator if they can. But this is the first time this employee had access to one, and she thought it was just great. So yeah, you will have maybe some pressure right here and in the back of the head. We've had some people put cushions in them, which is okay because it's not interfering with the face piece to face seal. Remember, this is a powered pressure. It has three settings for breathing control. It's low, medium, or high. Most people do medium. It's got LED lights right up here in this area where you can, 3 lights means you would have 8 hours of battery. And we say go by 2, when you're down to just 2 lights, that means 6 hours. When you have 1 light, it's like 2 hours, and then it will go into red, indicating that you only have 15 minutes to get out of that, get out or grab another battery. The battery, there's no breathing cord. It's this battery here. We are low on batteries, but again, like I said, we expect 40 coming in, and of course we ordered 40 more. This is just a breakdown. That's here, the filter cover. Our filters have held up very well. I've only had to change, I think, 4 or 5. The facial shield here, we are using super sandy cloth and reusing them. And that's a front picture of the Max Air unit. Really, really like this unit. We hope to continue to use it as part of all our respiratory protection program, not just for TB, but of course COVID-19. The best part of this is we're not wasting money, is that you can take all of this off, take the top off, and put on a double shroud, and you can use it for Ebola or some other high consequence infectious disease. And so we bought these to be prepared for that back in 2015, and we've been lucky that we were one of the hospitals that did get them, and so very happy with that. I am open for questions, please. I'm done with my presentation. Were there any comments or questions?
Hold on, we have like a 20-second delay, so.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
You know, Irene, I was thinking, I wonder if you should teach me how to fit test.
Yeah, we can do that. You know, the more people we have, and it wound up being very successful. First, of course, I got a little pushback, like, oh, that's your job. You're trying to get rid of your job. No, that's not my point. Over at like about Coney Heights at the clinics, or South Bear, which is a little further, even Victoria, I would go out to do fit testing, you know, about 15 years ago. Of course, I still do that. I'd go out there and I would miss 1 or 2 people because, you know, we all have emergencies. Well, I couldn't make it back for another 3 to 4 months. So with fit testers on site, and I train them, if I'm not there, they can fit test, or something comes up. Let's say you do have someone come up in Victoria or South Bear with patients coughing and hacking, and you want to put them in a negative isolation room, and you think, well, I'm going to take this further and put on an N95 respirator. Well, your fit test instructor is there and making sure they spray you, that you put it on correctly. Because if you're not using it continuously, you will forget how to use it. You can't, it's part of your competencies, like anything else. And that would be great if someone could help with the N95 fit testing if you're going to one of the clinics. Like I said, it's a really good program. Mr. Sandals recognized our fit test instructors, I think about a month ago at morning meeting. They received a certificate because they play a huge role in respiratory protection and making sure our employees are kept safe. And I think it's really critical, especially with this COVID-19. I'll give you the history behind it. When I saw it coming through China in December, I was like, uh-oh, it's going to hit here because China will sneeze and everyone catches a cold. So we started training in January, just going out, talking about making sure our fit test instructors had all their supplies, making sure the Max Air was ready to, I was pulling it back out again because all the clinics had it, telling them, go ahead and plug it in. And I was getting those, dough and, blank stares from everybody. People were laughing about this, and this was in January. So we started building up our supply even then, and this is where we are now. So I can tell you now, as long as I've been here, like for 33 years, I've been through anthrax, SARS, MERS. What are we up? The zombie flu, monkey flu, you call it. We've been through everything, and all of them where respiratory protection has played a huge role in that. So it's really important. And like I was just discussing with my boss about buying Max Airs for dental. I mean, why would dental wear this? Well, they do a lot of aerosolized generating procedures. They're right in the face of the individual. And wearing an N95 for 5 hours with the facial shield, that is very taxing on individuals. And I first started buying the Max Airs or Pampers that we used for Ebola way back then, because I came in on a weekend and some of the nurses were coming out of a negative isolation room, and thought she was going to pass out because she had been sitting doing a one-on-one observation on a TB suspect patient wearing all her PPE, and I was like, "You're sitting in there for 8 hours?" And she was like, "That's what we do, Irene." I know that's changed a little bit, but that's why I bought these Max Airs. I thought, well, that should be good for us, for our staff that are sitting in those rooms. And they've changed a little bit in their design and so forth, but they still provide a really good level of protection. And I do like that there's some breathability. They're not the best, people have talked about, only one supplier out there and so forth, but I've been happy so far. But thank you, Irene. Yeah, I will come by and teach you.
Yeah, I'm just thinking for the outpatient mostly.
Yeah, it's real important. Again, once everything calms down, I'm going to ask for more fit test instructors, because I think it's just so important for you guys. Mm-hmm. Just got to be ready for anything. And like I said, we're going to be able to issue 4 Max Airs per clinic. I think that's what we're trying to do. So after this is over, you will get your Max Airs back.
Clinic. Got it.
All right. And unfortunately, I think that's going to be the new normal. Like with dental, I was, they call me, text me almost every week if they can get a Max Air. But right now we're so busy with leaving that for the COVID unit. But I can see a need in other areas too. So if there is a better way that you all do something at another facility, please email me. I have no problem. In fact, I got that request to put them in a plastic sandwich container from a new employee at the last new employee orientation, so I took it up to infection control. And of course, we evaluate everything. There's no bad ideas, just Irene's bad answers. So thank you and welcome to the VA, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, thanks, Irene. Okay, guys, well, you're just having a really nice day because the last break was an unscheduled break, and Irene finished early. And now you're getting a scheduled break because our next speaker doesn't come until 11 o'clock. So you get to tack on her extra time plus your scheduled break. So hopefully you're home and you're enjoying your home a little extra time, or getting something extra done that you didn't think you'd have time to do, or maybe unpacking. I think some of you moved from somewhere else, and so now maybe you're like, oh, I can go and unpack. So anyway, I'm here, I'm on email, I'm in the chat. If you have questions, don't hesitate to just come on, or just let me know, hey, I want to ask you something, and I'm right here. So go and enjoy your break and come back. Please be on time. And I know it's hard to stay engaged when you're so far away, and sometimes you don't get to see the speakers, but try to stay engaged. It's hard for them too, because they don't see you. And so they're just, literally talking at a screen. So if you can think of some questions for them, that would be very helpful. That way they know you're out there sometimes. So our next speaker, it's really important that you get really engaged in this one. He's the chair for the Nurse Professional Standards Board. And he is going to talk to you about how do you get promoted, and you're all here because you love helping people, but you also want to get paid. So you really want to understand how to get promoted in our system. How do you write a proficiency? He's going to go over a clinical ladder. So you really want to come back refreshed, engaged, and ready to, really think of your questions. Now's the time. You have the chair of the board talking to you. So we do have to relay the question, so I know it's like a little delay there, but again, be flexible, be patient, be understanding. I am getting your questions out there the best that I can do. Okay? All right, guys, enjoy your break. Back at 11, be on time. Yeah, I know some of you are unpacking. Go unpack, okay? And then that way on Monday when you're ready to come to work, you're relaxed because your stuff is in order. All right, guys, I'll see you at 11, okay? Okay, guys, we're trying to call the speaker right now. So he's usually never late. He's never not show. Just you never know what's happening right now. So I just want to give you an update. If he can't show up, I can take you through the process myself, and then I would highly encourage you to make sure you go to that website I showed you. So let me just check here. We're calling him right now. Hold on. All right, we're going to wait 5 more minutes, and then we're going to proceed. If nothing else, we can skip it and come back if we can get a hold of him and reschedule. So that's what we're doing. So again, like I said this morning, we had to start our day being flexible, being willing to just take a breath, to sit back, take in the information the best that we can. So hopefully you got the email with all of those blood administration bits and pieces, and those are going to start to make sense once you watch the PowerPoint overview. We normally have an expert come and talk to you about blood administration, but she too has been detailed to another area, so she's not able to participate with us. But we have Lisa Hooter did a voice over PowerPoint, and she walks you through the entire process. And if you're an experienced nurse, it doesn't seem too strange. We have found that the majority of our errors are definitely in the specimen collection. Initially, when we collect the specimen, this has been the majority of errors, and you'll see why as soon as you go through that. So just waiting a few more minutes. You guys okay out there? Yeah, it looks like everyone's okay. I don't know, to me, when I'm waiting like this, these minutes seem like hours. Like, oh my gosh, this is taking forever. So Tamara, I got your message. Hopefully that answered your question and everyone else's question about parking. I mean, you can park anywhere you want. I'm just trying to make it easy for you. You can park on the street if you want, around the facility. I just say, first time in, just park inside the fence, inside the gate, where the patients park. We're not seeing an overwhelming amount of patients right now because of everything that's happening. So there's usually plenty of parking. You won't be taking anyone's space. Don't feel bad about it. No one's going to come and ask you, what are you doing here? Just say, I'm a new employee. I reached out to HR just to confirm where you're to pick up your PIV, and it is indeed downstairs where on the first floor where it says Human Resources, the PIV office is still there, although the rest of HR moved to the Huebner address. And then we're trying to confirm where it is that you pick up your temporary badges. You will do that tomorrow too when you come in, pick up the temporary badge. So we're confirming that right now. Okay, let's see here. I don't know if Larna's still on the line, but we're trying to get that form printed out for you so that you can just come in. I apologize. What we sent you was the second time we sent directions for filling out the form and not the original form, but we will get that. We'll get that to you. We'll have it available for you. Even if we have to go down to the administrative officer's office and get it, we will get it. I'm just looking for that right now. So we're just waiting. Let's see, Lisa's messaging me. Did you ask her? Move it. Okay, so it looks like he is not available today, and the co-chair is also not available right now. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to go through it with you. I'm going to give you his email address. He is very available usually and open to answering questions. Also, he normally does a sensing session two or three times a year where he just opens up a session to let nurses come and ask questions about the board itself. So he's normally, he does that too, but everything was canceled with this COVID. So, look for that next year. Also, if you're interested, we could get you these slides and I'll show you where all this information is actually. I do want to do that. I want to show you where all these slides are in the event that you really want to take a look at them. All right, hold on one second. We'll get started here. I know you've already been holding on. Don't worry, you're going to have a really nice lunch. All right, here we go. So let's take a look. Where do we get the slides? Where do we get the slides? So let's go there first. All right, here we go. So let's go through these slides first since we're right there. And then I will send you his name, his email. His name is Daryl Reed. He's the chair for Nurse Professional Standards Board. He has been here a very long time. He would say since the dinosaurs have roamed, he has been here in this organization, and he's probably been the chair for, I don't know, maybe 10 years, a long time, maybe seven to 10 years, somewhere in there. So he has a lot of experience with Professional Standards Board. And as you know, this is going to go through that clinical ladder, so it might start to make sense to you, and I'll do my best to help you understand what's going on. So here we go, Nurse Professional Standards Board. So all of you, when you came on board, you were asked to provide a board packet, and someone sent you information and said, fill out these dimensions, tell us what you've done, and then you sent it back in, and you probably maybe thought to yourself, so what? Who's reading this? Why am I doing all this work? And maybe someone said, well, this is going to really help us determine what grade and step, or maybe it will determine how much money we're going to pay you, this packet. So it's important for it to be comprehensive and complete. And so maybe that motivated you a little bit. So anyway, then you wondered, well, who read this? Well, who read it was the Nurse Professional Standards Board. So they read every single packet from new employees that comes in, and they have a set of criteria that they base their decision on where or how they're going to make you an offer. So the offer is, you know, how much money you're going to be paid based on this set of criteria, right? And if you go to that website, that set of criteria, so Daryl likes to say the board isn't a secret club. It's not secret information, that this is truly transparent once you become an employee here, because it wasn't transparent probably to you as you were onboarding. So if you go to that website I showed you this morning, it will show you all the criteria that you have to meet each grade and step. Exactly what it is that they were looking for. It's really their checklist that they use so that they, as they go read through your information, that they also are using this criteria, and it's available to you to look at also. So it's very transparent. The next thing is every year, and I've already mentioned this, if you want to get promoted, you have to go back to the board, which is what we call a board of your peers. So if you're a nurse one, other nurse ones are looking at your packet. If you're a nurse two, nurse twos are looking at your packet. If you're a nurse three, nurse threes are looking at your packet. And they also have a set of criteria based on those dimensions. Within each dimension, they make sure, did you meet this criteria, right, based on what you wrote? And this will start to become clear as you sit down to write this, and then they make that decision whether you get promoted. Okay. All right. So let's see what. Let's see here. So what is it? It's a local body of your peers, right? And they are appointed by VA Central Office. So if you're interested in serving on the board, you have to, I would say, give yourself a good year of being here on station. And then the way you get appointed is you go to your nurse manager, and then when, because you don't stay on the board forever, these people rotate in and off. And when a position, so say they need nurse twos, when nurse twos come available, the board chair and co-chair puts it out to the nurse managers and says, we need some nurse twos, and then the nurse managers nominate you. So you have to let them know, right? And they read every single proficiency from letter 1 to last page, okay? In very detailed process that they go through. And they go through this actually twice a week, where they read all board packets for new employees, and then they read all board packets for employees who are looking for promotions, which is pretty much all of us, right? There's the local facility boards. They process all nurse 1, nurse 2, nurse 3 actions and appointments. And they also do probationary review and a summary review. So you know that if you're new to the VA, someone, hopefully HR has told you that you're on a 2-year probationary period, and the board is looking at this probationary period also to make sure, the way that Daryl likes to say it, that you are a good fit for our organization. That's the way I would say it. He says that you play nice in the sandbox, right? Those are his words. I've listened to his talk many a time. So then you were saying, what does this have to do with me? Well, hopefully I've already impressed upon you that it has everything to do with you, because again, we come here because we want to help people, but you really come here also because you're being paid. And so you want to be paid the correct amount for the amount of work that you do, and what your value is. So that's definitely something, that's why it matters. And you have a tremendous say. So we've talked about shared governance, and the director, you heard him say, hey, if you see something that's broken, fix it, right? Just do it. And so this is true for your promotion. The promotion that you get is really about you. And so you really need to put as much effort into it as you want to come out of it. I think that's what we're trying to say here. So it's an annual, your proficiency, which we've mentioned a number of times, is an annual performance evaluation. So maybe where you came from before, the proficiency or your annual evaluation was something that your manager called you in the office and handed you a piece of paper and you reviewed it and signed it and it was done and you didn't really think much of it. But in this organization, I used to work at Baptist before I came here. My annual review was pretty much just that. I would get a piece of paper. They'd say, this is your review, sign it. And I just did. So, but at the VA, it's a lot different. You have those dimensions of practice. You should have written input from you and your manager. So you're in a partnership with your manager, even though we say it's your responsibility. Your manager is your partner. And you want to sit down with them at some point and you want to let them know what are your goals, and partner with them so that you can fulfill those goals. You need to address each dimension, right? And then if you look in your booklet, we have written those dimensions down, and those dimensions have subdimensions, right? So you need to address each of those subdimensions, right? It must be addressed, and it has to include at least one specific example. So when you write this down, you need to think about, what did I do? Who did I do it for? And this is like two of the most important components of it. What difference did it make? And was it sustainable? All right, so for example, if you were going to say you wanted to bring on the nurses on your unit, this is just have a hard time starting IVs, right? So you have this really great technique, and maybe you know how to use ultrasound, and you want to make sure all the nurses on your unit know how to do this. So, what did I do? I want to ensure that we improve our IV stick rate, right? We want one and done. Everybody, one IV start, right? And it gets done. Who's it for? It's really for the patients on your unit, and it's for the staff that you work with, right? What difference did it make? I mean, you could go on and on looking at the evidence of improving patient experience, improving outcomes. I mean, it would be phenomenal if you could have a unit where you only had to stick someone one time to get an IV started, and then that would be it. And that would be the standard, right? That would be phenomenal. And is it sustainable? Did the nurses continue to use the practice, and over, say, a year's time or 6 months' time, you were able to sustain this outcome of less IV sticks to your patients on your unit? So that would be an example of something you might write on your proficiency. But remember, every dimension. So that might just fall under practice, right? But then you'd need to do something under ethics, and you'd have to do something under quality, and you'd have to do something under I don't know, what's research, right? So you have to be, I think, well-rounded when you sit down to write your proficiency. And this is why we recommend that you start writing about what you do right now. Don't wait 6 months down the road and then you start writing things down, because right now you have good ideas. Wasn't that interesting what Irene said a minute ago? She said one of the new nurses gave us this new idea of how we should store these masks, right? And they took it to infection prevention, and imagine that would be a phenomenal thing to put on your proficiency. Hey, I'm new, I gave this idea, and we changed an entire practice all over the organization, and it continued that way for how long? It's a great little bit. So don't think, oh, I'm new, so I don't need to worry about it. You have great ideas, and you need to start, as you implement and share these ideas, pay attention to see how they get implemented or what changes happen, because those are things you can write on your proficiency. All right, so I think this is what I've already said. So tips for input, keep the information easily accessible. Keep a copy of your functional statement. So when you sit down and meet with your manager the first time, they're going to give you a copy of your functional statement. This is like your job description, right? You want to keep this at your side when you sit down to write it down what it is that you've done, because you want to base it on what your job description is, right? We said that. Meet with your manager, formulate goals, right? We said that. All right. These are the dimensions that we've talked about. So this is the second time you've seen them. Right? So we said practice is not just practice, but you have to talk about ethics and research utilization, and then performance development, right? That's how are you improving yourself? What education have you done? What certification are you working on? Collaboration and collegiality. Are you working in a interprofessional team, and how do you do that? And then scientific inquiry includes quality of care and research. So it's very important that you address every single criteria. So don't skip one. If you just say, well, you know, I did everything except collegiality. You know, this year I really didn't do, I just kind of took care of myself, and I didn't really do anything with collegiality. I don't know how you could do that, but as a nurse, but maybe that's what you did. And so you just skip it. Well, there are two things, the worst things that you could do when it comes to writing your proficiency. One, skip a criteria. Don't skip a criteria. You need to write something under every single criteria. Two, write nothing. Give no input. So we're telling you now you need to do this. 90 days before your proficiency is due, your nurse manager is going to tell you that your proficiency is going to be due in 90 days. And if you provide nothing, your nurse manager is going to write on the top of your proficiency, employee provided no input into this proficiency. And that says everything about what you think about your practice. And the board will pretty much just stop reading right there. And you'll pretty much be guaranteed that you won't have a promotion. So be careful and considerate, and, you know, take care of yourself and make sure that you have written this down somewhere and that you are capturing the information so that you can go back to it and write about how great you are. And don't be shy, right? I think maybe that's where nurses, they think they don't want to take credit for some of the work that they do. And so don't be shy. Make sure that you are capturing this and taking credit for it. So your career path, right? It used to be in nursing. I've been a nurse for about 30 years. So, you know, when I first started a nurse, you were either going to be a direct care nurse or a nurse manager. And that was kind of it. They didn't have all these consultant roles they have now. There wasn't a clinical nurse specialist 30 years ago. Nurse practitioners weren't as highly utilized as they are now. So, but nowadays, there is a lot of different career paths. And so when you go to that website, you need to look at the career paths, look at those example proficiencies in that career path, so you'll know what it should look like. And we're going to see this clinical ladder here, I think, soon, right? So standards of practice for each of the dimensions are the same in all career paths. So it doesn't change because, okay, my dimensions, I'm in education, they're exactly the same as the manager. Now, what I do and what the managers do might look different, but I still have to address practice, scientific inquiry, you know, all the dimensions. I still have to address every one. So it's the same for the nurse practitioner, it's the same for the informatics nurse, it's the same for the direct care bedside nurse. We all have to address the same standards. So here's that career ladder we keep talking to you about. So I'm going to give you some generalities. So nurse one is usually what we consider the novice nurse, which is the nurse from 0 to 5 years experience, right? So if you're a new grad, which none of you said you were, I think someone said they had just over 2 years or maybe just under 2 years experience. So really the novice nurse is the nurse one, 0 to 1 or 0 to 5 years. They have their BSN degree. They might have a hybrid degree where they had a BS and they came in with an MSN, but they still have 0 to 5 years experience. And they'll come in as a nurse one. And then within this grade, so nurse one is the grade, and then within the grade, there's steps, right? And the steps go up to, I think, 12. So each grade has 12 steps, right? So nurse one, level one, and then you'll be step whatever, right? Nurse two, step whatever, nurse 3, step whatever. There are 2 more steps in the clinical ladder. There's a nurse 4 and a nurse 5. Nurse 4s and nurse 5s are position driven, meaning that if I wanted to be your, like Miss Ruiz, who came and talked to you, the associate deputy director, she is in a position where she has a nurse 4. And then the chief nurse, right, Valerie Rodriguez, she's our chief nurse. She's a nurse 5, right? But say Valerie said, I don't want to be a nurse 5 anymore, or I don't want to be a chief nurse anymore. I want to go back and be a case manager because I was really great at that. She would relinquish her nurse 5 and go back to whatever she was before she became the nurse 5, right? Which wasn't a nurse 4, would go back into the clinical ladder unless she took a position into that level. So really, for those of us who are, in these other roles other than like executive leadership, this is our ladder right here, nurse 1 to nurse 3. All right, so this kind of just talks a little bit about what I said. Nurse 1 scope is really about the individual, 0 to 5. They're the novice nurse, right? And then nurse 2, these are a little more advanced nurses. They have the information, their practice is very settled. They're confident and secure in their own practice, but now they're really looking at the outcomes of the unit, right? So a nurse 2 would be the one who says, we want to make, our goal is, 1 IV start, and then that's it. We get it the first time, every time. That would be a nurse 2 kind of a skill, right? Or like a project or something that they would want to put on their proficiency, because they're not just thinking about themselves. Maybe the nurse 1 would say, oh, okay, I'm going to master, this project. I'm going to master the skill. But the nurse 2 would be the one leading the group, right? Leading the training, following up, making sure everybody has competence and confidence in order to do this. Then there's the nurse 3, right? So the nurse 3 really is, they are really looking service-wide and hospital-wide projects. So then maybe the nurse 2 is very successful. Well, then she might partner with the nurse 3 to say, how do we get this out to every unit, right? How do we make this happen on every unit? We've perfected it, and that's what a nurse 3 would help that person do, right? How do we get it out everywhere? And maybe the nurse 3 would even say, this is so great, we need to get it out at a VISN level, right? Beyond the hospital, right? So nurse 3s, their focus is beyond the unit, sometimes beyond their service, sometimes beyond their facility, even to VISN level, right? So nurse 1s are usually BSNs, nurse 1, nurse 2, BSN, MSN, nurse 2s can be MSNs. And nurse 3s are almost always MSN or higher, PhD level nurses, or doctorate level nurses, but it's, they sort of go hand in hand, and there are exceptions for everything, but this gives you a general idea, right? All right, so this is what we said. It's that unit level contributions. They serve on committees, right? We want you to get involved. We've already talked about this. The first and best place to get involved is on your unit-based council. It is one of the first things that you want to do. It takes 24 years, so to move through the ladder. No. Okay, I'll answer that question. 24 years, no. So let's go back to the ladder. So say you come in here, you don't have to go through every step. Say you're a nurse 1, level 3, step 7. I just made that up. And you're working to get your nurse 2, right? Well, say you're here for 2 years and you want to get promoted, because you don't just walk through it, right? You're looking to get promoted. You're here for 2 years and you've been working on a project and you've been writing your proficiency to the nurse 2 level, right? So then you could, in 2 years, if you meet all the dimensions and the standard for nurse 2, after 2 years, you could be promoted from a nurse 1 to a nurse 2. So say you were a nurse 1, level 2, level 3, step 7. Well, you don't want to get promoted to a nurse 2, step 1, because you actually might make less money. And that wouldn't be much of a promotion. So what HR is going to do is they're going to say, okay, well, this is how much money you made here, and you got promoted to nurse 2. So we're going to bring you in as nurse 2 step 3. I don't really know. Don't hold me to all of this exactly. This is an HR function. They want to make sure that you feel that promotion financially, right? It's not I'm just a nurse 2. It's that I feel the promotion financially, so I actually make more money. So you can move through this ladder, 5 years, you could be a nurse 3 if you wanted, just depending on what you did. So that, you got to, sometimes it's about the being in the right place at the right time and saying yes to the right things, right? So I think if you want to come into the organization, the idea here is not to say, no, I just want to do my job. But the idea here is to say, yes, I want to expand myself beyond just my job. That's how you get promoted. So you could get promoted to nurse 3. Once you make nurse 3, though, you have to move up the steps, and that happens every other year. You get promoted. You get an automatic step increase every other year, unless you're a nurse 1, level 1, and then you get it every year until you're a nurse 1, level 2, I think. Okay, I hope that answers Chanda's question. And I'm not sure if I'm saying your name right. I'm sorry. Okay, so we've already said this, right? Nurse 1, it's all about me. I'm a novice, right? I have to focus myself. Nurse 2s, you've passed that novice, right? You're being a charge nurse, a preceptor, right? You understand how to keep your unit running smoothly. And then nurse 3s, we said this, you're focused beyond your unit, sometimes beyond your hospital. LVN process is the same process. They're boarded by appointment only. They do have a performance appraisal that they do have to participate with and provide input by the manager. But their promotion is by a nurse manager writing a memo to address the performance, right? That's how they get promoted as an LVN, and NAs are the same. And that website that I showed you, if you look down at the bottom, there is information specific to the LVN and the NA and their promotion process. So, so their rating period is different than the RN. They have a rating period that's between October 1st and September 30th, whereas the RN's rating period is that entry on duty date. So it's your 1-year anniversary date. All right. Let's see if you have questions. I will try to answer them, but if I can't, we'll send these questions to Daryl and he'll get back to us. Okay. So, okay, good. I answered one question effectively. That's good. All right. I'm going to just pause here for a second and see if we have questions. Again, I want to remind you, it's not secret society stuff, okay? This is definitely out information that's available to you. I also like to tell you, if you go before the board, maybe not your first year, but the second year, and you really feel like you met all the dimensions, the board is what's going to happen is the board will send you, well, I think HR sends you a letter, and it says either that you were promoted or you weren't promoted. And you can appeal that, right? You can say, because they'll tell you, okay, you met all these dimensions, but say you didn't meet one dimension, right? But you felt like, let's go back there to the dimensions. You felt like, they say the board said you didn't meet collegiality or collaboration, but you felt like you did, but maybe your write-up, what you wrote, wasn't strong enough. So you can go back and appeal it and then rewrite just the area where they said that didn't meet the dimension. I mean, it doesn't mean you can like make up stuff or not. Your manager has to review this, but say maybe the write-up was just weak and you need to go back. You can do that. And you can resubmit to the board and ask them to review it again. It's absolutely doable. So again, your best partner is your manager, really. I think Tamara is telling us to hang on. I don't know if she's saying hang in there or just hang on, like, hold on, she wants to ask a question. I don't know. Here's the website that I showed you earlier. It's got all that great information. Here's the handbook that the board abides by, right? And you can go to it, Appendix G6, you can read it, Part 3, Chapter 4. These are the things that guide how the board operates. Again, it's not a secret. The checklist that they use, all this information is available. It's just a matter of you going out, getting it, and then trying to put yourself in positions where you have opportunities. This is what I'm saying. Join your unit-based council, join a committee, get involved, speak up if you have a good idea, right? Or if you have a question on a particular practice, right? This isn't a time to feel like I'm the new guy, I just have to learn their way. No, we want you to bring your ideas to us, and we want you to get credit for that. And we do that by allowing you to give great and phenomenal input into your own evaluation. I mean, that's really phenomenal opportunity. So one more look here for questions. Let's see. So, okay, can you be promoted from RN2 to 3 with a BSN one time only, like in Portland, VA? Now, yeah, there are exceptions. So for every rule is an exception, but as a general rule, you will not, you really need that master's degree to move from the 2 to a 3. And as you know, the deputy director pointed out, we are a highly educated workforce. And one of the reasons we are such a highly educated workforce is because we offer a lot of scholarship opportunities. And a lot of our nurses go back and they get their master's degrees. And then you have to meet all the dimensions of practice, right? So is it impossible? I don't know. I always say there's an exception to every rule, so I'm not going to sit here and say you will never make it, because there are, like she's saying, in Portland, you potentially could. And so every rule, there's an exception, right? But in general, if you want to move from a nurse 2 to a nurse 3, you do need that master's degree. And you have to meet all the dimensions. I cannot stress that enough. And the dimensions have to be sustainable, right? So, but again, I hope that answered your question. Yes and no, maybe. That's really the answer. Again, that's a question that you would have to get with your nurse manager to see if that's a potential opportunity that they would actually write a waiver. And again, you know, you really have to think about that. If you're functioning at the nurse 3 level, you've really got to show that and demonstrate, you know, how you're affecting not just your unit, but your entire service or the entire hospital, and then you have to sustain that. So maybe yes, maybe no. It depends, right? It depends, and that would be something that would be addressed with the board. Okay. So someone says, what happens if you transfer within the first year? Does that affect your annual evaluation? No, what's going to happen is your nurse manager should send the information about you to your nurse manager here, and they're going to keep you on track for your evaluation, your EOD date, and that evaluation. So you really want input from that previous nurse manager, especially if your evaluation is coming up and you're just meeting a new nurse manager. So for example, if you're just here, if your proficiency is due, I don't know, we'll say in 2 months, and you barely got here, you really want to impress upon your other nurse manager to send that information to your new nurse manager so they can incorporate that into your proficiency, right? So that it's just a transfer, it doesn't change that date time. Hope that answers your question. Okay. All right, so we're going to move on because we're getting a little behind here. Yeah, it's due every year. Every year you write a proficiency. So what I want to do is we're going to stop this And I'm going to move on here. We have our next, I want to talk a little bit about it. So Lisa Hooter did a voiceover PowerPoint for blood administration. And that's what our next topic is blood administration. She's going to say something to you at the very beginning, like in the red folder. You don't have a red folder because you're virtual and we couldn't get a red folder to you. But what we did give you is some components of the red folder. I couldn't get you a Typenex blood band, right? Or all the tags or a tube. There was no way I could get you a blood tube. So you've got to put this together sort of virtually in your mind as you're looking at these pictures and going through these forms. Make sure that you're putting this together virtually so that you understand the process, because we're virtual. We couldn't give you a tube and a Typenex blood band and all this stuff. But go ahead and pay very close attention to this process, because if you're a clinical nurse working in a clinical area, when you go to skills validation, you're just going to go through the process, right? And then make all your mistakes in a safe environment where you can't harm a patient, so that, you know, we aren't going to have errors, okay? All right, so I'm going to stop sharing here. And then I'm going to pop over and start sharing on your other one. So here we go.
Hello, my name is Lisa Hooter, and I'm one of the nurse educators at the South Texas Veterans Healthcare System Nursing Education Department. Today I'll be presenting information regarding blood administration. Due to our social distancing requirements, this is a virtual session for many of our orientation classes, but you should have a facilitator present to answer questions. This presentation was created by Gay Padayo. She's one of the RNs on our bone marrow transplant unit, and she usually presents this in nursing orientation, but she's unable to join us today. The bone marrow transplant staff are a very good resource for questions if you have them later, because they administer a lot of blood products. Prior to initiating the process for drawing the type and screen, it's important to do some education with your patient to explain what products the provider has ordered. You can talk to them about why they may be given, although this should have already been done by the provider, and informed consent should have been obtained already. But why is the product ordered? What kind of signs and symptoms might they see during the transfusion? What should they expect after? What kind of symptoms you would want them to notify you of immediately? We also do have a policy that governs blood administration, and the number is listed on the bottom of this screen. And you can look it up in the South Texas Veterans Healthcare System homepage, and I will show the group how to do that a little bit later in this session. It is helpful to know that there are guidelines that govern administration of blood and blood products. For instance, it's reasonable to use a hemoglobin less than 8 or a hematocrit less than 24 for transfusing red blood cells, but there are times that the provider may need to wait a little bit longer or institute transfusions at a level of 10 for the hemoglobin. So that would be something the provider would need to document the rationale for administering products at a different level. But this screen gives you general guidelines for each product. For example, hemoglobin, it says level less than 6 to 10. For the fresh frozen plasma, it gives you different INR levels and so on. You want to make sure that you verify that consent has been obtained for the transfusion, and there are two places that you might find this information. If the veteran was admitted for, let's say, a surgical procedure, the blood administration is part of the consent, and you can find it in CPRS under IMED consent. But there also can be a separate transfusion of blood products consent form, and the number is shown up here on the screen. The consent once obtained by the provider, and it is the provider's responsibility for doing that, the consent is valid for 60 days. It's good for one admission, so if a patient goes home, if they're readmitted, they would need to have consent obtained again. There are times this may not be the case, such as outpatient hemodialysis. Their consent requirements are a little bit different for chronic dialysis, but for blood administration, you want to make sure that the consent is valid. And I don't like to read straight to you, but there is part of our consent policy that I would like to read because, as I stated, the consent is valid for 60 days or unless rescinded by the patient. But new consent must be obtained if there is a significant deviation from the treatment plan to which the patient originally consented, or there has been a change in the patient's condition or diagnosis that would reasonably be expected to alter the original informed consent. So if there's a drastic change in patient condition, consent may have to be obtained another time. So prior to obtaining the type and screen or type and cross, you want to verify consent is there. You want to verify that the physician's order is in CPRS, and the provider must include in the order what type of blood products are to be given, when it's to be given, the number of units to be given, any modifications to the product such as leukocyte reduced or irradiated, pre-medications if it's necessary, and sometimes maybe even the duration of the transfusion if they need it faster or slower. But those type of things should be entered in the order by the provider. It's important to understand a few of the terminologies that are associated with this process. There are terms used for the collection of the pre-transfusion sample that get confusing to some people, and one of these is phlebotomist. Our policy says a qualified phlebotomist is the person drawing the blood. So this can be a super tech, a health tech, a nurse, a physician assistant, or a nurse anesthetist. The medical techs in lab will not draw or verify type and screen in the inpatient areas. So if you are an RN and you're drawing a type and screen from a PICC line, let's say, you are the phlebotomist, and your second verifier would need to be another person that is a qualified verifier. One of the two has to be an RN. Same with transfusing the blood products. If you're the RN and you're going to be hanging the blood, then there needs to be a second verifier in the room, and that could be several people that are listed in the policy, but one has to be an RN. A little bit different, let's say a nurse anesthetist or a physician in the OR is giving the blood, the RN may be the second verifier. So, but one of the two people in both of these examples must be an RN. Few other things to talk about before we go through the process is the type and screen, when drawn, expires 3 days after the collection, and the day it's drawn is day 0. So today is, I'm recording this on March 30th, so if I draw a type and screen right now on March 30th, 2020 at, I'm not even sure what time it is, it is 2:48, then that today would be day 0. So day 1 would be March 31st, day 2 would be April 1st, day 3 would be April 2nd. So my type and screen would expire on April 2nd, and it expires at the end of that day. So it would expire April 2nd at 23:59, so right before midnight. So it doesn't expire 72 hours after collection, but it expires on the 3rd day at 23:59. So hopefully that will make sense, and we'll talk about it again at the end of this presentation. The ABORH testing is needed to confirm the veteran's blood type, and if the veteran has received more than one transfusion at Audi since June 2010, they don't need the ABORH testing. But if they have never received blood or have only received blood one time, in addition to the type and screen, they will have to have the ABORH recheck, and that is a separate order in CPRS. The order will be like it shows on the screen, will be a separate order, and it must be drawn at a different time than the type and screen. If it's done on the same day, it must be drawn by a different qualified phlebotomist, and the ABORH recheck does not have to have a second verifier. Prior to going to collect the specimen at the bedside, you want to collect your supplies, and you should have in front of you red folders that say neon blood administration and gay. Put all these together, and you have some samples in the left side of the left pocket of your folder. So you have some pre-printed labels, you have a copy of the SF518 form, you have a Type NX blood band armband, you have a pink top EDTA tube, and you have a sample of a patient ID band, and you're going to notice that your patient is Garfield, and then his armband is just a picture, since we didn't want to waste the armbands to do this presentation and then to make packets for everybody that's listening. There's just a photocopy of the armband. You want to make sure that you have your second verifier if you're collecting the type and screen, and that verifier must remain in the room with you as the phlebotomist at all times. So you're going to be doing the patient identification at the bedside in the presence of the patient with two people, the phlebotomist and the verifier, and you want to actively involve the patient if possible. So this is a picture of some of the things that should be in your folder. So your armband, your pink top, your labels, your Type NX blood band, and your SF518. There's a copy in each folder. And we'll talk about the part that has to be filled out, which is about the upper third of the paper. But we're going to go through steps, and you have copies in your folder of all of the slides from this presentation. The only thing you don't have is the next few slides. I've made some pictures to help you with labeling the tube, since we have to maintain our social distancing during the COVID-19 time. So you can look at the pictures that are up on the screen, but there should be a facilitator in the room that can answer questions as well. So the first thing that you're going to do is you and your second verifier need to immediately verify the patient's identity. So the two of you are going to be at the bedside, and one of you can ask the veteran to actively verify their name, their social, and to make sure that and their date of birth, to make sure that you have the right person. So you're going to take one of the labels that you brought into the room with you, verify that against what the veteran said, and then both you and the second verifier need to make sure that you both are certain that all of that information matches. And once you confirm that with the patient, you'll take one of the stickers and you're going to put it on the Type NX blood band, and there's a place that says place patient information here, and you'll put that label right on top after you verified the information with the veteran. Please note that this should not be done prior to entering the room, and this should be done at the bedside as soon as you verify the patient's information. Then the next thing you're going to do is there's a little piece of paper that you can peel off, and it will allow you to place the clear cover over the top of the armband that you just applied. And you'll just slide that over, smooth it on to the armband, and then you're going to put that armband on the patient's arm and put it on the same arm as the hospital ID band. Please note that when you're doing this, let's say 3 days from now, if you have to do another one, you want to remove the previous armband after that type and screen is no longer valid, because you don't want the patient to end up with multiple armbands. At this point, you're going to take the pink top EDTA tube and collect your sample. You're going to notice in the picture that there's no blood in this tube, because I was taking these pictures at my desk and I did not have an actual sample, but you want to fill the tube prior to applying the labels. If you notice in the picture, you may be able to see the expiration date on the test tube. You do want to make sure that your test tube is not expired prior to filling it. And you're going to take a label off the Type NX armband. There's a long tail of labels that comes off the armband, and you can actually detach these labels from the patient's ID band. You'll see the patient's name to the right of it. You'll see one of the IDs, the red ID numbers, or red and black numbers that cannot come off, and then 3 labels that are removable. And right after that, you'll see the little perforation lines where you can detach the tail of the labels, and then you're able to use that for this step here. And you're going to peel off the label that looks like the one in the middle of the picture, where it has the red and black ID number, the barcode, and underneath it you'll see the dotted lines, and you'll see the words applied to specimen tube and place patient label below dashed line. So this will be the first label that you'll peel off the armband, the Type and X armband, and you'll apply it to the test tube. And then you'll smooth that around the tube. And then the next step, you're going to take your patient label, one of the 3 that you took in the room, because one went on the Type and X armband, one's going to be for this test tube. You can enter the date, the time, your name, and if there's room for the second verifier, they can write on here, although the policy just states that they must write on the form that I'm going to show you shortly. So when you apply this label, you want to apply it, and I'm going to go back. No, I'm not going to do that because I'm afraid it will mess up the recording, but you'll apply it right below the dotted line from the previous picture, and you'll put that on the test tube. You'll smooth it around the test tube, and it usually fits just right, and it doesn't cover up the expiration date as you add that to the test tube. The form that you have in your left-hand pocket is the SF518, and you're going to take one of the Type and X armband labels from the patient's ID band. There's several that are that you can remove, but you're going to take one of those and you're going to put it on the form, the SF518 form, as well as your 3rd patient label. So both of those will go on the form, and then the rest of the labels that you detach from the Type and X armband can be secured to the test tube. And the easiest way to do that is if you turn the Type and X labels over, the ones that you detach from the armband, you can see that you can peel off the center cover of the labels that look on the opposite side of the picture that's on the screen in the lower right hand side, and you're just going to pull off the cover of the center labels and then attach that to your test tube, and you can see all of those numbers match. So the label that I put on the test tube matches the labels that I attached. The long tail of labels that I attach, it matches what's on the form that's on the screen, and it also matches what's on your patient's ID band. This is the process of double verification. You, as a phlebotomist and the second verifier, must make sure all of this information matches exactly. And if any of this information does not match, you have to discard and start over. So this slide shows you the steps that you just completed for labeling the test tube, filling out the paperwork, and you can see that we've applied the patient label, we had applied the armband label from the Type and X armband to the SF518, and then you need to fill out the top portion of this record. You have to put what blood component is ordered. You need to fill out any special requirements that the physician may have ordered in the sample on the screen. The orders for irradiated leukocyte-reduced red blood cells. You're going to mark in the center of section 1 if it's a type and screen or a cross match. You're going to enter the date. You're going to enter the date and time that you need this product. And then on the far right column, you're going to enter the provider that ordered the blood product, why the blood product is being given. Then you're going to sign, and your second verifier is going to sign, and then you're going to enter the date and the time. And the date and time on this form must match the date and time that are on the label that you applied to the pink top test tube. And it's very important that all of this matches before you leave the room. So again, this is all completed at the bedside in the presence of the patient. When the blood product is ready, you'll be notified by the blood bank. And prior to obtaining the blood product from blood bank, you want to make sure that you, again, make sure you have valid consent, that it hasn't expired. You want to make sure there's an order to transfuse, that the physician hasn't changed his or her mind. You want to give pre-medications if they are ordered. And you want to ensure that your patient has patent IV access and vital signs are good and everything is ready for the transfusion. At this point, this is always when I would make sure I had a really good temp, because I wanted to verify that the patient was afebrile. If they had a temperature at this point, it makes it hard to know if you're having a transfusion reaction later if the temp continues to climb. So I always like to make sure I had fresh, very recent vital signs before I obtained the blood. You need to print a copy of the nursing transfusion order from CPRS, and you're going to send this to the blood bank so they know that you're ready for the blood. It's important to note that the nursing transfusion order is not required for transfusions that occur in the OR or PACU if the authorized provider is actually the transfusionist. Once you have sent the nursing order to blood bank and you're ready for the blood bank personnel will receive your order, and you always send that in a red carrier in the pneumatic tube system if you have that in your area to station number 9. I do understand that the ED does not have the tube system. I'm not sure about the OR, but most of the nursing units do have the pneumatic tube system. What will happen then is the blood bank staff are going to perform a process of two people verifying the blood that they pull and are sending back to the nursing unit. They're going to initiate a blood product transport form. They're going to pack the blood product in a clear zip pouch and put it in the red carrier. They're going to put a blood transfusion record form and the transport form into the pouch, and they're going to notify the nursing unit that they're sending the blood product, and they're going to send it to the nursing station. When it arrives in the nursing unit, it is important that somebody it should be the nurse that's going to transfuse, but there may be a situation where the nurse is not the one accessing and removing the blood, but that's ideal. You're going to enter the access code 1234 to unlock the tube system. You're going to enter the last 4 of the patient's social security number, and you must do that within 6 minutes of the blood arriving to the unit. If not, the blood is going back to the blood bank. So as soon as you pull that blood out of the pneumatic tube, or as soon as it's picked up from blood bank, you want to do a visual inspection of the bag of blood. You want to make sure it's not leaking, there's no gas bubbles, that nothing looks awry, that it's the right patient. You're not doing your full 2 verifiers yet, but you could quickly know if the blood is sent for the wrong patient. And if everything looks okay, you're going to complete this a section of the blood product transport form, and I'm going to show you that in just a minute, and send that back to the blood bank before you even leave the pneumatic tube system. This is a sample of the transport form, and you just have to fill out the area that's highlighted in yellow, so time received and who received it, and immediately return it. But if there's any problem, you want to call the blood bank immediately. Please keep in mind that only 1 blood product will be sent in the red carrier at a time. Blood bank will not send rare blood types through the pneumatic tube system. They will not send blood products for the OR. They will not send transfusion workup information or samples through the tube system, and emergency or crash blood will not be sent through the tube system, and we'll talk about that in just a minute. This is a quick diagram. It's a little hard to see on the screen, but it's how to obtain blood for crash blood. So you need this in an emergency. And it's important to know that this blood is not typed and crossed to that specific veteran. They're going to use universal blood for them. And so the process has to be initiated by the MD or designee to call the blood bank that they need crash blood. And there's a protocol to follow. So the areas that do this should be part of your unit orientation. The lab will only send so many units of blood at a time, or release so many units of blood at a time. And so arrangements have to be made to who is picking up the blood, and this blood is packed in an ice chest with special temperature indicators in it to make sure that the blood is maintained at the right temperature. And they will release crash blood for only up to 12 hours before it is time for, somebody needs to try to do a type and cross in that time frame. This picture shows you what will come to you in the pneumatic tube system, or if somebody picks it up from the blood bank, you will receive the bag of the blood product. It will have a tag on it that has specific information for that unit of blood, and you will also receive a copy of the transfusion record. So the caution tag that you see in the upper right hand corner is physically attached to the blood product, and it contains the veteran's full name, full social, the type of blood product that is being sent to you, the blood product unit number, any modifications made to that unit, such as irradiated or leukocyte reduced, the expiration date, the type and X alphanumeric sticker that corresponds with the veteran's armband, the ABO-RH type of the blood, and the patient. So all of that is on this special caution tag attached to the unit of blood. So the transfusionist will confirm the patient's identity by having the patient verbally state his or her name, and this needs to be done in the presence of the second verifier. The patient should state their full social and indicate any additional things like junior, senior, anything like that. And we want to make sure that that information is identical to what is listed on the patient's wristband, on the type and X blood band, on the blood transfusion record form that came with the blood from the blood bank, and on the caution tag, and that all of this matches the order in CPRS. So there are several things that the transfusionist and the second verifier are checking. The second verifier will be present throughout this process and will confirm this information. And again, if at all possible, have the patient actively be involved in this checks and balances to verify that all the information is confirmed. The transfusionist is also going to confirm the identity of the blood product for the patient, and you want to explain to them what they're getting in front of the patient and in front of the second verifier. You're going to make sure that the blood product ABO-RH type on the label of the blood product matches the information on the transfusion form and the caution tag. So all of the items shown in this picture, you want to make sure that they all say O positive, and that it matches what's on the typed paper, which is kind of hard to see, but I can see it up on the screen. So all of these say O positive, RH positive. The blood product unit number must match what's on the blood product and on the transfusion form. So you're going to make sure that the unit number matches on the paper form, the tag, and the unit of blood. You're going to make sure that the type and X alphanumeric sticker matches on the caution tag, on the blood transfusion record form, and on the patient's blood band, the type and X blood band on their arm. The type of the blood product and the modifications listed on the caution tag should match what's on the transfusion order. The compatibility information on the blood transfusion record form is compatible with the product that you received. The date and time issued from the blood bank should be documented and verified, and you want to make sure the expiration date of the unit of blood or blood products, that all of those, that expiration date is not passed. Once you confirm all of this between the person hanging the blood and the second verifier, you're both going to sign the record that comes with the blood bank, so the transfusion record. You also, before you hang it, actually very, very beginning, visually inspect that the blood looks okay, that there's nothing leaking, there's no gas bubbles, and you're going to do your verification at the bedside. And you have 30 minutes from the time the blood leaves the blood bank, comes through the pneumatic tube system, it's retrieved, verified at the bedside, and hung. You have 30 minutes to do that. So if any reason that's not going to happen, you must return the blood to the blood bank. For example, let's say you got your vitals, you verified Peyton IV, you sent for the blood, and you and your second verifier go to the room and the IV is gone. Well, if you don't think you can get that restarted and have the blood checked within 30 minutes, you should send that blood back to blood bank and then have it reissued when you're ready. And then you must make sure that the blood product is transfused within 4 hours from initiating the blood transfusion. So it's very important that you have everybody ready to get this process verified, started, and that you are able to transfuse the entire unit within 4 hours, and that includes what's in the tubing. So we'll talk about time frames in just a minute, but you need to make sure that you're administering it quickly enough that it can be done in 4 hours, but you don't want to start the transfusion off too quickly at the very beginning. So watch your transfusion time, and after the first 15 to 30 minutes, you can increase the rate to ensure that it'll be transfused within that 4-hour period. If for some reason it is known that this veteran cannot tolerate a full unit of blood due to maybe circulatory overload, they may be on multiple drips or IV infusions, it is possible to split a unit, but that has to be done by the blood bank, and that should be part of the order for that blood product. I saw this when my granddaughter was born, and she was in the NICU. She was born 4 months early, and she weighed less than a pound the first day that she needed a transfusion. I happened to be at the bedside when the nurse came in, and my daughter had already given consent, but the nurse walked in with a 10 ml syringe that had maybe 3 or 4 mLs of blood in it. And I asked her, what is that? She goes, this is her transfusion. So they were able to split units down to minuscule amounts because a 1 pound micropreemie can't tolerate very much volume. So it's very interesting to think about that. But it must be done in the blood bank prior to issuing the blood. So this slide just reminds you what things you need to take into the room to get your transfusion going. You need an IV pole, IV pump if necessary. In some instances, you don't want to use it. If you're giving a lot of blood quickly, you don't put them on the pump. But our Alaris IV pumps, you can administer blood through them. You just need to make sure that you have the IV administration set that is listed for blood administration, and it says it right on the package. You need your normal saline. You need to be able to monitor your vital signs. And the frequency of vital signs, according to our policy, we must do vital signs prior to the transfusion, 15 minutes after starting the transfusion, at the completion of the transfusion, and as needed. If you're used to doing vital signs more frequently, you can go above the policy. You just can't go less than what the policy states. So if you're on the more seasoned side like myself, I've been an RN for 35 years, I probably take vital signs much more frequently than required, but that's the way I was taught to do it. You also need to know that you want to fill out the transfusion record form that you get with the blood product, but you need to transcribe that into CPRS. And you have a blood transfusion note in CPRS, which I'm going to show you. You have the second verifier note, which I'll show you a sample of. And the things I don't have samples of, but they are in CPRS, are the critical care blood transfusion note that would be used in critical care, OR, PACU, or in dialysis when multiple units are being transfused rather quickly. It allows for you to put in more than 1 unit of blood. The other note that's listed first, a blood transfusion component note, just has the place to put the 1 unit of blood and the type and X number And so this critical care transfusion note will allow you to document more if you're given multiple units. After the transfusion, you want to make sure that the blood transfusion record form that is sent with the blood product is scanned and sent to the patient's medical record. So each unit, you have a place that you keep those forms that do need to be scanned to the medical records, and make sure that the completed form is put there. This screen shows you the sample of the CPRS note, and this is the blood component transfusion note that the nurse giving the transfusion will fill out. Excuse me. It has the pre-transfusion vitals, it has your type and X blood band, the actual unit number, pre-medication, everything is in this note for you to fill out. Screen shows you the second verifier note. So the second verifier doesn't verify all the vital signs are complete or that your patient was monitored. It's just verifying that 2 people were at the bedside, verifying the patient and all the information on the blood product prior to initiating the transfusion. So the second verifier's note is a lot quicker. It will have the veteran's name, the type and X number, the unit number, that you verified consent was there, that you verified the orders, and that you were verified with the other person. You're going to sign it, so it's pretty quick. No talk about blood administration would be complete without talking about transfusion reaction. So it is important to make sure that the veteran and family, if they're at the bedside, understand what potential signs and symptoms of a transfusion reaction are. And basically, it's anything that's there now that wasn't there when you started the transfusion reaction. Your veteran may have gotten a lot of blood products in the past, and they may have pre-medication ordered because they have minor transfusion reactions, and that should be something that is you're made aware of up front. But let's say your veteran, everything is okay, but all of a sudden they have a rash. You have to stop the transfusion, call the provider, call the blood bank, and it may be the case that the provider orders the transfusion to continue. You just would want to make sure that you document that information. But more severe reactions, temp spikes, flank pain, hematuria, any of those things, you definitely want to consider that it may be a transfusion reaction. Stop the blood from infusing, and don't just open the saline. You do that at the very end of the transfusion to make sure you get all that blood out of the line, but at this point you don't want to do that. You want to stop everything that's going through that blood setup. Get a new bag of saline, a new set of tubing, prime it, break it down close to the patient and hang saline, and then just keep that blood bag and all the tubing that was part of the transfusion, package that up because it's going to need to go back to the blood bank. You're going to make sure that the provider is aware, because the provider must order a transfusion reaction workup in CPRS, and you're going to treat the patient according to the provider's orders, and then the blood bank will work with you to complete the transfusion workup. The most common thing that happens is misidentification of samples, although that doesn't happen as often now with all the safety mechanisms we have in place. But the first thing they're going to do is retype and cross that blood to make sure there wasn't a mistake made there. The other thing that you notice up in the upper right-hand corner of this slide is TACO and trolley. And if you've never heard these two forms, TACO stands for Transfusion Associated Circulatory Overload, and trolley is Transfusion Related Acute Lung Injury. Both present with respiratory distress, so your patient may call you or their family members that they're having difficulty breathing, and so this could be a sign of either of these conditions. But with TACO, it's circulatory overload or fluid overload, and so usually the patient will also have hypertension, tachypnea, tachycardia. With trolley, it's a little bit more serious. They usually present with hypotension, but it's important to know that these should be documented. The provider should be called so treatment can be initiated. This is a sample of the transfusion reaction form. It shows you what part you need to fill out. You need to call the blood bank, describe what kind of symptoms that they have, and it's a very quick form to fill out. And then, like I said, the first thing they're going to want to do is to retype and cross. And so you'll have to go through the same process of doing the type and cross. And this is all part of the transfusion workup. It spells it out in detail in the policy. Then this slide just shows you the process for emergency release of blood. So this is blood that's needed in an emergency situation where we can't wait for a type and cross, and the provider must order it. There's a place to order it in CPRS. There's a form that can be filled out and taken to the blood bank. And as I mentioned earlier, the provider has to order it, and they can blood bank will release emergency blood for up to 12 hours, but after during that 12 hours, they expect that a type and cross is being obtained so they can provide the rest of the blood as cross-matched blood. And they can give out up to 20 units of blood product with the emergency release. So let's kind of put a few things together. You have references for you on the screen. It is in your handouts as well. You can always go to the American Blood Bank, American Association of Blood Banks, the AABB, and they have information to review about giving blood and blood products. We have our South Texas Veterans Healthcare System policy, and you can get to that by going to our policy and procedure homepage. You have policy for consent for blood or blood component transfusions, and there is a policy related to use of the pneumatic tube system. If you look up the policy for blood administration, it is quite long, and I always like to tell people it can be overwhelming when looking at it, but if you go to the very last page, you have a table of contents, and it's easier to find what you're looking for in that policy. So the policy has information also attached to it, samples of the SF518 blood or blood component transfusion request form. It shows a picture of the Type X armband. It shows the blood transfusion record form, which is issued with the blood, and this is the form that you record your vital signs on. It has a picture in the policy of the caution tag that we had in the presentation earlier. It talks about the emergency release form, transfusion guidelines approved by the Blood Utilization Committee. So this is the slide that talks about the hemoglobin needs to be less than 8 before they receive blood. It talks about the maximum amount of blood that can be point.
Is this Kathy?
Yes, I'm on.
Hi, Kathy.
Hi. Do you need me to come back at 1:30?
No. We just adjusted our times a little bit. Everyone should be coming back. Let me just check to see.
Okay.
We have 4 minutes, okay?
Oh, sure. No worries. I'm going to put you on speaker so I can hear you whenever we're ready, okay? Hold on one second.
Hey, Kathy.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi. Okay, so I think everyone's back. I just want to give you an idea who you're talking to. We have nine new nursing personnel. We have 2 LVNs, 2 CNAs, and then the rest of them are from our registered nurses. And they're going to be working. We have inpatient and outpatient nurses, so it's sort of like kind of all over the place, like it always is. And 1 CNA in Kerrville, but everybody else is for Audie Murphy.
Oh, okay, great.
So you can, at the top there, you should be able to just take over as presenter. And if you wanted to show if you show your desktop, I think the slides are downloaded into Skype and then they're going to disappear. So we just have to re-download them. So you might go through your presentation first and then just show your desktop.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you, Irene.
Okay, so you're on, Kathy.
Okay, so thank you everyone for attending, and this is patient safety, and congratulations on becoming a new employee for the VA. So how many people do you think die from medical errors per year? You can type in the chat box if you would like. Are they able to do that, or are they just listening?
No, so I have to kind of relay it, and there's like a 20-second delay, so it feels really weird.
Oh.
Because you ask the question, and then we're sitting here for 20 seconds, and then they hear the question, and then 20 seconds, and then I can answer the question. So
Okay, I'm just going to go through this and we'll talk about JPSR, and that's the main thing. So, okay, so they used to think it was 98,000 per year, and actually more recent literature says anywhere from 210,000 to 400,000 deaths per year are caused by medical error. Of those, 78% are preventable, which means that there was something going on in the patient trends. There were some close calls or near misses happening that we could have intervened on. The Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality estimates that anywhere from 7 to 100 near misses occur for every preventable death. So those are, that's 7 to 100 times that we could have prevented a death from occurring. Medical error is the third leading cause of death in the United States, right behind heart disease and cancer. And part of the things we do is also look at national patient safety goals. And we already talked about this in NEO, but I just want to reaffirm that you should always use 2 patient identifiers, the full name, the full social or date of birth, and do bedside labeling. So labeling has been an issue, and it has improved, but we would like to see 0 errors right here where it says Audi 10. This is an old report, by the way, but if you look, one unit had 10 labeling errors, and that was a mislabel. That means the labels from one patient were accidentally put on on another patient's tubes, and luckily it was caught. So it's very important that you label at the bedside, verify with the patient that you have the correct name, correct social or date of birth, and label them there. Don't take them to the nurse's station and label them because you may pick up the wrong labels. We want to improve staff communication and get the important test results to the right person at the right time. Laboratory test results should be reported within 30 minutes, and EKG results should be conveyed to the provider within 30 minutes as well. Now, laboratory results, usually laboratory will call those to the doctor. If they have a hard time getting a hold of the doctor, though, they may call you as well and let you know. Radiology and nuclear medicine results are usually called to the doctor within 60 minutes. If you're working and you have a stat radiology order for like CT of the head or MRI, and it's a weekend or holiday, it's very important that you call radiology and let them know of the stat order, just as a backup to make sure that they know to come right away. So we need to repeat blood glucoses if they're critical or out of range immediately. Sorry. So they do look at our accuracy for completing the note for the AccuCheck, and also nursing documentation. And we have improved. This isn't old. As you can see, this was 2018. I do need to update these slides. And also, did we call the doctor within 30 minutes? And did we do a repeat within 10? So that's why if you have a blood glucose that's critical, to go ahead and just do it right away and make sure that it's accurate, that, maybe there was something on the patient's fingers. Maybe there's something wrong with the machine. The only way you're going to know that is if you do a second verification before you intervene on the patient. So use medications safely. Before a procedure, always label your medications. Take extra care of patients who take medicine to thin their blood. So every patient here, if they're admitted with for a PE or they're admitted here for stroke, non-hemorrhagic, they're going to be on blood thinners. So we are a teaching hospital. If you notice that it's not on their record, then you should go ahead and contact the physician right away. Micromedics, I'll show you that in just a minute because I don't want to stop the slides from going. Identify safety risks. So suicide screening is very important. That's one of the Joint Commission focuses this year is, are we doing suicide screening? And not only that, but are we looking at our environment to see what risks are there? For example, if you're on a med-surg unit, what could a patient use to hurt themselves with, and looking for those items, whether it be tubing, curtains, telemetry cords. I mean, any of those things could be used, and we had a whole assessment team that went out to every area and documented what they found could be used and made a list of those things. So anytime we're caring for patients that could be suicidal or have identified as having suicide ideation, we always want to use that list to remove whatever we can. We understand that some things have to be on the patient, like, for example, oxygen if they need it. If it doesn't have to be in the room, go ahead and get it out of the room. But if it's monitoring, then, as long as the one-to-one's there and they're aware of the risk and what to look for, that's what we want to happen. So during the nursing admission assessment, we do assess over the last 2 weeks, have you been feeling down, depressed, or hopeless? And if you indicate yes there, it'll go on and ask, have you had thoughts that you'd be better off dead, thoughts of hurting yourself in some way, yes or no? If either of these are yes, then you want to notify the doctor immediately. Even if they have a history of depression, you want to let them know because they will still need to get a mental health consult to look at their current medication regimen, maybe to get them someone to talk to. So always put the doctor here. If you see an asterisk here, that means it's required. Always put the doctor and the time. If you don't, for some reason, put that there and something happens, it's going to look like you never intervened. So always cover yourself. So these are the reported behavior events that have occurred in general for our veteran population. So 56% are caused by overdosing. And the reason why I'm showing this to you is because we do have patients that bring their own medications in, and they're not checked. Bags are not checked in the emergency room. What they do is they separate the patient from their bags. Once a patient goes to the inpatient unit, that is when, hold on one second. You can just leave it there, Boyan. Sorry. Thank you, hon. Once the patient goes up to the unit, whether it's med-surg, ICU, or PCU, staff are required to check their bags to make an inventory of belongings. The reason for that is, of course, issues like this where we're looking for drugs, we're looking for firearms, we're looking for items like knives. You would be surprised what you find in patient bags. One way to offset that is to let the patient know, sir or ma'am, we always routinely do an inventory of patient belongings. And the reason for that is we want to make sure that what you came in with, that you're leaving with, and that nothing gets lost. As long as you let them understand this is routine. Now, if it's a suicidal patient, all of their belongings have to be removed out of the room, and they have to be taken to patient effects. So routinely, we, for all patients, check belongings, do an inventory. But if it's a suicidal patient, everything needs to be taken out of the room. We have had issues where a patient went from the ED to an ICU unit. The inventory was never done. The patient went from the ICU to the med-surg floor. The nurse did the inventory and found a gun. So imagine if we were dealing with a patient that was irate or had anger, and that gun was there and nobody knew about it. So it's very important that you check belongings when they come in. Medical alarms, all I can say on that is do not change the alarm parameters. Make sure that you have the doctor's order to do that. Always wash your hands before and after pretty much anything. Eating, going into the room, coming out of the room, before you do wound care, after cleaning patients. Always wash your hands. We also look at wrong site surgery. Always do a timeout, a dedicated, non-interrupted. Ensure that people are listening And always stop the line. If the timeout is not occurring properly, stop and say, we're not going to proceed until everyone's listening. That's very important. And always check for laterality. And utilize standardized checklists. Marking of the site. So the physician will have to mark the site. If the site is internal and you can't really mark it, we do have a yellow wristband that's used to mark the site. And the doctor would write the site on there and initial it, and it's put on the patient. As part of the timeout process, the nurse should also be reviewing that wristband to make sure that it's accurate and make sure that the doctor has the right laterality and procedure. We also do good catch awards. For example, Mr. Contreras featured here. He's a CNA. He did notice that a patient's blood sugar just didn't seem right for what he had eaten for breakfast. And sometimes we do have patients that hide food in their room, and you'll catch them eating pork rinds or something. But he noticed that something was off, and his gut told him this isn't right. And the blood sugar was in the 400s. And he was like, I could move on. We've all been there where, you could just move on and go to the next thing. But he listened to his gut, and he went and grabbed a different machine and took the patient's blood sugar. And sure enough, it was double what it was only in the 200s, so we would have given him double the insulin that was required. So we did give him a good catch award for using his surveillance and making sure that the patient was okay. As a result, it also led to looking at all the glucose monitors to make sure that they're functioning properly. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen, and we're going to go over how to put in a JPSR, because that's the most important thing I can show you at the moment. Okay, so great. Everyone should be seeing my screen here. So when you're going to put in a JPSR, you're going to click on the Internet Explorer icon, and I have a lot of stuff open. Let me close. Hold on one second. I'm going to stop sharing for just a second. Okay, now I'm going to share again. Okay. So this is what our intranet looks like, and you'll see everything from clinical resources, employee resources, patient safety. This is what we're looking for. So anytime you have an adverse event or a close call occur, you want to report it. So our reporting system is called Joint Patient Safety Reporting, or JPSR. And to access that, you always go on the intranet. You click on Patient Safety Reporting. You come to the main screen, and you click on Department of Veterans Affairs. And it's going to ask you to verify that you're authorized to get into the system, and it does that with your PIV card that you're going to be getting if you haven't gotten it already. So you're going to click on this green square, and you're going to, some people have more than one credential. Usually it'll be highlighted for the credential that's appropriate. So you're going to click OK. And it's just making sure that you're authorized to enter the system. It doesn't track who a person is. There's a lot of confidential information in here, and of course we can't let just anybody come into the system. So as soon as you verify that you're able to get into, that you're authorized to get in, you're already in the report, so you can start filling it out. If you'll notice here, it says that you have 10 minutes to report it, so try to do it. Once you're in, it happens pretty quick, but if you get called away to help a patient and it goes away, you're going to have to start all over again. Employees are encouraged to report all types of patient safety events or concerns. So even if nothing has happened, if it's a near miss or just a concern in general, you can always put it in here. Staff initiating report, if you just type in NUR, you can select nurse, nurse's aide, reporter. So this is how we identify who you are. So if you want to be anonymous, you can leave it blank and don't put anything there. If you want to indicate who you are, you can put your last name and first name. If you decide to put your email, that will allow us to give you feedback. So if you put an event in here and you want to know what the result was of the report and if there were any actions for improvement, you can put your email there and we will give you feedback. If you notice here, it says, if you do not feel safe or comfortable reporting, enter fear in lieu of your name. So if you do feel fearful about reporting, which we hope no one does, but if you do, you would type in fear here, and that will let us know that you're feeling that way, and it would help us also to identify maybe a culture that isn't as just as what we would like. Event date and time, that's a mandatory. And then you come to step 1, campus. And you always want to type in STX for South Texas. And that'll give us everything that is under our purview is here. If you click on the drop-down box, you're going to have everything from all these different C-Box, Baltimore. Yeah, we don't want stuff going there. So always type in STX. And I'm going to pick Audie Murphy, and it automatically populates which center we are. And a VISN is like a district. So VISN 17 is our district. And then you're going to click on the department. So let's say it happened in the ICU. So I'm going to click critical care. And then it happened in MICU, we'll say. Location type, that is like the bedroom, the bathroom non-shared, hallway, facility grounds, those are all right here. Was a patient in transit? That's, of course, if you're transporting patients back and forth or if they left the hospital in an ambulance. Event description, always just be detailed with the who, what, when, why, and where. For the who part, don't put people's names. Put like nurse 1, nurse 2, or CNA a nurse, CNA 1, CNA 2. And the reason for that is this goes up to National Center for Patient Safety, and we just don't want any names to be put in there. Is this related to electronic health record? Was this a patient safety event or a near miss or close call? So I'm going to say this is a near miss because we almost gave a patient the wrong medication because the wrong medication was in the packet. Okay, so was a patient involved? I'm going to say yes. As soon as you do that, it's going to pop up with their last name and their first name. Those are required, and then date of birth is required. Also, if you notice here, it says veteran number. Here at the VA in our electronic medical record, we always we're able to find our patient records easier if we have the last 4 of the social. So you would put the last 4 here. If for some reason you forget, we will still be able to find out who the patient was, so don't worry. But it is extremely helpful. At that point, you can go ahead and submit it if you want to, and if you have time, you can do the injuries and treatment. As long as you write it up in the description, that's great. We know that everyone does not have all the time in the world to really do this part. As long as you describe it, that's fine. As you can see, there's a ton of injuries here that you could go through and pick one if you would like. Once you submit it, you're going to get a patient safety record number or PSR number. You can write it down and keep it for yourself just as a record, and if you don't hear anything from us you should hear something from us if you put your email in there. But for some reason, if you haven't heard anything from us and you want to reference it, at least you'll have the number. Or if you did put your email address, you will receive an email that tells you what the feedback is for the event. If you don't agree with what the lessons learned or the actions were, email us back and let us know that, hey, we already do that and it's not working, or how about trying this, this, and this? And we take that information and we try to work with leadership to look for change and to try to look for improvements. So please feel free to do that as well. So after all this is done and you've submitted it, it goes into this database that's kept by National Center for Patient Safety. Every morning and every afternoon, we print out reports that have, here, I'll see if I can pull one up for you. I'm going to stop sharing for just a second, and then I'll share again. Okay, so I'm going to show you today's report just so you can see what it looks like. Sorry, my computer's taking a while. Okay, let me share my screen again. Okay, so this is what this morning's JPSR report looks like. So as you can see in the first column, it has that patient safety record number that I told you about. You would be issued that after you filled in the report. It has a reported date, the event date, the location where it happened, the type of location. So here we have a few laboratory issues with mislabeled specimens, which should never happen. But you'll see the patient's name, last four. You'll also see a description of what happened that was entered into JPSR. So that report goes to nursing leadership. It goes to the director and the associate director, and all service chiefs get a copy of that report too. And the reason for that is we want everyone to be able to review events and quickly communicate with each other to see if there's a solution that they can come up with, and go from there. So once leadership has reviewed that report, they meet at two different times. They meet once in the morning at 7:45, nursing leadership will meet, and then once at 8:15, that's when nursing leadership will meet with the director and all the service chiefs. And what they usually do is they start out with a safety story. After the safety story, they will talk about JPSR events, and they will try to figure out what the status of them is. Have we gotten the equipment that's needed? Have we fixed the barcode medication administration record? All of those things will be on there, so or talked about during morning report. And so it's very helpful. Our director is very HRO-centric, so he's just he's a great director. So he's very patient safety focused, and he wants you to report if near misses are happening, and he wants you to report if there are any concerns that you have to go ahead and put them in JPSR, not just things that happen with that actually reach the patient, but everything. Let me stop sharing my screen one more time because I need to show you one more thing. Let me see. Okay, I'm going to share my screen again. Okay, so we're going to go back to the home page that we talked about, and here's where patient safety reporting is. If you're going to be working on the units, one thing that you can do if you need to find a physician quickly, or usually at night, that's when it's hard to, the teams have a cover for them. So there's a night float covering for certain teams. And if you don't have this information, it can be a little challenging. Usually the MAS clerks will have the information, but I like to have it myself too. So if you want to look up a physician, you would type in amion.com, and this is going to come up, and you would type in medicine, and it's going to show you university hospitals on here as well. So let's say I was working tonight and I'm in the CCU and I need to find out, I need to get a hold of the doctor. It's going to say who the night resident is and what time they're working, their name, and their pager number. So if I needed to page him, I could click on this and I could put my own number there. I could put a message, hey, I need you to come over here, need new orders for something. Of course, if it's anything emergent, you want to use the code blue if it's a code blue, or the 15555 if you have an emergency going on. But that's just one easy way that you can identify who is covering for the day. So here, if we look at night float, it'll have the UH university resident, the VA resident, and all their numbers there too for tonight. So that's very helpful. Another thing I wanted to show you was on the home screen, these clinical and employee resources. So clinical resources are very helpful, and Micromedics is here. I don't know if you've ever used Micromedics, but when you click on it, you can check IV drug compatibility, and you can compare several drugs. This is very helpful if you don't want to have to start a new IV and you want to just double check to see if things are compatible. So here you'll see them showing up down here. Okay, so once you're done, you can view compatibility of these 4 items, and it'll tell you, well, these were all compatible. I wouldn't have to start a new IV. But if they weren't, it would have one of these, that they're not compatible, that they're variable, and are questionable. If they're uncertain, I would not put them together. Or if they're variable, I wouldn't put them together. Let me take you back to the home screen real quick. Also over here, we talked about medical center policies yesterday or this week, and this is where you can find the medical center policies. They have the policy memorandums. Those are the main policies, and then there's also service agreements are in here. But if you're looking for something, if you're looking for something, let's say you're worried about having a missing patient, then you would missing patient. And this is our elopement and prevention policy. So just so you know where to find them, I would try to, if you're ever concerned about something, look at the policy and see what it says. And at the back of the policy, it often has different types of charts and tools. And while we're here, we're going to talk about missing patients. So if you have a patient that is at risk for being missing, and at risk can include any of these factors here, if they're legally committed, if they have a court-appointed guardian, if they're gravely disabled due to a mental disorder, if they're considered dangerous to self or others, or if they lack cognitive ability either permanently or temporarily. So even if they seemed okay when you went in to see them, but you know that they wax and wane between confusion and non-confusion, then they would still be considered at risk. Also, you'll notice here it talks about dementia, intoxication, or being intoxicated. If we do get intoxicated patients in, we usually are doing that CWA protocol and looking at that. You know, there is a point where if they're too intoxicated that they would be at risk for hurting themselves or others, and if they left the facility, then, you know, they're still under our care, and we would be responsible for them leaving. So that would be something you would need to talk with the doctor about should a patient go missing out of a room and they were intoxicated. And this is the missing patient identification tool. And this is what the police are going to ask for. So usually people search for 15 minutes. If they haven't found them, then they will go ahead and dial 1555 and do the code silver overhead page. And then here, that they'll notify the police, and they will complete a missing patient identification tool. And all it is just a patient description. So if you can't find the tool for some reason, it should be on the unit and readily accessible. But if for some reason you can't find it, all it is a patient description, and it shouldn't hold up the police looking for the patient. So you'll see that they look for the beard, do they have any facial hair, skin markings, height and weight, approximate. This is our flow chart that we use for missing patients, but we also have a checklist. But after 15 minutes, you'll notify the physician, and the physician would deem the patient to be at risk. You may have to advocate for your patient if they have a history of dementia and the physician is saying, well, I'm going to go ahead and put them in AMA, then you'll definitely have to advocate and say, sir, they have a history of dementia, so they're at risk. If they are at risk, then you would complete that missing patient identification tool I just showed you, and you would call 15555 and initiate the code silver overhead, reporting the area that the patient was last seen. You would also notify VA police, so you can either dial this extension or 15555 can also transfer you over there. During off-tour hours, always notify the nurse on duty. They're the supervisor, like the nighttime supervisor, and they can help. So it's really important to notify them. After you've handed off to police, they will come to the unit and they will get the patient's description, and they will begin a 2-hour search. They will also do a links all employee notification, and that is a notification that pops up on every computer, and it has the patient's description. So if you see that, it's important that you look around your area for any patients that may not belong there. It'll have what they were wearing and where they were last seen. It doesn't pop up on every computer, only the desktops. So if you're having a workstation on wheels, it's not going to pop up on there. Police will put that notification on, and then the search continues, and they will look through all the building stairwells for the patient. So if they have not found the patient, then we end up letting the director know, and at that point, the director would designate a search coordinator to continue for 8 hours searching. We also get SAPD involved, and they also do a search. In the meantime, we're notifying family. We're trying to do wellness checks, having the SAPD go out to addresses that are known on file to try to find the patient. So this does happen. We have also had patients that were here for suicide ideation, and for example, one patient was wandering and pacing in a hallway. So that's one you want to look for those signs that patients are going to leave. If your patient has their clothes on and they're talking about, I really need to get to work, then they're likely going to try to take off on you. Or if you have a patient that is suicidal, yet they're pacing back and forth, you better believe they're probably going to try to leave. So in this case, the patient was here for suicidal ideation. He was pacing in the hallway, but the CNA was with him. Someone said, "Hey, so-and-so, here, I have that key you needed," and tossed the key to the CNA. The CNA turned to catch the key. When he turned back around, all he saw was the bathroom door closing. So we assumed that the patient was in there. Now, anytime a patient is suicidal, we have to go with them into the bathroom. And, of course, the reason for that is because they can hurt themselves in the bathroom if we're not watching them. So he wasn't in the bathroom with the patient. And then, lo and behold, when the door opened, it was a female family member of another patient in the area that came out, and then he realized that the patient had left. So we had to do a full-out search for him. We had to call SAPD to find him. But the worst-case scenario would have been that the patient was found dead. And that's why it's so important to always stay with the patient, to try to limit distractions, to not be on your cell phone, not be watching YouTube on the workstation on wheels. It's to actually watch a patient, look at your surroundings to see what can they use to hurt themselves, ensure that whatever can be taken out of the room is taken out of the room, and just really being real vigilant. I wish I had a list of the different codes here, but we're going to talk about them.
They, Kathy, they have it in a handout that they've been given online.
Oh, okay.
And then they'll get the booklet tomorrow when they come in.
Oh, great. Okay.
So if you just talk about it, I think they'll.
Sure. Okay. So there is a handout that talks about codes and emergency calls. And, of course, we have the code blue. That's here at Audi. So for Kerrville, you are not going to have a code blue team there. That's more like a long-term care facility. So if any kind of emergency or code situation were to happen there, you would just call 911 and get people to dispatched over there. Now, the emergency number for Kerrville is 12911, and you would let them know that the medics are coming for your patient. And that rings, I think, directly to the police desk. So the police should come up and help direct the medics to your area there, too. Also, at Audi, we have what's called a DART, a Dedicated Acute Rapid Response Team, and it's just the same thing as a rapid response team. But if you're calling a DART or you hear a DART overhead, that's what it means, is that they're having a rapid response team go to that area. So at Audi, the main emergency number is 15555. That's for all codes that we have. So if you're calling a DART, or if you have a code silver missing patient, or a code green disruptive behavior patient, you would go ahead and call 15555. For Kerrville, they don't have a DART. They're not going to have a rapid response team. Again, if you have a medical emergency, you have to get paramedics there, non-VA paramedics. So you would dial 12911 and get the emergency crew over there. So code green, disruptive behavior, so that could apply to patients. It can apply to their family. If you feel threatened in any way, as far as verbally, or if they're slamming things around and you're worried that it's escalating, you can call a code green, and VA police will arrive on your area. Now, here at Audi, we do have a mental health inpatient unit, and whenever you call a code green, the police will arrive. but also a mental health technician should come up and help you. And I can't explain enough how valuable that is, because I've had to call a code green before when I was working on the unit, and they came up and they helped me with my patient to get him to take his medications that would help him to calm the behaviors down. And I couldn't get him to take them. And as soon as that mental health tech walked in, he just swallowed those pills and everything was good. So they do help. And they know a lot of these patients. They work with them all the time. Some of them come whenever they're having a hard time, and they're there for them, so they trust them, and they will help you in that fashion. It's a little bit different virtually, so I'm trying to think if there's anything else. We are also going to start clinical team training. Clinical team training is similar to Team Steps. I don't know if we have any people that have had Team Steps in the past, but it will eventually be mandatory for all employees, and it's part of our high reliability initiative to make sure that everyone has clinical team training to where they can function as a team very efficiently and look for safety issues and feel free to speak up and talk about and speak out about things that they're concerned about. So clinical team training is on the horizon, and I believe it's going to start late June, or July. Gosh, it's already July. So late July, it's going to start, and it's our first time ever doing the clinical team training here. We've always done Team Steps. So we're hoping it's going to go great, and we're also going to be looking for more trainers. So keep an eye on your email to see if there's any trainer offerings that you might be interested in doing. Also, we do Good Catch Awards. But we also have what's called a Hero Award, and the Hero Award is a national award. It's nationally recognized as part of the HRO journey, and all the good catches that we have, we evaluate them, and the best of the best get submitted up for a Hero Award. We can only send up one person or one team from each category. So there's 4 teams. There's a non-clinical individual like a social worker or an MAS clerk. There's non-clinical teams like blood bank. We've submitted blood bank recently. There's clinical individual like one nurse that did something outstanding or had a good catch that was outstanding, or there's clinical teams, and we recently submitted up our IR team for an amazing effort that they put forward to keep patients safe. So we submitted some up in March and again just recently. So we were supposed to hear back in April for the first quarter Hero Award nominations, but because COVID had started at that time, it was postponed. We did submit for the June nominations. We haven't heard back yet on that, but we're hoping that we'll hear back for the first and second quarter. And we're really thinking that we're going to have a few that make it through to the Hero Awards. So we look forward to honoring those people as well. So patient safety also has an HRO coordinator, and we hold safety forums. And our next one is next week, I believe, on Tuesday. So it's all virtual right now. But usually we would fill the auditorium, and we would talk and have audience discussion about important patient safety topics. And we would talk about our root cause analysis improvements that we found and that are being implemented, and get more feedback from the front line for any kind of patient safety topics that we would go over. And usually each topic has to do with an HRO principle. So for example, reluctance to simplify or deference to expertise. and we would recognize people that have exhibited that, and then we would talk about deference to expertise and how that's so important. For example, one of our Good Catch and Hero Awards that we put up was for a PACU nurse and a PACU CNA, and the CNA was brand new to PACU. She had worked in spinal cord injury, and she was working with a patient that had had spinal surgery, and the nurse is becoming very concerned because the patient's blood pressure was going up, and she was getting ready to call the doctor to get something to bring the blood pressure down. And the CNA, who was used to working with patients with spinal cord injuries and trauma, said, they may have autonomic dysreflexia, and told her, and it's just things, sometimes we get in the routine of doing certain things that we don't, that we need to rely on the expert and without hierarchy. So in this case, the nurse could have been, well, you're a CNA, I'm not going to listen to you, but that isn't the kind of team that they have there in the PACU. And so she goes, oh, well, go grab a bladder scanner. And sure enough, the patient had 1,000 cc's of urine in their bladder. And as soon as they did a catheter and got it out of there, the patient the blood pressure went back down. But imagine if the nurse had called the doctor, and the doctor was like, yeah, sure, give him some, metropolol IV or whatever. And let's say that the patient's blood pressure had gone down, and then they noticed the urine and put the Foley catheter in. That could have caused a catastrophic outcome. So we always want to be open to listen to people without hierarchy that may have experiences that will help us in our own care of the patient. So we were really honored to put them forth as a Hero Award, and we're hoping that they will get it. So just wanted to make you aware of that. I believe that's all that I usually go over. Usually we have a lot of discussion back and forth, and it's a little difficult here because I know there's a delay, but I do appreciate the time to come and talk to you guys. And thank you, Irene and Lisa, for always including patient safety. And if you guys ever need to reach us, our main number is 13584. And that'll ring to the whole patient safety team. So if you ever have any questions, please feel free to call us.
Thank you, Kathy. I would just add one little bit to that, if you don't mind, which is that that story that you told is so good, but as a new employee's sort of frame of mind, we don't want you to be afraid to speak up because you're new, right? We really want you to speak up. Don't hold back because you think, well, I'm new, maybe I don't know. Absolutely, come forward, say it. And I think we would do more harm by not saying something than just by saying something. So what if you're wrong? Who cares, right?
Right.
It's worse if you were right and you didn't say anything, and then you're like, man, I knew that, right? So,
exactly. Yes.
So don't be afraid to speak up. We are creating a culture of please speak up, and it doesn't matter who you're speaking up to. The culture is that that CNA spoke up to the nurse because they had a culture where they could do that, and that's what we're working on. Kathy, if you could go over the Just Culture training too, maybe you have a schedule that they, or...
Oh, yes. I did get a schedule from the HRO coordinator. Let me pull that up real quick. Hold on one second.
So you guys will have to attend a Just Culture training. Everybody has to attend it. So while you're still new is a good time because you're not like in the count yet. So let's take a look at this training. You might find a date on there that you want to plug yourself in.
Let's see here. I know it just came out.
While she's doing that, if you have some questions you want to type in the chat box, I'm happy to relay these. So you guys have any questions?
Oh, let me see. here we go.
So once we get it, what I would recommend, if you have your phone, go ahead and take a picture of it so you can keep track of this as soon as she gets it up.
So I'm going to let me enlarge this real quick. Hold on one second. So this is our Just Culture training. It looks like we have more happening next week on Tuesday the 14th.
And these are all virtual.
Yes. And then we have Wednesday. Looks like we have 2 on Wednesday, one at 10 and one at 2.
Mm-hmm. And you can see here they have evening ones too.
Yeah, I see that. They even have a nice night one here. That's good. Or evening.
Yeah. So go ahead and take a picture of this with your phone. Kind of plug it into, you know, all the things that you need to get done. Because this is one of the things that your manager is going to want you to complete for sure.
Yes, and then you'll see down here where it says Mona Lisa Rodriguez. She's our HRO coordinator, so she coordinates all of these. So if you have any questions, please feel free to message her. But it looks like we have a lot coming up. So, yeah, please take a picture. Thank you, Irene. If you think of anything else.
Oh, I always learn so much from you, so thank you.
Oh, thank you. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I can share right away. I'm glad you thought about the Just Culture training. We also have an awesome simulation center. I know that with COVID going on, it's not up and running like it usually is. I know.
Some of them are going to go there starting.
Good.
So all of our inpatient nurses go through the simulation center before they go to their unit-specific orientation. So we go over some high-stakes skills first.
Awesome. And let me, you know what, they probably won't be able to attend the safety forum, but hold on one second. Let me try to find when the safety forum is happening, because I know it's on my calendar for next week. You see, oh yes. Okay, so it looks like our safety forum is going to be on Tuesday, July 4th, from 2 to 3 p.m., and this is the looks like it's going to be by Zoom. But if you want to attend from a mobile device, you can always dial this number, and then this is the conference number, and you can listen by phone. So they're very interesting. So it's nice if you're able to attend those.
Do you want to forward that to me? I'm pretty sure I
yeah.
have it, and I'll send it out to them.
Okay, I'm going to forward it to you right now. So.
All right. Thank you, Kathy.
Of course. Thank you, everyone. I hope you guys have a wonderful day, and welcome aboard. We're happy to have you.
Hold on one second. I think I see something coming up here.
Oh, okay, sure.
Okay. Oh, do you still have that, the HRO schedule?
Yeah, yes.
Can you send that to me too? And I'll send it to their home emails.
Okay. Definitely. Let me forward this.
Okay, yeah. I'll just send it to your home emails, okay, guys?
Awesome.
It looked a little fuzzy on the screen. They don't have an email yet either, so.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
But thank you, Kathy. We're gonna keep moving on with our schedule.
All right. Thank you. You have a good day.
Okay. Bye now.
Bye.
All right. I spoke to our next speaker, which is Christina Paddock, and she's going to be jumping on as soon as she can. I told her we were going to go ahead and move forward instead of taking a break now, which would mean we just get done a little bit earlier. We're probably not going to come back again as soon as her presentation is over. We're going to call it a day. So I want to go over anything that you want to questions that you might have, or it's coming up in your mind right now, because once I log here, let me see here. Once I log out of this chat box that I have going, then I have to re-log in. So I just want to make sure we understand what's going on tomorrow morning, okay? Because once CPRS is over, we're gonna be done. I'm gonna release you from there unless you have a question, and you can always get a hold of me either in the chat box or via email, okay? So any questions on anything today, you can put that in the chat box. I'm gonna send you the invite for the safety forum, and I'm going to send you the Just Culture training sheet. She just emailed it to me, so I'll do that before we leave. Also tomorrow morning, I'm going to send you the training that you need to complete in TMS to get your AccuCheck login. That is not assigned to you. So we're going to go over tomorrow morning, that half hour that we have, how do you self-assign a TMS training, and then send you an email of the training you need to self-assign to yourself and complete as soon as you get into your TMS, okay? All right. Tomorrow morning, we meet again at 7:30. It's the same thing that happened today. You're going to get a link early in the morning. And at 7:30, if you'll just click on that link, you'll be here where we are right now, and then we'll just start the training. So as soon as we do the accountability, we'll go over TMS one more time, and then we're going to have barcode medication administration, which is a video, kind of like what you're going to watch now. This is CPRS. I'll explain that in a second. Then the quality clinician is going to come on and talk to you and do a quick overview. Then we watch a video on mock code during COVID. And then you're going to be released, right? And so if you're from Kerrville, you're going to go to Kerrville Learning Center. You're going to meet with Linda Taylor. But if you're from Audie Murphy, if you look at the back page of the schedule, or if it's in your internet, you just scroll down. We have broken the schedule apart, and it gives you a time to report. So Larna, Donald, Audrey, and Chanda all report at noon, and then Chikandi, Tamara, Renee, and Yozetta report at 1 o'clock. And so tomorrow when you report, you're going to, there's a number of things we're going to do. So we're going to get you fit tested. You're going to pick up a temporary ID badge. You're going to see if we can get you logged in. If we can, we're going to go ahead and schedule a PIV. You're going to check your email. So there's a lot of things that you're going to do tomorrow. Then after that's done, you're going to report to your unit. So today, if you want to get a hold of your manager and just let them know you're on campus, or if there's something that they want you to take care of, that would be great. And then I want to address one thing too, because some of you might be thinking, why did I have to participate in blood administration class? Or I work in an outpatient clinic, why am I going to participate in a BCMA class? And I just want you to know right now we're just all being very flexible, and we may find ourselves in a situation that we hadn't intended. And so we wanted to give everybody all the training all together up front in the event that you're asked to flex your muscles, your nurse muscles, and do something that maybe you're not used to doing. So we just want to start getting everybody thinking in the same way right now. Okay, not that you're all going to go out and give blood, and we would never just let you do that after just that training, but we're just making sure that we're all kind of entering the organization on the same page, even though I know you all have different and unique and special skills that you're bringing to this table and that you're going to bring to our patients to take care of them. We wanted to kind of level that one playing field. Normally we don't do it this way, but just for now. So again, that takes into account tomorrow the BCMA. Some of you are working in outpatient clinics. You don't work with BCMA, but in the event that you needed to, we want to give you just a baseline knowledge of what it's about. We're not going to make you experts, okay, with this one class. All right. So any questions? Because once we start that video, again, we're just going to be communicating via the live chat. Okay, I won't be coming back online. So I'll give you a second here. Okay, so tomorrow, if for some reason, and I know some of you are in transition, so I totally understand, if for some reason you can't print off the baseline competency and you need to sign it tomorrow when you come in, that's fine. We can take care of that. We have them there, okay, for you to sign. Okay, so Christina's with us. So the way this works is I'm gonna start a video that Christina Paddock, our informatics nurse, has pre-recorded. And she's in the live chat right now. She just introduced herself. She's in the live chat right now. And so if you have a question that's like on your mind right then and there, you just put it in the live chat and she will answer you live, okay? So again, we're not trying to make you experts in this. What we're trying to do is just create that level playing field so you have a good understanding of what CPRS is and you have some working knowledge so when you get to the unit, you're not completely caught off guard. All right, I'm going to stop this video. I'm going to walk over to the other computer and get it started so we can get going here. If you have a question, go ahead and put it in the live chat. Or you can email me if it's a question just for me. Okay, we're really excited you're here, and I know it's a lot of information, so just kind of sit back and take it all in.
Welcome to CPRS training for nursing here at South Texas. This is a quick training in response to COVID. We're going to show you how to get into the GUI so that way you can sign into CPRS. This is the star GUI on every desktop. Always click on it and then you're going to try to find the CPRS icon. So here it is, the CPRS chart STX. We're going to click on it. If you have single sign-on initiated, it will allow you to just put in your PIV code. If you do not have that option, you would put in your access and verify codes that were assigned to you. Always select authentication certificates when you are using your PIV. The initial screen is the patient selection screen that opens up here. I have my default training list for CPRS training. You have different options on the top left here to select where you're going to look for a patient. You can select by provider list, select a provider's name. You can also go by team personal lists. Mine was able to be created for CPRS training here. You would make your patient selection and then click OK. You have the option to also click on clinics. Clinics is where you would pull up areas such as the ED-X to get the ED clinic. You would also have wards for inpatient wards. When you click on a patient's name, it's going to show you the demographics over here on the right. Name, social date of birth, their gender, and also if they are a veteran. You will also at this time occasionally see if someone is a humanitarian case here in this section as well. Those are folks that are coming in from the community potentially at this time. Once you have your patient selection, you would click OK, and it would bring you into that patient's chart. This is a patient record flag. It is a category 2, which means it is a local flag. Information for the flag will show in the body of the area right here in the center. If there's any notes that are linked, it will show in the bottom. You'd be able to click on it and see the details about that patient record flag. If you don't want to see any further, you would close that. We also have national flags. Many of the local flags we can give you further information about at a later time. Once in the patient's chart, it comes to this cover sheet area. If this is in fact not the patient that you wish to select, you would go up to File, select New Patient, and it would bring you right back to the patient selection window. If you notice at the bottom, we also have something called Notifications. It has the patient's name, location, urgency, and alert date and time in the message. If you have any messages that you would like to process, which includes unsigned notes, alerts that you have been brought to your attention due to resulting, you would click on it and it would bring you right to that alert. You would address it and you would go either to the next alert, or if you right click on this button, it gives you 3 options to continue on to the next one, forward this alert to another individual, or to renew it so that it remains in that notifications cache in the patient selection window. You would select File, select New Patient, and then it would bring you right back to that window. And as you can see, I still have that high alert right there. Earlier, I was discussing how you can save a patient list. As you can see, my default right here is CPRS training. If I wanted to save a specific list, I would click with that whichever one I wanted. I'd like to save the CPRS training, so I can click Save as Patient List Settings right here, and it will ask if I'd like to keep that default list. We'll cover how to do other lists in a later segment of this training. Once you have the patient that you want to select, you would locate them. If it is a sensitive record, the social and the date of birth will not show in this area. Once you click OK and you are sure you want to go into that record, it will give you one last pop-up to make sure that you are for sure going to go into this chart, and it's warning you about the HIPAA Act of 1996. And if contacted, you would have to show your justification for being involved with the care of that patient. Again, we have another flag here. We know that there's a behavioral flag. We would just exit out at this time. If this message pops up, that means that a patient has a means test that is required. That is an eligibility piece, and please refer to your MAS clerk. Up at the top here, you notice File, Edit, View, and Tools, very similar to other Microsoft applications that we use. Again, I showed you File, Select New Patient earlier. If you need to pull in the latest information in that patient's instance of the chart, you would hit Refresh Patient Information. Anything that had been put in after you first signed into that patient's chart would now be pulled into your current view. We have options like Rejoin Patient Link and Break the Patient Link. That refers to this little icon right here, the blue icon with the link. That means it's talking to other applications that Vista is integrated into. Vista is the background to CPRS and our other programs. If you have any reason to break that clinical link, you would click Break. You would then see this little group icon with a broken link. That means the clinical link is broken. To rejoin it, you would do File and Rejoin Patient Link. We also have Update Provider Location. It's very similar to what we would be able to update in this Visit Not Selected section, which we will address later. Review Sign Changes is something that you can click when you are getting ready to go to another section of the chart or another patient chart, so that you can see all of the unsigned notes or orders that you need to review. You also have Print Setup here. If needed, you would find your selected printer and save as a default. 12 and 16 are in relation to font size. The greater the number, the higher the font size. File and exit would allow you to save any customizable changes that you make for your personal view, such as making certain windows larger than the others so that you can visualize things the way that you would prefer. Edit is your cut, copy, and paste. Due to policy, we encourage folks not to use cut, copy, and paste. Please refer to your policy. Preferences allows you to change the areas for your fonts so that you can increase font size if needed. View gives you the other areas of the chart. You also have access to these areas at the top and at the bottom here. Tools are the other tools that we can access right from CPRS, which we will address later. We already talked about the clinical link. This is the patient demographics information. If you click on it, it brings up the patient's contact information, mailing address. Please verify the information, including the temporary mailing address, if it is indicated. If you continue to go further down, you'll see information for the emergency contact for that individual, insurance information, service connected and rated disabilities, and then you would see next of kin at the bottom. This is the provider location section. Normally, if in a specific clinic for a scheduled appointment or an inpatient location, it will default to that location and that time. At this time, I have my name as the encounter provider, and I'm going to select new visit. I'm going to put in VIK for Vicky's Test Clinic, and then I'm going to click OK. As you can see, it has changed in the top window over here to Vicky's Test, the date and time that I've selected. In the PACT HBPC assigned VA location, this would be where you would find certain information for the PACT team. We also have the ability to see the admitting attending and resident. That would be for the admitting team, not for that current day's team if the patient is inpatient. Always refer to your lists that are available on your unit. It would have the contact information for those individuals so that you can reach out to the PAC team, the PAC nurse, the clerk that is also assigned. We also have the flag button here, which if you click on it, it brings up the flag window, which we saw earlier. JLV button brings you to the Joint Legacy Viewer application. You're able to see records from other VAs as well as other DoD sites. If you click on the display reminders, it brings up all of the clinical reminders that are associated with this patient that might be due. You also have clinical reminders here on the cover sheet. If you double click on one, it will pull up the details of how to fulfill that, when it was last due and when it's to be due now. If you see the postings in the top right, you'll see different initials here. This patient chart has all of the specific areas for a crisis note, warning note, allergies, and advanced directives, which is why you have those initials CWAD. Allergies will show at the top. You can click on one and then it will pull up the information. You also have the crisis notes, warning notes, and directives. If you click on a specific note, it will pull it up for you so that you can look at the details. This is where you'll also find information from infection control. In the cover sheet, we have information for the active problems. This is a read-only area. If you click on it, it's going to pull up the details for that problem. Allergies right here in the middle. If you click on one, it'll pull up the details with that associated allergy. Once in, if you'd like to add a new one, you click Add New. Search for whichever agent you need to search for. You would pick from the national drug file if available, or the local drug file or drug gradients if needed. We try to encourage not to use the free text allergy if it is something that needs to be added at that time. If it needs to be further reviewed, then you would click that option. At At this time, if it is a new patient, you would be able to click on no known allergies, but I'm going to click from the national drug file and click OK. At the top, we have the causative agent. Then we have the nature of reaction, allergy, pharmacological, and unknown. Unknown, you would not be sure about the type of reaction. Pharmacological would be a listed adverse reaction to that medication. Allergy would be an unknown reaction to that medication. For signs and symptoms, you can free text in whichever selection you'd like to make. You would click on it and it would come to the right. If there's any others that you would like to add, you would click on them. If you would like to remove one, you would ensure that it's highlighted and click remove. In the top right, we have observed and historical. Observed, you were able to directly witness it. Historical, it was reported to you. Then you would click OK. If a agent was already in the patient's record, it will give you a pop-up window saying that it's unable to save that. You would click OK and then move on. If it was added, it would show at the bottom of the list. The record flags are very similar to right in the top right, where you can click on it and see the record flags for that veteran. We also have postings, which we have referred to for the crisis notes, warning notes, allergies, and advanced directives. Active medications are the active medications available for that patient's record. If you click on one, it will again pull up the details for that. These test patients will have non-VA. Clinical reminders we've already reviewed. In the bottom left, we have recent lab results. For the most recent, you would see the past 60 days for inpatient and 120 days for outpatient. Vitals, the most recent vital signs will always be the first thing that shows in this immediate window. In order to see trends, you would be able to click on one and it will pull up a graphical representation for you. You can justify the time frame on the top left. T stands for today, and you can also select all results if you so choose. You would see all of the different options that are there. In the furthermost right column, you would see the most recent. And if you needed to scroll back, you'll see that at the top there that the window moves along the graph. To enter in a vital sign, you're going to click on Enter Vital Signs. You're going to type in whichever value you need to. And if needed, you can select the down arrow under qualifiers. It would allow you to put in other specifics, such as if this was an oral temperature that was taken, and you would click OK. U on the left-hand side stands for the patient was unavailable, and R means the patient refused to have that vital sign taken. If complete, you would hit Save and Exit. Then it will show in the furthermost column. If there's one that you need to select to change and put entered in error, you would highlight it, click entered in error, and then select it from this window. You would put in the reason as to why it was incorrect, and then click mark as entered in error. If a new reading needs to be entered, you would go to the top again and hit Enter Vitals. In the bottom right, we have appointments, visits, and admissions. If you see a visit that says checked out, that means the patient has had a checked out visit. They have completed it. If it says action required, it could be a future visit or one that still requires a note or further action to be performed. To see the associated note, double click and it will pull up the note that's associated with that visit. Now we're going to go on to the Problems tab on the bottom. If you click it, it's going to bring you to the Problems tab area. In the top, you'll notice that we have a new option, which is Action. If you click on it, it tells you the different actions that can be performed in this tab. As nurses, we normally just view this. We have viewing options of looking at just the active, inactive, both active and inactive, or removed problems. The first column gives you the status. The next is the description, the onset date, when it was last updated, and the location that the problem was added. The location refers to the clinic location that the provider was working in at the time. If you click on a problem, it will bring up the specifics for that problem. The SNOMED code, which is the specific diagnosis, and then you have the ICD-10, which is associated with billing. If you ever see an R69 code, that means that it is an illness unspecified diagnosis, and please encourage your provider to update that. Next is the Meds tab. If you go to the bottom and click on that, it will bring you to a window that looks similar to this. If you go to the top, it gives you your view options. It is recommended to leave your view on sort by status / expiration date. You also have your action items here. And you also have them if you highlight a medication and right click. You have in this area the outpatient medication showing at the top because the patient is defaulted to the outpatient location. If the patient was inpatient, the inpatient medications would be in this uppermost area. Non-V medications is always in the middle. You'd see the specifics about a medication right here. When it expires for that order, the status of that medication, when it was last filled, and how many refills are available. To find the details of that medication, you would double click. And you can see the details, including the pharmacist who had processed that medication order. And if you go further down, it tells you information of when that medication was filled. Window means it is ready for window pickup. Mail means the medication was mailed out to the patient. And if you see released and a date, that means when it was actually given to the patient. So when discharging a patient, you're always going to check and see that the medication is ready for window pickup. If needed, providers, if they have any questions as to how to bring a patient's medication order to inpatient, you can refer them to the action area and transfer to inpatient. It will bring that order to the inpatient orders. There's also availability to put hold on medications. Providers should put a hold on a medication instead of a flag if a medication is indicated to be held at that time. For the different abbreviations, if you see active in the status, that means that the order has been filled and picked up or mailed out to the patient. Active suspended could mean that it's in queue to be processed again, or it was refilled too soon for a request or a new order has been placed. Discontinued means the order has been canceled. Discontinued edit means that it's a canceled order that has been replaced with a new one. Expired means that the order has met its stop date and may need renewal. Hold means that order has been put on hold by the pharmacist or the provider and cannot be processed. Pending means it is yet to be processed by pharmacy. Next is the Orders tab. You have your view options that will show in the top left. And if you're unsure, double check right above. It'll tell you what you have as your view option. If you go up to view, it will give you other ways that you can look at your orders. Mine is defaulted at this time to active orders, which includes pending and recent. I can also put current orders and so on. So if I wish to see expiring orders, I can click on that. You can also look at unsigned, recently expired, as well as custom order view. Custom order view gives you different options to be able to see specifics as well as different services. So if you wanted to see all pending orders for pharmacy, you can make that selection. If you wanted to put it for a certain period of time, you would click this box and put in whichever dates you would choose, and then you would click OK. There are no pending orders for that time. If I wish to return to my default view, I can click that. If I wish to save whichever view I was in, I can click Save as a default view. If I click Return to Default, it brings me back to my active orders pending in recent activity. The orders are arranged by service at the top. Order is next, the start and stop date, the provider that entered it, the nurse that verified the order, the clerk that verified it if a chart check was done, the status, and the location. In order to see details about an order, you would click on it, and then the details would show in the window. To perform other actions on the orders, you can select a specific order that you would like to perform an action, highlight it, go up to action. If you feel that it needs to be flagged for clarification at all, you can hit flag and then put in whatever request is needed. You can select an alert recipient and then click OK. That flag has been sent to that user to review. And as you can see, this order has actually been previously verified by a nurse. If I click on it and I wish to unflag it, I would make that selection, and I can put in an optional comment. If there's an order that needs to be verified, I would select it, go up to action, click verify, and then I would put in my electronic signature code. Now you can see it's been verified. Once a clerk verifies it, then they have their initials that will show up. And when a chart check has been completed, that user's initials will show in this column. If entering an order, if there is a provider for which you need to place the order under, you would click here, put the provider's name, ensure you have your clinic location, you would go down to the order that you would like to enter. I'm going to enter a lab test. You would put in whichever order you would prefer. Click on it. And always make sure that you select the collection type that you would like. You would click accept order. And now it will show in bold bright blue. At this time, I'm actually going to delete it. I can highlight it, right click, and hit discontinue. Now the bold font has disappeared. If I go up to File and Review Sign Changes, there are none at this time.
The next option we're going to be reviewing today, it will be the Notes tab. To get into a Note tab, it's in the bottom bar where all the tabs are located. The cover sheet, the problems, the meds, the orders, and right next to orders is the Notes tab. When you click on the Notes tab, it gives you the list of all the signed notes, and that'll be on the left hand side. When you click on the note itself, the one that you wish to read. On the right hand side is going to give you the note title, who wrote the note, the author, when it was written, and then you'll be able to use the bar on the right hand side to scroll down to be able to read the actual note. As you can see, it can be quite difficult if you were searching for a note because everything is grouped by the notes title. So we're going to go over the different views that you have in order to be able to search a specific note. So we're going to go to the top to the view. One of the options is you can look for views, signed notes by an author. Automatically defaults to your name, or you can actually type the person's name and you click OK. It will actually review all the notes, and it will select the author that you're looking for, and only those notes that were signed you'll be able to view. Another view that you have that I would like to share with you is signed notes by date range. You can put a beginning date. Let's say we're going to put April the 1st, and we're going to put into today. And let's say you were looking for an author, but the patient tells you, hey, I was seen by a dermatologist, or but they couldn't remember the person's name, but they have about a date range when they attended. So you could click OK, and then it's only going to enumerate the within that date range all the notes that were completed, so you'll be able to view it. Another option that we have, which is pretty nice, is that you can custom your view. And in custom view, you can do it by chronological, you could do reverse chronological, you can group this list by visit date, by location, by title, by author. We're going to group it by location, and then you could click OK. And what it does is, instead of just giving you the note titles, it's grouped by the location. So you're going to see all the notes with this little arrow in the side. If you click on it, it's going to give you all the notes for 4A LOD. If you were looking for the 6B telemetry, you can click on that arrow and it will list all those specific notes or visits for that particular location. So this is a different viewpoint that you can use, a different view to make it easier for you to navigate the chart. It's kind of nice because you can, as you can see, almost every area, location by specialty, you can easily go to that specific location to be able to read the notes. And again, in order to read the notes, this is the location, the arrows on the side, and then it lists the note of itself for that particular visit, and you'll be able to read the note on the right hand side. Now what we're going to do is we're going to create a new note. There's two ways of actually doing that. You can go to the action, and when you go to the action, you can click on new progress note. We're going to go over making an addendum. That's after you completed a note, and let's say you forgot to enter something, and you wanted to still be able to capture that assessment or that particular information in the note. We can make an addendum. The note, you can delete the note by going up to the action plan and clicking on delete. You can edit. You use this one, edit progress note, is after, let's say you sign the note without signature, but because you're not ready to complete the note yet and now you're ready to go back to it, this is the option that you're going to click in order to be able to continue modifying and documenting on your note. This one here, save without signature, is a very good one because let's say you're not ready to finish completing your assessment and you wanted to go back to it later, but you don't want to lose all that work that you started. You can save the note without signature and be able to refer to it when you're ready to complete the note. The next one after that is sign note now, is once your note is completed and you're ready to sign your note. Identify additional signer is if you're you wanted to have someone else, you want to alert them to be aware of what's happening, and you want them to be able to read that particular note. So you can actually identify them as additional signer because it's some information in your note that you wanted to share with a particular clinician or a group of a panel of group that are working with this patient. So like I mentioned before, one way to start the note is go new progress note, or the other option is if you go to the lower left hand side where it says new note, you can actually click there as well. When you click a new note, because if you see here in the informational bar, this is an outpatient patient, it's going to ask us for a location. If this was an inpatient, this location wouldn't be available because it automatically knows it's an inpatient and you will go straight to creating the note. So for this instance, if you look at where it gives you a couple of options for the clinical appointment, you can select if the patient has a scheduled appointment, you can click on it and start your note. If it was a hospital admission or if it's a new visit. For training purposes, we're going to be use the Vicky Test Clinic. We're going to click OK because it's important when you writing a note to know where's the location, where did it occur, who was the author, and when. So this selecting that option is so important, so that way when you group them as location, they know when this event occurred, who is the author, and when did it happen. So for today's training, we're going to do a skin reassessment. Okay, when you type in the word skin, it's going to give you a list of the most of note titles that have that name in it, and we can use the arrow to search up and down until we find that note. So today we're going to do the skin VA Vano skin reassessment. Once you click on it, it turns a blue bar on it, so saying this is the note that you wish to utilize. It gives us a date, when and the time that the note is being opened, and then it has the author of yourself. If your name is not highlighted there, please let us know and we can contact the CATS or IT so that way you'll have the appropriate case. But if you're the author, your name should automatically be pre-populated there. Then you're going to click OK. Most of the note titles have embedded a template in it. Okay, you can use the bar on the right hand side to scroll up and down to view the actual note template itself. In this case, for the skin reassessment, if you see like here it says Brandon Skin Reassessment Scale Details, is actually a link, so you'll be able to, if you click on it, you'll be able to read more details and information about what are the criteria, information in order for you to be able to complete that note. Not all notes have it, but this is kind of nice option that you'll be able to have the hyperlink to be able to read the information that will help you to complete this particular note. So we're going to go back to CPRS. It also gives you, it inputs the previous grading scale numbers for the patient with the number as well as the date, which is kind of nice because you'll be able to see that trend. Okay, when you see an actual box here, it means that this is an information that you wish to complete and you want it to be imported into your note. So we're going to click on it because we'll be doing the assessment. Anything that has a cursor here, and if you can see at the bottom, it says the asterisk indicates required field. What happens is if you leave any of these options open without being assessed or completed, the template will not finish. So we're going to go one by one. So for the first one, for the sensory perception, we're going to say no impairment. It gives us a rating, and you go, scrolling down and doing your assessments, completing each of them. Okay. Now, unfortunately, for this particular assessment tool, it doesn't calculate it for us, so we will need to add it up. Okay, I believe it's 23. So it gives us a date, actual range from 19 to 23. It is asking us for the score, for the specific score. So we're going to click on 23 and it moves that information to that asterisk. Okay, we continue scrolling down. We're going to say that it's normal. So you see, so each of these items, the skin color, skin temperature, skin moisture, skin turgor, all these areas needs to be completed. Okay. And you use your mouse to use the bar on the right hand side to continue scrolling down to be able to move to the next item. Skin problems, we're going to say no. Again, you see the asterisk, so this is something that needs to be completed. Okay, we're going to say that a skin pressure ulcer prevention, patient not at risk at this time because the grading score is higher than 19. And click OK. Also, if you wish to, again, you have another hyperlink that will open up to the VA Handbook Appendix C if you wanted to actually be able to read more information in terms of general interventions related to the risk level that you'll be able to read. Before we hit finish, one of the things that I wish to share with you is that as you can see, as you were selecting the information, it was writing the information here in this window, but also underneath it is what we call the health factors. And this is very important because when they do reports, they do monitor what we document. We strongly recommend to avoid using copying and paste. Because when you copy and paste, it doesn't pick up all these health factors, which are really very, very helpful when they're actually running reports to see how many patients are at risk. And depending on the range of score that we're looking for our program analysts and our leadership when they are running the reports. So this is how they run the reports. If you copy and paste, these health factors will not be imported. So we strongly recommend to avoid copying and pasting because only through using the template itself, it will input the health factors. So we're going to hit finish. And yes, I am the primary person for this encounter. And click yes. Okay, and then it will input in this window all the information from your note. Okay, one of the things I wish to share with you, as Christina had mentioned earlier when she covered the cover sheet about clinical reminders, in order to complete a clinical reminder, it could be done only through the actual note itself or through an addendum, which we're going to also be covering shortly. So before you go into the clinical reminder to search for it, one of the recommendations is to place your cursor where you want the information to be. So in the note itself, most of the people, what they do is that they'll put it towards the end of their note. So here's my cursor at the end of my note from my assessment. And then on the left-hand side, you can click on reminders. And the only time the reminders template opens up is when you have an actual note open. All right. So for training purposes, we're going to do the depression screening. You click on the clinical reminder. Some of them are for inpatient, and some of them are for outpatient, and some of them are for providers, and some of them are for nurses. Our recommendation is to please follow up with your preceptor or your clinical nurse educator to further give you the information of what are the clinical reminders in your area for you to complete. Okay, so for the training purposes, we're going to say, is it unable to screen? But if you were, you will click on the PDQ, and then it will go into the actual scale itself, and you'll be able to answer the appropriate question. But for training purposes, we're going to say unable to screen. Okay, and it gives you a couple options for you to select. If the patient is currently too ill to participate, the patient displays moderate to severe cognitive impairment. Also, if the patient declines the screening, maybe at this time he wishes not to participate, but then later on in his next visit, we can offer the depression screening. Okay, and it gives you the options to write a comment. Okay. If in case when you did the screening itself and it came positive, you would have clicked on patient had a screen that was positive, and then you'll be notifying the LIP or the provider in your area for further assessment. So in terms of the screening, you complete the appropriate areas and then you click finish. If you use next or back, as you can see here, I'm going to move over this window. It has a list of other clinical reminders. So that's if you were going to complete other clinical reminders in that same note. But for our purposes, we were very specific for our training in your area. Let's say this is the unit for you to complete. You can just go to the clinical reminder that you need to finish for your note. Because not all of them will apply to you. So what we always recommend is to select the clinical reminder for your area, and then once you complete documenting, you hit finish, and then that clinical reminder information of your screening goes into your note. One thing I wanted to share with you, let's say you get a call, someone asks you to assist them, and you're not able to fully review your note, you're not really ready to sign it yet. You either can use your mouse, click on the right side of your mouse, or you go to action and save without signature. Okay. When you're looking at the patient's record, all the unsigned notes will be at the top, and underneath it will be all signed notes. I'm going to share something else with you. If you go to File, Select New Patient, right? You're not ready to sign it because now you're looking at the patient's record. But this is the original window, the patient selection window when you first log into CPRS. As you can see here, all your unsigned notes, like for the patient that we have, ZZ Devil or Tasmanian Devil, we have an unsigned notes. There's another way for you to know where are all your unsigned notes housed, so that way it's easier for you to say, oh, these are the notes that I have that I need to go back to and review. So here's your list, and to go into that particular record, you will double click on the patient and the patient record will open up for you. Here, in order to continue reviewing and editing, you go to action, you go to edit progress note, and now you are in the edit mode that you'll be able to make any changes. If you needed to add any other additional information, you're able to. Once you're ready to sign your notes, most of the features in the action, you can also do a right-clicking your mouse. You go to Sign Note Now. Okay. And enter your signature code and then click OK. So the next area that I wanted to go over with you is the addendum. So you completed your note. One thing about notes is that once it's completed and it's signed, as you can see all the way at the bottom, it gives you the name of the author, your title, as well as the date and time that the note was completed. It cannot be deleted. So let's say you forgot to enter some information, or let's say you needed to alert someone. We're going to cover all that information, how to do that. So we're going to be using, let's say, the vital signs. You forgot that was one of the pieces that needed to be inputted. You wish to input into your note. You go to action, make addendum. Okay, always make sure you're in the right note that you want to make the addendum to. So since it was the vein of skin reassessment note, and as you can see, it tells you that it's open, new addendum in progress. It tells you the title is an addendum, and it gives us the title of the template as well as the location. So one of the nice features, some areas have different templates that you can import. But one that I wanted to share with you is once you click templates, you click on the arrow to see the different templates available for us. We're going to scroll down to the one that says patient objects. And any of us can use that one where if you wanted to import the latest vital signs, blood pressures, or any other specific like labs, that you wish to input into your record as part of your assessment that you wish to share, let's say with a provider. So you will scroll down and look for the name of the template in this case, and anytime you see an arrow, it means that there is other information underneath it. So it's patient data objectives, and we're going to click on that folder. And these are all the different items that we can input into our record. Okay, we're going to do the vital signs. You can do finger sticks, future appointments, A1C, hemoglobin, if that's something you want to, instead of copying and pasting, which is one of the things that we strongly recommend not to utilize. But most of the things you'll be able to capture from here and input it into your node. All right, so we're going to look at vitals all the way at the end. Once you find the template itself, it's going to extract that information and put it in your node. So we're going to click on vitals, and it's going to put in your most recent vitals that you have. Okay, and I'm going to alert my colleague, okay, of the vital signs. Okay, so you go to action. All addendums or notes need to be signed before you add an additional signer. So you go to action, sign note now. Okay, it asks you for your signature code. And then here, again, you can either do it for the addendum or the whole note. You can, in this case, I just wanted to alert my colleague. You go to action and identify additional signers. Okay. Here it gives you the option for you to search the author's name. You can add the person. You can add multiple people, so you search for other providers. All right, and if by accident you added someone that was the incorrect person, not the right person you wish to have, you can click on the right hand side the person's name and you can click remove. All right, once you have the list of the people or just one person that you want to share this information with, you click OK, and then it gives you this little receipt that says is awaiting the signature of the author that you're sending it to. Once inside, it will say it's completed and I have the date and the time that they read it. The next tab that we're going to be reviewing is the consults tab that's right next to notes. So we're going to click on consults tab. Okay. With the consults tab, you are able to see all the different consults that have been placed. Okay, you can see the list on the left hand side of all the various consults. You can toggle up and down. Next to it is a bar that has arrows that you can toggle up and down to search for the consult you're looking for. Once you have the consult you're looking for, we're going to be looking for CPS training consult. Once it's, you click it on the left hand side. On the right hand side, it will give you the actual consult itself, and you'll be able to see the history of what happened. You're seeing the service, who was the provider who placed it. It gives you information about when it was placed, when it was completed, any added comments, and it also, if it was completed, it tells you what the recommendation was. If you look at your slide number 38, it will give you the different definitions of what the status is. So right next to the date when it was placed, it's kind of nice because you can see the status of where it is at the moment. In this case, it's DC is discontinued, BCSC is completed. Because these are training patients, that we're utilizing. Let's see here. I'm looking at one of thyroid. As you can see, this provider, Sarah Gills, For endocrinology, she did a procedure note, and you can actually see the assessment that she did in the recommendation. So this information, once the provider completes it, it gets sent automatically to the ordering provider. So we're going to move all the way to the top. And the order provider was her, but if it was, let's say, someone else, it will go to the person who placed it, because then it's kind of nice for them to know, hey, I refer this patient to your service. This is the assessment and recommendations that we're providing, and then that person is up to date on what's occurring with the patient. Other statuses, you have P for pending. If you see an S here, it will be for scheduled. If you see an X, it means that the consult is actually canceled. Okay. The next tab over, after consults, it's surgery. One of the nice features about surgery is that you'll be able to see all the various reports for the operation, the anesthesia report. Everything will be listed here for us to be able to, and all the different various operation reports that the surgeon during the procedure will be listed here for us to be able to read. So it'll give you the date of the case, the type of surgery it was, and then you'll be able to click on it. And like, again, these are test patients, so we don't have much of information on these, but this is just an example that if you click on the actual report on the right hand side, you'll be able to read the report. It gives you the date, who the surgeon was, what was the case number, and then their actual report on it. Right. And the next tab over next to on the right hand side from surgery is our discharge summary. Right. In the discharge summary, what this tab helps us is that if the patient was inpatient and discharged to home or to nursing home facility or transferred to another hospital, you'll be able to see that discharge note. So instead, it's kind of nice, instead of going to the notes tab and seeing all the different notes grouped together, what they did in order to maintain the continuation of care and then make it easier for the clinicians to be able to find these important documents, they created a separate tab called the discharge summary. So we were able to quickly see, oh, this is the patient was inpatient, admitted for this type of reason, and these are the recommendations post discharge, and you'll be able to read the note. Again, the surgery tab and the discharge summary tab is only read only. Now we're going to be looking at the next tab from the discharge summary is the labs on the right hand side. And in the labs tab is a nice feature is that you'll be able to see, it's almost, you can navigate and be able to see the most recent to the oldest lab results. And you can also, if you look with this lab results on the left hand side, it gives you, if you click on it, it gives you the most recent. You can toggle back and forth from the previous to the next, to the oldest to the newest. Okay, and it gives you that information. It also, you can look at the lab overview. You can search it by date range if you prefer. Right, you put in from April, let's say April the 1st, the end date until now, and you click OK, and it gives you that report. In this case, it doesn't have anything. You can also select by today, a week, a month, 6 months, a year, 2 years, and it gives you all those results. And also you have the option to select all results. To toggle up and down on the right hand side, there's a bar that you can search until you find the test that you're looking for. Once you select the test that you're looking for, on the bottom it's going to give you the results, and it also has another window where you can toggle up and down to be able to read the results. Okay, if you wanted to see all the pending lab orders, you click on pending labs and it'll give you, enumerates that list for you. Like again, it gives you the list on the upper window and the bottom. Once you click on the appropriate test you're looking for, it'll give you more information. Another option you have is the worksheet. So let's say you're looking for a particular lab, you can add up to 6. One thing I caution is, let's say some panels, like lipid panels, when you click on it, it only can have up to 10 grouped together. If you add more, like 12 or 15, the worksheet wouldn't be able to run the capacity. But let's say you click OK, and then it groups those together, the ones that you're looking for. You can also do graphs, all tests by date, select the test by date. If you're looking for microbiology, it will be listed here. Okay, you will click on the actual test and be able to read the results underneath. Another nice feature is the anatomical pathology. If you have any cytology tests, if you have someone who has done biopsies, you can look at surgical pathology and everything will be enumerated here. As you can see, this is a test patient. Unfortunately, we don't have any of those information. Also for blood bank lab orders, you can be able to click on those. Another option is the cumulative, and you can do again by date range, day, 1 week, a month, 6 months, a year, 2 years, and all results. Now we'll be talking about the different types of reports that we be able to create to view different information. And in order to go to that tab, right next to labs is the last tab, which is called reports. In the reports tab, as you can see, anytime you see that little arrow, it means that there's a file that has other information underneath it. So when you look at the clinical reports, you'll be able to see all the information in terms of allergies, inpatient information. It has another drop-down box. You can look at the demographics, and you'll be able to scroll and be able to read it. If you wanted to see the various visit types, this is kind of nice. If you're giving someone some information about future clinic visits, and you can again, you can do when you click 1 week, a month, 6 months, 2 years, all the results, past clinic visits, you'll be able also to do that search as well if you need it. For dietetics, labs, right? Even though we have the labs tab, but also here you can look at the blood transfusions, blood bank, anatomical pathology, if you wanted to look at the report as well. In terms of, for pharmacy, you can look at all medications. If you just wanted to look at outpatient, inpatient, and if you wanted to look at a specific date range, you can run the report as well, and also by the dates. And if you're looking at a particular order itself, you will click on that medication, and then underneath it, in the window underneath, you'll be able to read what happened with that order, which is kind of nice again because it gives you information, instructions of what occurred with that particular medication itself. Okay. We're going to close out that folder. You also have health summary. Okay, you have the ad hoc report, EEG, the endocrine, and so forth. Okay. Another one that very much commonly used is the image local only. So let's say if any PET scans, any MRIs, any x-rays, the report will be listed here for you to be able to click and be able to read it. Unfortunately, again, this is a test patient. We're not able to have that information. Okay. For the anatomic pathology, you also here, you'll be able to, apart from the lab tab, also in the reports tab, you'll be able to see that same information for any cytology or any surgical pathology like biopsies done. The reports will be listed here. If you click on it, on this window underneath will display the actual results. Okay. Another area here is the med administration log, a BCMA. So if the patient, this is kind of nice for the providers. Some providers don't have access to the BCMA software itself for them to be able to see if the medication was given or not. But this is very nice because this is information they can, any clinician can see if the medication was given, when it was given, in dosage, and so forth. Everything will be listed here. The next area that we're going to be reviewing is the tools. So in the upper, all the way in the top of CPRS, the menu toolbar, you go to tools, and it's going to give you a list of different applications that we use here at Audi VA. One of the things that I strongly recommend is, like Christina had mentioned earlier when she was talking about the cover sheet, if you notice on the left-hand side, there's a blue figure by the person's self with a link. What this does, we call the CCOW. What this does is that it tells us that this person is synchronized to all the different applications that we have. What this means is, if we go into another application like iMed Consent or Vista Imaging or JLV, it'll know that this is the particular patient that we're looking at, and it's going to give us that information for this patient. If you have multiple people, it'll be like, well, which is the person you really want me to go into that software and get that information? So if you ever try to go and utilize any of these applications and you notice that you're not being able to obtain the information, just quickly look to see if this link is broken. How you know it's broken, you'll have multiple figures here. If it's one person, then you know that this record is synchronized to go to these applications to get the information for you. So we're going to go quickly over these different applications that we have. The first one here is Vista Imaging Display, and this one is utilized, for instance, for our patients who are seen in the community with discharge, and they come with a discharge paper, or they had a procedure, and anything that is scanned, or let's say if we do EKGs and the actual script is scanned, this is where we'll be able to see the actual images or the actual report. This is the only way that we'll be able to see any outside documents that is brought to us, and that we'll all be able to share. Another a tool that is very much used in this area is for secure messaging. Is another one. iMed Consent is another one that is very much utilized. You'll be able to actually see the information on that. Before I go into Vista Imaging, I wanted to show you the options tool. Okay. And here in the options tool, you can go to the actual notes, and let's say you wanted to create your favorite notes list, so that way you don't constantly have to be typing and searching for a particular note. They're all listed for you. So you go to where it says document titles, okay, and then here you're going to be looking for document class, and what says document titles is where you'll search for the actual note. Okay, so let's say I'm going to add, this is a note that I'm going to be using a lot, and I wanted to add it to my list of different notes that I normally will be using it. Once you click add, as you can see, it gets added into my list. I click OK to log out, and next time I go into my notes and I click for a new note, as you can see here, it's going to list all the different notes that I commonly use, and as you can see, the Cancer Navigator notification of test results note was added into my list. So now we will go back to Tools, and we'll click on Vista Imaging Display. And the Vista Imaging Display is where if a patient was seen at an outside facility or provider, community provider, and they brought up some progress notes or discharge papers or any report that in order for continuation of care, and they will like for the provider here at the VA to be able to review it, and if we wanted to upload it and scan it into the patient's record, the only place where we can see it for outside community records that we obtain, it'll be uploaded here into Vista Imaging. Another nice feature that Vista Imaging also has is that the EKGs, you can also, it gets uploaded here from the machine once it's done. As you can see, you can double click on the EKG itself. It's a very small view. You can use a magnifying glass to zoom in and zoom out, and you'll be able to see the actual strip itself. Okay, another option in order to see the actual document, you can scroll up and down here and you can look at the different documents that are in the patient's record. You can double click on the note itself and it will pull up the actual document that was scanned. Okay, and you'll be able to read it. Okay. Another option that I wanted to share with you is if a patient had, let's say, a bronchoscopy or colonoscopy, even a dermatology consult, and procedures were done and images were taken by our providers, you will see the report on that right-hand side, and the images, if you double click on it, it will open like this, and then you'll be able to see the actual images that were taken during the procedure. This is on slide 49. The next area that we're going to be reviewing is going to be the Joint Legacy Viewer. And anywhere from any of the tabs, the informational bar, which is all the way up here in CPRS at the top, it will always remain the same. So to access the JLV, it doesn't matter if you're in the cover sheet, if you're in the Consults tab, or the Reports tab, this informational bar remains constant, and you'll be able to see on the far right side the little button for JLV, which is called Joint Legacy Viewer. What is Joint Legacy Viewer? It is where, just like the Vista Imaging, you're able to access the records from the outside. Joint Legacy Viewer, for the continuation of care, it allows us to be able to view the records and the notes in the labs for patients who are being seen by other VAs. We have partnered with about 200 to 250 community partners that will be able to read their notes, as well as patients who are being seen at DOD. So to access it again, like I mentioned, you click on the JLB button. And to log in, you will use your PIV card, which is the one single sign-on. Always remember to be under authentication. And it's going to be looking at your certificates in your PIV card. Okay. Then it's going to give you a disclaimer. You'll read it and you'll hit accept if you agree. And as I mentioned before, with a CCOW on the left-hand side, with that one single person, you can see it here as well in JLV. This way it knows that it's going to retrieve the information for that particular patient that you have in CPRS. It's synchronized. Just like CPRS, JLV also has a disclaimer, it has flags, especially for sensitive records. So this is a patient either who is a VA employee or was a VA employee, or perhaps it has a very sensitive diagnosis and is making sure, are you sure this is the patient that you wish to go into and review the notes? We're going to click OK, is the correct patient. Now JLV has a couple little features that are different from CPRS. Please keep in mind that Joint Legacy Viewer is only read-only. We're only able to read the notes and lab results from other VAs in DOD. We're not able to make any changes to it. So this is what JLV looks like. One of the major differences between JLV and CPRS is that CPRS in the bottom has the tab bar where you go from one tab of one folder to the next, right? You go from the cover sheet to the notes tab and so forth. Here in Joint Legacy Viewer, what it does is that it works on widgets, and each widget works independently. So automatically, if the patient has any flags, it will populate and you'll be able to read it. Here on the left hand side, it will enumerate. If you wish to read it, you just click on it and it will open and give you the information on it. One of the nice features is on the right hand side. It tells you who's the site that placed the flag. If you see a square orange, is the DOD. If it's a blue circle, is the VA. So we're gonna hit, and to close the widget, you close it by hitting the X at the far right of the widget. One of the recommendations, like I said, each one of these work independently. So if you wanted to look at the outpatient encounters, radiology reports, they do not work together, and you'll be able to run the reports and view the information independently. On the right hand side is a bar that you can scroll up and down and be able to see the other widgets. There are approximately 24 widgets, and I'm going to go all the way to the end. At the bottom, if you're looking at any of those widgets, it was not the one that you wished for, you can open the widgets tray. And as you can see, it has everything from admissions, appointments, and you can scroll. If you're not sure what it entails, you can use your mouse and you can hover right above it. So for the consults, it's going to have all the consult information, including the date, the time, the status, and site. So one of the widgets that we want to look at is going to be the vital signs. So you use the bar in the middle and you're going to scroll until you see the vitals widget. Okay, so we're going to continue toggling across. Okay, and here we are, vitals. Once you identify the widget that you wish, like I said, you can use your mouse, and if you're not familiar what the information is, it will tell you if you just put the mouse over. In this case, it's vital sign information from inpatient and outpatient setting, including date, type, taken, result, units, site were taken, and other details. So you will click on the mouse, you're going to hold it down, and you're going to drag it, and then you're going to drop it to the middle. To close the tray, if there's nothing else that you wish to move over, you close the tray. One of the recommendations that we would say as to be able to view that particular area, particular widget, is that it's easier to read if you click on more, and then that widget will open. It will expand, and here you'll be able to filter. You can filter, you could have a start date, an end date, and then you click apply. You can also look at the vital signs for the last week, 2 weeks, a month, 3 months, 6 months, a year, 2 years, 3 years, up to 10 years. You can also click on filter by type, and you can select it. You can do standardized, or you can even do it by site if you only wanted one particular site. If you have the actual widget that you wanted to review, let's say the one for April the 8th, you click on Pulse, and then you'll be able to read that actual information. Looking at the widget itself, you can actually hit print, you can copy it to a board, you can minimize, you can maximize, or you can exit and close the widget. Very similar to CPRS. It also gives you the demographics information of the patient. Over here you have the patient's name. If you click on it, it will give you all the information of where they reside, if they have preferences on any particular location where they want their medications to be sent, if it's temporary. Okay. Also, it has the contact information. So this is very, very similar to the CPRS in terms of giving you the information to locate the patient, as well as it gives you any emergency contact. To exit from JLV, all the way in the upper right hand corner, it looks like a little envelope or a little door with a little arrow pointing to the right. You click it and it will exit you out from JLV.
That concludes our presentation. We do have the instructions here to the right on this slide of how to hide a note if you do need to do that. You would have the email for the STX HIMSS help desk, and you would include the information as we have annotated it here. If you have any questions or further need of training, feel free to reach out to Araceli and myself. My name is Christina, and we'll be more than happy to assist you with anything, including connection issues. If you have any questions, please let us know.